Chapter 1. The Abandoned Genius. In the land of Tianwu, martial arts are revered above all. Every high-ranking martial master is held in deep respect by the populace, leading many to endure grueling training in pursuit of becoming a warrior. Yet, fate can be cruel. Not everyone possesses the qualifications to ascend to the status of a martial master. No matter how much effort one puts in, if the individual lacks a qi within their body, they will forever remain unqualified to be a warrior. The qi is not a birthright, nor a consequence of training. It usually forms between the ages of 12 and 15. And those capable of developing a qi are exceedingly rare, with only 1 in 100 achieving this feat. As a result, many prominent martial families scavenge the land in search of potential children to nurture and train. These children are referred to as new blood within the family. In the city of Yunzhong, the Xing family is among these martial clans. At this moment, a group of young boys, known as this new blood, gather in the Xing family's training grounds, their full attention focused on the competition platform. On this platform, a young man in black crouches on the ground, panting heavily, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Xinjue, just give up. You're no match for me now, a boy in white proclaims, crossing his arms and sneering at the youth in black. It's not over yet, how can you say that? The black-clad young man, Xinjue, slowly raises his head, wiping away the blood with a defiant expression. Oh, if that's the case, today I shall show you just how vast the gap between us truly is. A cold smile graces the face of the white-clad youth as he steps forward, a faint aura quickly condensing around his clenched fist. Just what I wanted. Seeing the boy in white approach, Xinjue shouts, immediately springing to his feet and charging at him with remarkable speed. The white-clad youth, instead of dodging, waits until Xinjue is nearly upon him before revealing a smirk. He then delivers a powerful punch at Xinjue, which, although it doesn't directly strike him, unleashes a rush of invisible energy that crashes into him fiercely. After being hit, Xinjue spews blood from his mouth, his body resembling a broken kite as it arcs through the air before slamming to the ground. Is this the power of martial qi? Xinjue whispers in astonishment as he lands, clutching his injured chest. Finally aware of your inferiority, aren't you, you waste? The white-clad boy mocks, gazing condescendingly at the disheveled Xinjue. After hearing the taunt, Xinjue's fists clench tightly, fingers cracking as the bitterness within him is evident. You're still far from being my equal, he suddenly yells after a moment of silence, springing into motion once more, this time charging towards the boy in white with even greater speed. Overconfident, a fierce expression crosses the face of the white-clad youth as he slowly raises his right fist, and a more potent stream of invisible energy gathers quickly. Xinjue, enough! Just as the two are about to clash, an indifferent voice calls out from the sidelines. Upon hearing this voice, both Xinjue and the white-clad youth pause and turn to look at a burly man standing on the outskirts of the training ground. The man towers at nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular build evident even through his clothing. He is the instructor responsible for training the new blood of the Xing family, a high-ranking martial master. Instructor, Xinjue murmurs, looking up at him. At that moment, tears well up in his dark eyes, a manifestation of his unwillingness to accept reality. Xinjue, I know you're discontent, but this is the family rule. Allowing you to compete against Xingfeng today is already an exception. I trust you understand your disparity compared to him now? The instructor's face remains stoic as he addresses Xinjue. Coldly hearing this, Xinjue lowers his head and falls silent. The gap between a warrior and a martial master is unbridgeable, for to a martial master who commands martial qi, the attacks of a mere warrior are nearly ineffective. Listen, even if you cannot become a martial master, the Xing family will not abandon you. From this day forth, you will be assigned to various industries within the family. Do your work diligently and serve the family in a different capacity. This is the best way to repay the years of cultivation you've received. After observing Xinjue's silence, the instructor turns to the other youths and speaks sternly. As the instructor's words settle in, the young boys, all who have failed to form a qi and are hence labeled waste blood, orderly exit the training ground under the guidance of the attendants. They will no longer be relied upon, and will instead be dispatched to work as servants or laborers. Even those who perform admirably may only achieve the position of junior supervisors, and today marks the day of their reassignment. Watching as the crowd gradually disperses, Xinjue slowly steps down from the competition platform. After exchanging a glance with the instructor, he follows the servants out of the training ground. Alas, observing Xinjue diminish into the distance, the instructor sighs, a hint of regret surfacing on his stern face. Xinjue, at just 15 years old, was once deemed the most gifted among the new blood of the Xing family. Yet, despite his outstanding talent and potential, he still hadn't formed a Qi by the age of 15. No matter his level of training prowess, without the ability to harness martial Qi, he was destined to fail as a martial master. Consequently, even with great potential, he cannot escape the fate of being cast aside by the Xing family, relegated from the lofty status of new blood to that of a common servant. A servant, Xinjue sits in the carriage, gazing out the window at the familiar scenery rushing by, a profound sense of resentment boiling within him. Once a wandering youth chosen by the Xing family as new blood, he had swiftly risen to become the strongest among his peers, experiencing the sweet taste of pride. Yet, as the age to condense his Qi approached, he was unable to succeed while those he once surpassed began to outshine him, having formed their own Qis. Frustration consumed him, but despite his relentless training, he could not manage to form his own Qi. Today, this once promising genius finds himself unexpectedly labeled as waste blood. Xinjue, the instructor does care about you. You've been assigned a supervisory position, the elderly servant beside him offers with a comforting tone. This elderly man, known to all as Zhang Lao, is Xinjue's dedicated servant, also an initial stage warrior. After Xinjue was chosen as new blood for the Xing family, Zhang Lao has stayed by his side, watching him grow. Seeing Xinjue in his current state, Zhang Lao's heart aches for him. Don't worry, Zhang Lao, I'm fine, Xinjue reassures him upon sensing his concern. He and Zhang Lao share a bond akin to that of family, and he doesn't want Zhang Lao to worry about him. Despite the sorrow welling within, Xinjue forces a smile. Alas, yet, how could Zhang Lao fail to see through his facade? With a heavy sigh, he feels an indescribable sadness wash over him. The carriage moves swiftly, exiting the Xing family's new blood training grounds in half an hour. Upon leaving the gates of Yunzhong City, it proceeds westward without pause. Just as the carriage passes by, the air suddenly quivers, and two aged figures materialize along the road like phantoms. Xinjue possesses extraordinary talent, yet he is still unable to condense a Qi. It is indeed a curious matter, remarks one elder in a gray robe as he watches the carriage grow distant. If he could form a Qi, and with proper training, he wouldn't fare worse than your Xiaohan, responds the elder in white, stroking his snow-white beard with a smile. Sadly, he cannot. The gray-robed elder shakes his head, though a glimmer of confidence appears on his face at the mention of Xiaohan. Perhaps not, retorts the elder in white as he flips his palm, revealing a pearl-sized white object that gleams in the light. It is beautiful and oval-shaped, surrounded by a crystalline glow. You aren't planning to use that to help the boy, are you? Has the old coot, who never takes on disciples, finally found interest in this child? The gray-robed elder exclaims in surprise at the sight of the beast's soul in the elder's hand. It's not about taking him as a disciple. This beast's soul serves no purpose for me. It is only right to give it to someone in need, the elder in white states, gazing at the receding carriage with amused eyes. Suddenly, he shifts and vanishes without a trace. You old fool. Watching the elder in white disappear, the gray-robed elder shakes his head with a smile before vanishing as well. The two seem to have never existed, leaving no mark behind. Chapter 2. The mysterious old man. 30 miles from Yunzhong City lies a quaint little town. While it may lack grandeur, its advantageous location ensures a steady flow of visitors, making it relatively lively. Within this town, numerous prominent families have established shops, and the Xingzi Tavern happens to be one of the establishments owned by the Xing family. Behind the tavern rises a small hill, where a young man reclines in the grass. A blade of grass held in his mouth, enjoying the gentle mountain breeze as he rests with closed eyes. Xinjue, I have tidied up the cottage on the hill for you. An elderly man speaks to the youth from behind. Thank you. Elder Zhang, that I would prefer some solitude for now. Xinjue replies slowly, opening his eyes and smiling. Upon hearing his words, the old man sighs softly before turning and leaving. This is Xinjue, who has just departed from Yunzhong City. As he gazes at the fiery red clouds above, his heart is filled with an indescribable bitterness. Is it truly destined that I, Xinjue, must live this way for the rest of my life? He murmurs to himself, watching the setting sun descend. Once, he harbored a dream of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. Having endured hardship and bullying while wandering the streets, Xinjue learned the harsh truth of the world upon joining the Xing family. Strength reigned supreme. In his earlier years, he was brimming with confidence about this dream. With extraordinary talent, he became a novice warrior by the age of 10, standing out even amidst the vastness of the Xing family. However, despite his remarkable aptitude for cultivation, he has reached the limit of a high-level warrior. To grow stronger, he must become a martial master, which requires him to condense martial qi within his body. The prerequisite for this is the existence of a qi si within him. Without a qi si, no matter how high his talent, he cannot ascend to the rank of martial master. Yet, at the age of 15, he remains oblivious to the nature of the qi si. Consequently, he finds himself stagnating at the threshold of becoming a martial master, having fallen from being a key focus of the family's training to being regarded as discarded waste blood. Alas, heavens, are you truly toying with me? He exclaims, staring at the blood-red sky. Indeed, while the heavens granted him exceptional talent for cultivation, instilling in him the confidence to aspire to greatness, they ultimately denied him the qi si necessary to become a martial master, rendering all his efforts and sacrifices meaningless. Nothing is more disheartening than this reality. Hey, whose child is this? Lacking in manners. Just as Xinjue vents his frustrations into the sky, a voice, old and laced with mockery, calls out from behind him. Who are you? Xinjue turns to find an elderly man clad in a white robe with a head of white hair, smiling at him. What astonishes Xinjue is the fact that he had not sensed the old man's presence at all, indicating the latter's extraordinary abilities. Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that I can assist you, the old man declares, plopping down beside Xinjue with a grin. Assist me? What a joke! Initially intrigued by the old man's identity. After all, someone capable of approaching him unnoticed must be a high-level warrior. Xinjue feels bewildered at the notion of help. They are strangers. Why would this man wish to aid him? Moreover, he does not require assistance unless it pertains to, but such things seem impossible. Thus, he turns his head away and closes his eyes, dismissing the peculiar old man. Haha, what if I could help you condense a qi si? The old man suddenly states after a brief silence, breaking into a smile. What? A qi si? The old man's words strike Xinjue like a thunderclap, and he sits up abruptly, staring at the mysterious figure in astonishment. Indeed, a qi si, the old man affirms with a smile. Forget it. That's impossible unless... While startled by the old man's knowledge of his situation, Xinjue recalls hearing about rare magical beasts possessing souls that could assist humans in condensing a qi si. However, such beasts are exceedingly rare and possess immense power, making it nearly impossible for a martial master to approach, let alone defeat one, unless one uses a beast soul as a catalyst, supplemented by a miraculous medicinal pill. Right? The old man interjects, finishing Xinjue's unspoken thought with a grin. Do you possess such things? Although Xinjue is aware that a beast soul could condense a qi si, he is unfamiliar with the exact name of the beast soul or the required miraculous pill. Yet, the mysterious old man speaks with such conviction that excitement bubbles within Xinjue. Despite his eagerness, he maintains a composed demeanor, for such treasures are exceedingly rare, and he doubts the old man would possess them, let alone help him for no reason. I have the essence beast soul of a centennial heavenly python and a high-grade qi condensation pill. Are you satisfied? The old man flips his palm, revealing a softly glowing beast soul and a pill exuding a potent medicinal fragrance. Poof! Gazing at the items in the old man's hand, Xinjue nearly spits out a mouthful of blood. This seemingly ordinary old man is truly astonishing, possessing such treasures. His eyes gleam with excitement as he fixates on the objects held by the old man, his youthful face brimming with anticipation. What's wrong? Are you tempted? If you want them, take them, the old man chuckles, observing the longing expression on Xinjue's face. But why do you wish to help me? At this point, Xinjue is convinced of the old man's extraordinary nature. Possessing a beast soul and a high-grade pill speaks volumes about the old man's significance. While Xinjue is unaware of the beast soul's value, he knows the high-grade qi condensation pill is invaluable. Even a basic pill of that level is considered a priceless treasure in Yunzhong City, that in the Tianwu continent. Medicinal pills are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each further divided into 3 tiers: low, middle, and high. In the Xing family, a high-grade yellow-tier technique or skill is already regarded as exceptional. Yet the 2 books the old man casually offers are both of the profound grade, prompting Xinjue to reassess the old man's identity once more. Because I mean you no harm. Now, the old man replies to Xingjue's inquiry with a faint smile, tossing the beast soul and pill toward him. Xinjue hastily extends his hands to catch them, cradling them with utmost care. His heart races with exhilaration. This is the first time in his 15 years of life that he has felt such excitement. Thank you, Senior. After a moment of elation, Xinjue looks up to express his gratitude, only to be taken aback to find the old man who had been sitting beside him has vanished without a trace. Despite searching the area, he cannot find the old man's figure amidst the gentle mountain breeze. In that moment, Xinjue realizes just how formidable the old man's power truly is. The beast soul's potency is immense. Even when consumed alongside the pill, dangers still lurk that a moment of carelessness could lead to death. Though the beast soul and pill are gifted to you, whether you can condense a qi seed depends on your own fortune. This martial technique and skill are also given to you. May you become a powerful warrior in the future and benefit the citizens of the Yufeng Empire. The mysterious old man's voice echoes in Xingjue's mind once more. However, this time, he only hears the words without seeing the man, a feat only possible for a martial sovereign-level expert. Martial technique and skill. Where are they? Though astonished by the old man's power, Xinjue recalls the promise of receiving a martial technique and skill. Sure enough, where the old man had sat, 2 books lie neatly on the grass. Chapter 3. Reborn confidence. Xinjue sits dazed atop the hill, feeling utterly incredulous, were it not for the essence beast soul, the high-grade pill, and the 2 books lying before him. He might have thought the previous encounter was merely a dream. Profound grade beginner technique, qi control decision. Profound grade beginner skill, wind devouring palm. Good heavens, such high-quality treasures! Xinjue exclaims in astonishment. His mouth agape as he clutches the 2 books in his hands that in the Tianwu continent. Martial techniques and skills are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each further divided into 3 tiers. Within the Xing family, high-grade yellow-tier techniques and skills are already considered superior, yet the 2 books casually given to him by the old man are both of the profound grade. This revelation compels Xinjue to reevaluate the old man's identity once again. This truly is a moment where the path seems blocked, yet unexpectedly opens up, illuminating the way forward. It seems that fate has been rather kind to me. After a moment of astonishment, Xinjue suddenly burst into laughter, a long-lost confidence re-emerging on his youthful face. Danger? I would rather die than live like this. I'll give it my all. Glancing at the beast soul and treasure pill in his hand, Xinjue disregarded the elder's warning about the dangers and swallowed them whole. Ouch, it's so hot, so hot. The instant the beast soul and treasure pill entered his stomach, a searing pain radiated through his lower abdomen, as if a fireball had been swallowed whole, making it nearly unbearable. The burning sensation intensified, causing Xinjue to roll in the grass in agony, his once fair skin turning a deep crimson. His clothes drenched in sweat, steam rising from his body. That moment, he finally understood the danger the elder had spoken of. After enduring for a brief while, he could no longer withstand the excruciating pain and fainted. As he lost consciousness, a pale blue gas began to emanate continuously from his body, ultimately forming a translucent blue protective shield that enveloped him, gradually restoring his previously pale complexion. Elder Zhang. Xinjue opened his eyes to find Elder Zhang looking at him with concern, and he quickly sat up. Upon rising, he realized he was now in a small cottage on the mountain. Hey, what happened to you? I found you lying motionless on the ground. You scared me to death. If you hadn't woken up soon, I would have gone to find a doctor, Elder Zhang said anxiously. I guess I was just too tired and fell asleep the moment I closed my eyes. Ah, I'm still a bit sleepy. I think I need to rest a little longer, Xinjue feigned a yawn, speaking lazily. Haha, you rascal. Then go ahead and sleep for a bit more. I will come to wake you up when it's time for dinner, Elder Zhang said, relieved to see that Xinjue was fine, and then he exited the cottage. All right, Xinjue smiled at Elder Zhang's retreating figure. Haha, is this the Qi? Haha, I Xinjue finally have a Qi within me. I can break through the boundaries of a martial artist and become a true martial master. Haha. Once he noticed that Elder Zhang had walked far away, Xinjue leaped off the bed, laughing with uncontainable excitement. For at that moment, he could clearly sense the Qi that had finally manifested within his body, something he had longed for. After savoring the sensation of the Qi within him, Xinjue eagerly began his practice of gathering martial Qi. Sitting at the head of the bed, he formed a peculiar hand seal, and streams of visible pale yellow gas flowed into his body. Ha! Truly remarkable. This is indeed an initial-level profound technique. After practicing for an hour, Xinjue slowly opened his eyes, a broad smile on his face, that he had previously practiced martial techniques within the Xing family. But back then, without a Qi, he was unable to store the martial power he absorbed within his body. Yet it still provided some benefits for strengthening his physique. Compared to the current Qi manipulation technique, those earlier techniques were vastly inferior. At this rate, I should be able to successfully transform the Qi into a vortex within a year and become a martial master, he confidently declared, feeling the martial power stored within his Qi. The Qi serves as a reservoir for martial power, and once enough power accumulates, the Qi will upgrade from a mere container to a tangible entity. At that point, Xinjue would be able to manipulate the martial power within his body for both offense and defense, making his martial attacks and defenses far superior to those of ordinary individuals. By then, common weapons would scarcely be able to harm him, and this is precisely what makes a martial master formidable. In other words, becoming a martial master places one beyond the realm of normality. After the excitement subsided, Xinjue stepped outside, gazing at the myriad stars in the night sky, as a flood of memories washed over him once more. Humph. Xingfeng, you must think you can keep me beneath your heel forever, don't you? But you are mistaken that in the past, I could pin you down and make it difficult for you to breathe. Now, I can still do the same. Xinjue turned to face the direction of Yunzhong City, standing in silence for a long while before whispering. His fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Xingfeng was the white-clad youth who had defeated Xinjue that day, one of the new blood selected into the Xing family alongside him, possessing exceptional talent. However, under Xinjue's dazzling aptitude, he had seemed rather unremarkable. Yet 3 years prior, Xingfeng had developed a Qi within himself and had become an initial-level martial master just 6 months ago, currently being groomed as a key talent within the Xing family. Gurgle, gurgle. Oh no, I'm hungry, it's so late. Why hasn't Elder Zhang come to call me for dinner? He wouldn't have forgotten me, would he? Never mind, I'll just go down myself. Just as Xinjue was lost in his memories, he was suddenly awakened by a rumbling sound from his stomach, protesting due to the prolonged absence of food. Thus, he cradled his head with his hands, humming a melodious tune, and with a confident smile, he strolled leisurely towards the Xingzi tavern down the mountain. Meanwhile, within the tavern, a scene of debauchery was unfolding. Crash! Damn it, old fool. How dare you meddle in our young masteress affairs? I reckon you are seeking death. At that moment in the tavern, 2 burly men were bellowing like donkeys, while among them sat a middle-aged man dressed elegantly, holding a folding fan, grinning wickedly as he stared at a girl cowering behind Elder Zhang. Beneath their feet, a jar of fine liquor had been smashed to pieces, spilling a substantial amount of wine. Elder Zhang, let us not get involved. He is the local bully and an initial-level martial artist that we are merely a small establishment, and we cannot afford to offend him, one of the waiters whispered nervously to Elder Zhang. Humph. Xiao Hong is one of our taverness own. How could we turn a blind eye if they dare to harass her? Elder Zhang shot a cold glare at the waiter, firmly refusing to back down. Old fool, you're courting death. Seeing Elder Zhang's insistence to intervene in their young masteress affairs, the 2 burly men brandished their large blades, glaring menacingly at him. Thud. Ouch. But then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The two previously menacing men suddenly collapsed to the ground without warning, clutching their bellies and howling in pain. Clap, clap, clap. Not bad, initial-level martial artist. You truly live up to the reputation of the Xing family. The young man at the table suddenly clapped his hands. A sinister smile directed at Elder Zhang. That it turned out that the one who had struck first was Elder Zhang. Having grown up in the Xing family, though he was merely a servant, he possessed enough skill to stand as an initial-level martial artist, while the two burly men, despite their robust physiques, lacked any martial training, rendering them no match for Elder Zhang. Wow, amazing! Hearing the bully's words, the waiters looked at Elder Zhang with admiration, exclaiming in awe, an initial-level martial artist was indeed as formidable as the local bully. Perhaps today's incident could be resolved amicably. Now leave quickly, and I shall overlook this matter, Elder Zhang said coldly to the middle-aged man. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing Elder Zhang's words, the middle-aged man suddenly burst into laughter. Just an initial-level martial artist. Showing off in front of them is one thing, but daring to act tough in front of me. Prepare to face the consequences. After his laughter subsided, the middle-aged man's expression turned sinister. In a flash, he lunged forward, his hands resembling eagle claws as he unleashed a fierce attack towards Elder Zhang and the girl. A mid-level martial artist. Observing the bully's sudden approach, Elder Zhang, who had been calm moments ago, felt a wave of tension wash over him. As the man's claws approached, Elder Zhang stood his ground, positioning himself in front of the girl. Although there was a level difference between initial and mid-level martial artists, dodging the man's attack would not have been difficult for Elder Zhang. His decision was motivated by the consideration that the girl would be unable to evade the strike. A mid-level martial artist? This guy is already a mid-level martial artist. Upon hearing Elder Zhang's words, the waiters within the tavern were astonished, closing their eyes in despair, unwilling to witness the impending chaos. Although the tavern belonged to the Xing family, its distance from the family left it unprotected, and they had often suffered at the hands of local ruffians. They had hoped that with Elder Zhang's arrival, things would change, but they never anticipated that he would confront the local bully, leaving them in utter despair. Puff! On my hand! Just as despair reached its peak, a scream of agony from the middle-aged man startled everyone back to reality, as they beheld the bully with a hole in his hand, blood gushing forth. Lick the wine off the ground clean, or none of you shall leave today. Just then, a youthful voice rang out from outside the tavern, and in the midst of the stunned gazes, a young boy dressed in black slowly entered the tavern. Chapter 4. A year of hard training. As Xinjue gazed at the youth slowly entering the room, a look of exhilaration spread across Zhang Lao's face. He was all too familiar with Xinjue's prowess. As a high-ranking martial artist, he might not stand out within the Xing family, but in this small town, he was undoubtedly a master. With Xinjue's arrival, the matters of the day could be resolved with ease. Damn it. Were you the one who ambushed me just now? The local bully, Xiaoba, exclaimed incredulously as he watched the youth step inside. Zhang Lao, are you all right? However, ignoring Xiaoba's inquiry, Xinjue strode directly to Zhang Lao's side, expressing genuine concern. It's fortunate you arrived in time. Otherwise, it could have been dire, Zhang Lao replied, a look of gratitude blooming on his face upon receiving Xinjue's attention. He then cast a meaningful glance at Xiaoba, who lingered behind Xinjue. Damn it, I'm talking to you. Seeing that Xinjue was disregarding him, Xiaoba shouted once more. Despite his grievous injuries, he found it difficult to reconcile that the one who had just hurt him was this very youth. Shut your mouth! Xinjue suddenly turned his head and barked, his eyes radiating a fierce murderous intent directed at Xiaoba. What do you want? Under the weight of Xinjue's gaze, Xiaoba deflated like a punctured balloon, his earlier bravado evaporating, replaced with a visage of fear. At that moment, he sensed an aura he had never encountered before, murderous intent. For years, Xiaoba had roamed this town, having encountered many so-called masters, yet none had instilled such dread in him as this youth. The normally overbearing Xiaoba now cowered before a mere boy, leaving the tavern's waitstaff with their mouths agape in astonishment. The girl hiding behind Zhang Lao cast a gaze of admiration towards Xinjue. Clean up the wine on the floor, Xinjue commanded coldly. What? You? Upon hearing Xingjue's words, Xiaoba's face turned the hue of a bruised eggplant. Being ordered to lick the spilled wine clean was utterly humiliating. If word of this got out, how could he continue to exist in this town? Whoosh! But before Xiaoba could finish his protest, Xinjue leaped before him with astonishing speed. By the time Xiaoba registered the movement, a fist had already landed heavily on his left cheek. Poof! Struck by Xingjue's punch, Xiaoba spat out a mouthful of blood along with 3 of his front teeth. Damn it! I'll fight you! Seeing his teeth scattered, Xiaoba was enraged, truly furious that in that moment, he resolved to annihilate Xinjue, roaring as he sprang up from the ground. Poof! Yet, the instant he regained his footing, a powerful kick from Xinjue sent him flying like an arrow, crashing through the tavern's tables and chairs before finally slamming against the wall, collapsing like a pile of mush. He remained there for several seconds before slowly sliding to the ground with a thud. Unconscious. Wow! Witnessing Xiaoba being dispatched so effortlessly by Xinjue, not only the tavern staff but even Xiaoba's 2 henchmen were left dumbfounded. This was too formidable. After all, Xiaoba was a mid-tier martial artist. Yet he had been utterly unable to retaliate against this youth. What kind of strength was this? Could he possibly be that legendary martial master? Once Xiaoba lay unconscious, Xinjue turned his murderous glare toward the 2 burly men. Plop! Young master! We were wrong. We were wrong. Seeing Xingjue's gaze fix upon them, the 2 men hastily fell to their knees, pleading fervently and repeatedly bowing their heads in apology. Scram! Seeing their pitiful state, Xinjue had no desire to engage further. Had it not been for Xiaoba's intentions toward Zhang Lao, he would not have resorted to such severity. Thus he coldly remarked. Upon hearing Xingjue's words, the 2 burly men scrambled to their feet, fleeing the tavern in a panic. Wait! Take that waist with you, Xinjue suddenly commanded in a chilling tone. Yes, yes! The 2 men, drenched in cold sweat, fearing Xinjue had changed his mind, rushed to assist Xiaoba, hastily departing the scene. Once the 2 henchmen hurriedly exited with Xiaoba, an unusual silence enveloped the tavern. Just moments ago, this seemingly youthful boy had instilled in them an undeniable sense of murderous intent, which now left them somewhat fearful of his presence. Zhang Lao, isn't it time for dinner? I'm quite famished, Xinjue said with a smile, turning back to Zhang Lao as the onlookers remained speechless. His radiant smile dispelling the fear that had gripped them moments before, making him seem like an entirely different person. Ha, indeed. Let us eat, Zhang Lao responded with a grin. Thus, the group gathered to enjoy a sumptuous dinner, during which Zhang Lao introduced Xinjue. Upon learning that Xinjue hailed from the Xing family and had once been a key figure in their training, not only did the girl named Xiaohong gaze at him with admiration, but even the tavern staff regarded him with reverence. Zhang Lao, I wish to cultivate in solitude on the mountain for a while, Xinjue announced after dinner, picking at the remnants of meat caught between his teeth. Cultivate? Upon hearing the term, Zhang Lao looked at Xinjue in astonishment. Now a high-ranking martial artist, further cultivation seemed futile unless. However, if Xinjue possessed a dantian, he wouldn't have been sent here in the first place. Indeed. Cultivation, Xinjue affirmed, observing Zhang Lao's astonished expression with a smile. Very well, starting today, I shall seal off the back mountain, and no one will disturb you. Just focus on your training, Zhang Lao eventually replied after a moment of silence. Having watched Xinjue grow up, he was willing to assist in any endeavor he could. Here is a communication talisman that if anyone dares to cause trouble again, simply use this to notify me, and I will come down to assist you as swiftly as possible, Xinjue said, producing a triangular, transparent card inscribed with a unique seal, specifically for communication purposes. Understood. Zhang Lao accepted the talisman with a smile. Afterward, Xinjue returned directly to the mountain. Upon his return, it was already deep into the night, yet he did not rest immediately. Instead, he retrieved the mysterious tome left by the enigmatic elder, titled Wind-Eating Palm, and began his training according to the instructions within. Xingjue's goal was clear: to reach the pinnacle of high-tier martial artistry within a year and then venture forth into the world. However, This ambition was fraught with difficulty, and thus Xinjue could not afford a moment's complacency. His desire to grow stronger was overwhelming. Only by becoming powerful could he earn respect and protect those he cherished. Yet, his aspiration for strength was boundless, as he yearned to be the strongest in this continent. Nonetheless, at this juncture, the concept of being the strongest remained somewhat nebulous for him. After all, this continent was populated with formidable individuals, leaving Xinjue with but one course of action: to diligently train and train some more. Only through effort could one reap rewards. Despite his extraordinary talent, Xinjue had always believed in this principle. The past 15 years have been a testament to that, and the present remained unchanged. Thus, on this evening where the world drifted into slumber, a 15-year-old youth began his arduous training beneath a sky adorned with countless stars. This rigorous training persisted for an entire year. Chapter 5. The invitation time flew by like an arrow, and a year swiftly passed. Atop the mountain where Xinjue resided, there stood a colossal iron pillar, 1.5 meters in diameter and towering over 10 meters tall. The pillar was firmly embedded in the rocky summit, reminiscent of the legendary Rui Xinjue Bang wielded by the great sage, evoking a sense of invincibility. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would be astonished to find that this seemingly indestructible iron pillar bore countless handprints, the shallowest measuring a centimeter in depth, while the deepest reached several centimeters. These handprints were, of course, indelibly marked by Xinjue's hand. At this moment, Xinjue stood before the iron pillar, clad in black attire that fluttered in the wind, exuding an extraordinary vitality. The once youthful and delicate features of his face now bore a touch of maturity. As he gazed at the towering pillar, he slowly raised his right hand, and at that instant, a surge of pale, golden martial energy began to flow into his palm. As the energy poured in, Xinjue's right hand began to radiate a golden glow, intensifying with each moment as the martial energy continued to coalesce. At its zenith, the brilliance was blinding, emanating a terrifying aura from his palm. Wind-eating palm, Xinjue bellowed, raising his luminous right hand, and with tremendous force, struck the massive iron pillar. The light from his palm transformed into a radiant imprint, mirroring the size of his hand, adorned with dazzling afterimages as it hurtled toward the pillar with astonishing speed. Boom! The radiant imprint collided with the iron pillar, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated outward from the point of impact. Even the ground atop the mountain trembled slightly in response. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A handprint measuring a full 20 centimeters in depth was etched into the iron pillar, and fine cracks began to spread from the imprint, gradually widening until they enveloped the entire pillar. With a resonant bang, the iron pillar, now deeply cracked, finally collapsed to the ground. "Haha, have I finally succeeded?" exclaimed Xinjue, grinning with excitement as he gazed at the shattered remains of the pillar. After a year of arduous training, he had mastered the elementary mystical martial technique wind-devouring palm, and his own power had reached the terrifying pinnacle of a high-level martial artist, merely a step away from the esteemed martial sovereign. Such a rapid progression in cultivation could only be described as prodigious. If the patriarch of the Xing family and the various instructors were to learn of Xinjue's current accomplishments, they would undoubtedly regret their earlier decision to abandon him. After all, a young man endowed with such formidable talent for cultivation has an extraordinarily bright future ahead. Oh no! Could something have gone wrong? Just as Xinjue was reveling in his mastery of the wind-devouring palm, the communication talisman hanging at his chest suddenly radiated an intense warmth before dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. Communication talismans typically come in pairs, specifically designated for urgent communications. Before ascending the mountain for training, Xinjue had given one talisman to Elder Zhang, and now, the talisman's reaction indicated that something significant had occurred with him. Sensing the urgency, Xinjue hurriedly dashed down the mountain, his speed surpassing even the swiftest leopard in the jungle. Meanwhile, within the Xing tavern, Elder Zhang paced the room with a furrowed brow, clutching a small golden booklet inscribed with the words "invitation" on its cover. "Elder Zhang, whose invitation is that? Why do you appear so troubled?" asked Xiaohong, her curiosity piqued by the elder's distressed expression. Xiaohong, are you aware of the Tri-Family Conference in Yinzhong City?" Elder Zhang inquired, noticing her interest. The Tri-Family Conference? Of course, I know. It's a grand event held every 3 years in Xinjue City, organized by the three martial families, the Xing, Zhao, and El families. During this conference, each family selects the most outstanding new blood to compete. And the ultimate victor is awarded generous rewards from all three families. Additionally, the winning family gains control over Xinjue City for the next 3 years. Xiao Hong explained earnestly, clearly well informed about this prestigious event. Indeed, you have described it accurately, and this is the invitation for the Tri-Family Conference, Elder Zhang said, handing the invitation to Xiao Hong with a smile. What? An invitation to the Tri-Family Conference? Only the nobility receives such esteemed invitations. Why is Elder Zhang not pleased? Xiao Hong expressed her confusion after taking the invitation. Could it be inviting Brother Xinjue? Upon opening the invitation, Xiao Hong suddenly realized. Elder Zhang had previously shared stories about Xinjue, and being a clever girl, she quickly inferred that Elder Zhang was concerned for him. After all, Xinjue had once been the most exceptional new talent of the Xing family, only to be rendered a waste due to his lack of a qi. Transforming from a figure of high status in the Xing family to a mere tavern keeper in this remote town, that it was akin to a fall from grace. The Tri-Family Conference, being a competition among the new talents of the three martial families, could potentially be a source of emotional turmoil for Xinjue. Yes, indeed, this invitation is meant for Xinjue, Elder Zhang acknowledged, impressed that Xiao Hong had discerned his worries. However, the invitation was somewhat perplexing. Logically, given Xinjue's current status as an outcast from the Xing family, he should not have received an invitation to such a significant event, which typically would not extend to someone of his standing. Is it the Tri-Family Conference? I must certainly attend. A refreshing youthful voice suddenly resonated from outside, revealing the arrival of Xinjue. Now a high-level martial artist, he was only a step away from attaining the rank of martial sovereign. His physical prowess far exceeded that of an average individual, allowing him to overhear Elder Zhang and Xiao Hong's conversation from a considerable distance. That he understood Elder Zhang's concern, fearing that he might suffer emotional setbacks. Yet what Elder Zhang did not know was the extent of Xinjue's current strength. He was likely unmatched among the new talents of the Xing family. The Tri-Family Conference represented a perfect opportunity for Xinjue to showcase his abilities, and he was determined to attend. Moreover, he had surmised the identity of the individual who delivered the invitation. It was the white-clad youth, Xing Feng, who had once injured him, having been overshadowed by Xinjue in their youth. Xing Feng harbored a deep-seated resentment. Now, despite being a prominent new talent of the Xing family, he had never managed to surpass Xinjue, which had become a lingering source of frustration for him. Thus, he had deliberately sent the invitation to remind Xinjue of their disparities. However, he would soon realize how misguided that decision was. Xinjue, are you certain you wish to go? Elder Zhang inquired, a hint of concern in his voice upon hearing Xinjue's intention to attend the grand event. As a member of the Xing family, receiving an invitation from them, I have no reason not to attend, Xinjue replied confidently, casually picking up an apple and chewing as he spoke, his face illuminated by a self-assured smile. Well, it seems my worries were unfounded, Elder Zhang mused, feeling a sense of relief wash over him upon witnessing Xinjue's unwavering confidence. He recognized that the young man before him resembled the bold and self-assured Xinjue of old, who had once stood head and shoulders above his peers in the Xing family, exuding an aura of dominance as if nothing could deter him. Chapter 6. The Tri-Family Conference. What? You intend to leave here? Elder Zhang exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Xinjue from the small cabin behind the tavern. Indeed. To be precise, I plan to leave Xinjue City for some time to hone my skills, Xinjue replied, his expression filled with anticipation as he looked toward the dark horizon. That is a good idea. With your current strength, it is indeed time for some early training. However, be cautious. The Tianwu continent is rife with formidable foes, and you must temper that stubbornness of yours when you venture out, Elder Zhang advised with a smile after a moment of contemplation. Upon returning to the back mountain, Xinjue had shared details of his current strength with Elder Zhang, though he refrained from mentioning the encounter with the mysterious elder, believing it best for fewer people to be aware of such matters. Elder Zhang was overjoyed to learn that Xinjue had successfully advanced to the level of a high-level martial artist, pride glowed on his aged face, for he had watched Xinjue grow, regarding him as a grandson. This sentiment had motivated Elder Zhang to request permission from the instructors to accompany Xinjue when he was dispatched from the Xing family, as he could not shake the worry over the young man's well-being. Now, witnessing Xingjue's achievements filled him with immense joy. Rest assured, Elder Zhang, Xinjue grinned, turning to Elder Zhang with a toothy smile, radiating confidence. You rascal, Elder Zhang chuckled, shaking his head in exasperation. Elder Zhang, you've taken care of me all these years. Let me serve you for a change today, Xinjue said, moving behind Elder Zhang and placing his hands on the elder's shoulders to give him a massage. If Elder Zhang regarded Xinjue as his own grandson, then Xinjue reciprocated that sentiment. Considering Elder Zhang his grandfather, he had seen all that Elder Zhang had done for him over the years, and as he prepared to leave, he was particularly concerned about the elderly man before him. That night, Xinjue and Elder Zhang conversed for hours, until deep into the night when Elder Zhang finally succumbed to sleep. It's nearly time to go, Xinjue murmured softly as dawn's light began to illuminate the eastern sky. He turned to bow deeply to the slumbering Elder Zhang before quietly departing alone. Boy, you must persevere. As soon as Xinjue had left, Elder Zhang, who had been sleeping, arose and gazed out the window at the youth's retreating figure, whispering with a smile of satisfaction gracing his aged face. Yunzhong City is a medium-sized city within the Yufeng Empire, governed by 3 martial families. The TO obtained control over Yunzhong City. These families hold a grand conference every 3 years, where the new talents from each clan engage in friendly competition. The victorious family is then granted dominion over the city for the subsequent 3 years. This event has become the most significant gathering in Yunzhong City, commonly referred to as the Tri-Family Conference. Today marks the day of this grand assembly. This moment, an extraordinary throng of people congregated in Yunzhong City. Besides the local populace, many nobles from neighboring cities had also arrived. At the heart of the city lies a colossal arena known as the Martial Arts Hall, where the Tri-Family Conference is hosted. At the entrance of the hall, 10 burly men stood in a row, each a high-level martial artist. The invited nobles were required to present their golden invitations to these men for verification before gaining entry into the Grand Hall. Among the many individuals holding invitations, one youth caught the attention of the muscular guards. Dressed in plain attire and appearing quite youthful, he hardly seemed like a person of influence or power. However, upon closer inspection of the invitation he had brought, nothing seemed amiss, which left these burly men in a quandary. Hey, is there gold on this? One of them questioned, scrutinizing the invitation with exaggerated diligence. The large man hesitated to let him pass. The young man, with a piercing glare, impatiently retorted, And your name is? This was Xinjue. You are Xinjue? The man inquired skeptically. Is that even a question? Xinjue shot him a dismissive glance. All right, go on in, the man relented, albeit reluctantly, aware of the long queue behind Xinjue. Not one to dwell on their disdainful attitude, Xinjue strode directly into the martial arts hall, a stage he once dreamed of showcasing his talents. Yet upon his return, his heart was filled with a different sentiment. The seating in the audience was quite exquisite, with a table placed before each front row seat, adorned with a lavish array of fruits and delicacies. After casually selecting a seat slightly forward, Xinjue picked up a piece of fruit and began to munch on it. Oh, if it isn't Xinjue, who would have thought a servant like you would have the privilege to be here? As soon as he settled in, a familiar voice echoed beside him. Turning to see who it was, he recognized the speaker as Xing Feng, a mid-tier martial master, accompanied by 2 familiar faces, his brothers Xing Shan and Xing Shui, both early-stage martial masters, who had once trailed behind Xinjue like beggars, but now seemed to have found a new master in Xing Feng. I had no interest in this, but I don't know which fool sent me this invitation. Since I happened to pass by today, I thought I'd take a look, Xinjue remarked, fully aware that it was Xing Feng who had sent him the invitation, intentionally mocking him. Stop acting so high and mighty. Do you still think you're the genius of the past? Now you are merely a lowly servant. Watch your step, or I might just throw you out, Xing Shan retorted angrily, his patience wearing thin. Go ahead and try, Xinjue scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Xing Shan. Xing Shan was incensed by Xingjue's defiance, But at that moment, when their eyes met, a shiver ran down his spine, an instinctive sense of danger overwhelming him, rendering him unable to voice his thoughts. Xing Shan, you are one of the key nurtured talents of the Xing family. Why bother stooping to the level of this waste? Xing Feng interjected, seeking to undermine Xinjue. That's true. He is just a waste, Xing Shan chimed in, both laughing in mockery. Yet unfazed by their ignorance, Xinjue merely smiled faintly, continuing to enjoy his fruit without so much as a glance in their direction. His calm demeanor only served to infuriate Xing Feng and his companions further. Humph. Let us see how long you can keep up this facade. Soon enough, you'll understand just how vast the gap between us truly is, Xing Feng thought bitterly, turning away with Xing Shan and Xing Shui hastily following suit. Young man, do you know them? I hear they are the seed talents of the Xing family. A middle-aged man sitting next to Xinjue inquired, intrigued by Xinjue's apparent indifference toward Xing Feng and his entourage. Them? I don't know them. Hey, sir, could you pass me those bananas? Xinjue pointed toward the middle-aged man's table. The man, bemused by Xinjue's demeanor, dismissed him in silence, thinking to himself that this fellow was simply a glutton. Wondering how he had obtained an invitation, that moment, the audience in the martial arts hall erupted with excitement, as the previously idle nobles turned their attention toward the elevated seating area within the grand hall. 3 middle-aged men, dressed in splendid attire, ascended the platform, heads of the Xing, Zhao, and El families. Xing Tian, Zhao Shan, and El Ming, each a formidable mid-tier martial sovereign. Accompanying them was a mysterious elder clad in a blue robe. Exuding an air of superiority, to the astonishment of all, the 3 family heads displayed utmost deference to him, igniting a flurry of speculation about his extraordinary status, once the heads of the Xing family took their seats. The selected strongest new blood from each family stepped into their respective zones. This tournament would see each family present 10 new talents, competing in an elimination format, with the ultimate victor receiving substantial rewards and securing control of Yunzhong City for the next 3 years. In the Xing family's new blood zone, the recently provoked Xing Feng sat alongside his brothers, exuding arrogance as if victory were already assured. Humph, a bunch of ignorant fools, Xinjue remarked disdainfully, observing the new blood in the arena. To him, the only formidable competitors were Xing Feng and Zhao Zhen, both mid-tier martial masters, while the new blood from the El family appeared relatively weak, but in Xinjue's eyes, they were all beneath him. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, a young man seated in the back of the El family's area caught his attention, wearing a conical hat that obscured his face. Xinjue could not discern his features, yet he sensed that the young man's strength was formidable. Strangely, this individual exuded a familiar aura that he could not quite place. Could it be he has returned? After a moment of contemplation, Xinjue found a glimmer of clarity. If it truly is him, then this tournament has become quite intriguing, he mused, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he turned his gaze toward Xing Feng, filled with a sense of pity. Just as Xinjue began to piece together the identity of the mysterious young man in the hat, an elder gradually stepped onto the competition stage. As he ascended, the crowd began to quiet down. Though he was not from one of the 3 families, his reputation in Yunzhong City was unparalleled. He had presided over the tournament for many years. Thus, upon his arrival, the attendees recognized that the long-anticipated tri-family tournament was finally about to commence. Chapter 7. The Alluring Prizes. I hereby declare the tri-family tournament officially commenced. The elder's resounding voice reverberated throughout the hall, eliciting an even louder round of applause and cheers. The long-awaited triennial event had begun at last. The first item on the agenda is the prize showcase, the elder proclaimed from the center of the stage. As his words settled, 3 beautiful and alluring maids emerged from each of the 3 families, striding gracefully toward the center. However, rather than focusing on the seductive maids, the audience's attention was predominantly drawn to the trays they carried, each adorned with a lavish golden cover embroidered with dragons and phoenixes, a sure sign of the main prizes for the tournament. The Xing family's prize is a golden silkworm inner armor, crafted from precious silkworm silk. Not only is it comfortable to wear, but it also boasts astonishing defensive capabilities. Wearing this armor can protect even an ordinary martial artist from a powerful strike by a martial master, the elder announced. unveiling the leftmost tray to reveal a dazzling inner armor that radiated a blinding golden light. The golden silkworm inner armor, a treasured garment of the Xing family patriarch. I never expected he would part with it. It seems the Xing family is truly investing heavily in this tournament, Xinjue remarked, feeling a flicker of interest at the sight of the armor. Wow, what a stunning armor! Heavens, this is simply priceless. Compared to Xinjue's discerning eye, the audience below gazed at the armor as if it were a rare treasure, some even drooling in anticipation. Following the display of the Xing family's golden silkworm inner armor, the Zhao family's prize was revealed, a yellow-grade medicinal pill capable of healing severe injuries, while still a valuable item. It held little allure for Xinjue. However, he was eager to see what the L family, as the previous tournament's champions, would present. Finally, as the commotion from the Zhao family's prize began to subside, the elder approached the L family's tray. As he placed his hand on the cover, an intense silence fell upon the crowd. They could hear their own heartbeats. Yet, when the cover was lifted, a chorus of boos erupted, for beneath the fabric lay nothing more than an ordinary blue letter. Ahem, everyone, please calm down, the elder urged, hastily addressing the crowd. Indeed, upon the elder's request, silence gradually returned. One must not underestimate this seemingly ordinary letter. Perhaps, in some respects, its value surpasses that of the previous two treasures by a considerable margin, the elder remarked with a smile, stroking his beard and squinting his eyes, feigning an air of mystery. What could it possibly be? Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd's curiosity was piqued, and some impatient individuals began to press for answers. I wonder if you are familiar with the Wind Pavilion? The elder replied with a question rather than an answer. The Wind Pavilion? Who hasn't heard of it? The crowd responded with a chorus of hisses, as if the elder's inquiry had underestimated their intelligence. The Wind Pavilion stands as the most formidable force within the Wind Empire, powerful enough to be regarded as its very sovereign, as citizens of the Wind Empire. How could they be unaware of the Wind Pavilion? Haha, and this is the letter of admission to the Wind Pavilion, the elder proclaimed, lifting the blue letter high. What? The admission letter to the Wind Pavilion? Even the normally composed Xinjue could scarcely contain his excitement at the sight of the blue letter in the elder's hand. What is the Wind Pavilion? It is the place where every martial artist aspires to hone their skills. Not to mention the profound martial arts one could cultivate there, or the exceptional training one might receive. Simply becoming a disciple of the Wind Pavilion is an accomplishment worthy of immense pride within the Wind Empire. The admission letter to the Wind Pavilion is, without a doubt, a coveted prize among martial artists, far surpassing the value of the Xing family's golden silkworm armor and the Zhao family's mysterious stage precious Dan. Yet, what puzzled Xinjue was why the L family would not keep such a valuable item for themselves, but instead offer it as a reward. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that the L family must possess absolute confidence in their victory at this gathering, a display of their own might. Unsurprisingly, when the elder revealed the origin of the blue letter, the entire hall erupted in excitement as people began to discuss the L family's wealth and power. Upon hearing the chatter, the head of the L family wore a proud smile, as if he had achieved his objective. Everyone, please quiet down. Before we commence the second item of the gathering, I would like to introduce a distinguished guest, the elder announced. A distinguished guest. The audience erupted in murmurs, wondering what kind of guest warranted such a grand introduction. This esteemed guest is Elder Feng Chong, known as the Wind Master of the Wind Pavilion, the elder said, gesturing towards the blue-robed elder seated at the podium. After the introduction, the elder on the podium offered a slight smile to the audience below, though his face was marked by an air of arrogance, exuding an aura of superiority. What? An elder from the Wind Pavilion? An elder from the Wind Pavilion has come to our tri-family gathering. No wonder the heads of the three families treat him with such deference. It turns out he is an elder of the Wind Pavilion. Once again, the hall buzzed with excitement as all eyes turned toward the Wind Master on the podium, their gazes filled with admiration. For them, the Cloud City, though a notable locale, paled in comparison to the legendary Wind Pavilion. A revered entity almost godlike in their eyes. The mere presence of someone from the Wind Pavilion elevated the tri-family gathering to an extraordinary level. Now I understand why the L family would offer the admission letter as a prize. It must be that he has returned, Xinjue mused upon recognizing the elder's identity, redirecting his gaze toward the mysterious figure in the back of the L family's area. However, this time, he was certain of the young man's identity. Now we shall proceed to the second item of the gathering. The new blood competition, the elder declared, his voice echoing with pride after the audience had welcomed the Wind Master with fervor. Before the competition begins, let me outline the rules. 30 new participants will compete in pairs, with the victors advancing to the next round. Ultimately, the last victor will be crowned champion. However, should there be any unsatisfied new blood from the three families, they may challenge the champion, that if they can defeat the champion, they may take their place, the elder explained clearly. I hereby announce, the new blood competition begins now. With that proclamation, thunderous applause erupted once again, as the excitement of the tri-family gathering was finally set to unfold. Chapter 8. El Jean, as the elder's words faded, 30 new blood members from the Xing, Zhao, and El families entered the competition arena in an orderly fashion, drawing lots to determine their opponents. Once each participant received a token, they proceeded to their respective competition platforms, where the thrilling contest commenced. The new blood warriors unleashed furious strikes, thunderous kicks, ferocious punches, and earth-shattering palms, showcasing a variety of fierce martial techniques. Within mere rounds, injuries were sustained, leading some to withdraw from the competition. The battles on stage were nothing short of spectacular, and the spectators were captivated, their eyes glued to the unfolding clashes, excitement coursing through them. This was combat between martial artists, far beyond the ordinary realm for the onlookers. Boom! With a resounding crash, a new blood member from the Zhao family fell to the ground, struck down by none other than Xing Feng, a key figure from the Xing family who had previously provoked Xinjue. Alas, so weak. There's no challenge whatsoever, Xing Feng remarked disdainfully, observing the injured Zhao family member who lay on the ground. Fear etched on his face. He then turned his gaze to the audience, specifically to Xinjue. Initially, Xing Feng intended to flaunt his prowess, but upon seeing Xinjue, his anger flared, for at that moment, Xinjue was completely indifferent to their contest, soundly asleep at the table, clearly dismissing them, which only fueled Xing Feng's ire. Once the competition concludes, you shall taste the bitterness of defeat, Xing Feng thought to himself, having made a decision to teach Xinjue a lesson after the gathering. Unbeknownst to Xing Feng, Xinjue was lost in a beautiful dream, having spent the previous night conversing with Zhang Lao. And now he needed to recuperate his energy, fully aware that a fierce battle awaited him that day. As time slipped by, the competitions grew ever more thrilling. Except for Xinjue, every spectator was unable to contain their excitement, eagerly watching the central competition platform where the most exhilarating battles were set to unfold. This moment, only 2 new blood members remained in the grand hall, Xing Feng from the Xing family and Zhao Jun from the Zhao family, both of whom had attained the status of intermediate martial masters. Xing Feng, I never imagined my final opponent would be you. This tournament has been utterly dull, just as I anticipated, lacking any challenge, Zhao Jun declared arrogantly. Oh, did you foresee that today you would be defeated by me? Xing Feng retorted dismissively. Haha, quite the opposite. It is you who shall fall to my might, Zhao Jun exclaimed with a boisterous laugh. Upon hearing Zhao Jun's words, Xing Feng could no longer restrain himself and prepared to launch an attack, while Zhao Jun mirrored the stance, both warriors poised for an imminent clash. Just as the tension reached its peak, a haughty voice interrupted, causing both to pause. There is no need for the 2 clowns from the Xing and Zhao families to compete. Today, you shall both fall to my hands. As the voice echoed throughout the hall, it startled everyone present. The speaker was the mysterious youth, cloaked in a hat, who had been lurking in the corner of the L family's new blood area, that he now approached the competition platform. Clearly a member of the L family, yet not one of the new blood they had selected. His emergence left the crowd perplexed. Young friend, the competition is still ongoing. If you wish to issue a challenge, please wait until after it concludes, the elder presiding over the gathering interjected. Is there a rule against challenging 2 competitors in the final round simultaneously? The cloaked youth did not halt his advance at the elder's words, but instead posed a counter-question. Well, there is no such rule, the elder admitted, momentarily taken aback by the youth's inquiry before responding after a brief contemplation. Haha, challenging us both? What audacity! Zhao Jin, let us hold off our duel for now. I shall first teach this ignorant youth a lesson, Xing Feng declared. Irked by the cloaked youth's audacity. You possess quite the courage, my friend. Might I inquire your name? Zhao Jun, in contrast to Xing Feng's arrogance, displayed a more rational demeanor. Meanwhile, the cloaked youth had reached the competition platform. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, he slowly removed the conical hat from his head. Upon revealing his true identity, both newcomers on the stage, Zhao Jun and Xing Feng, felt a jolt in their hearts, their previously proud expressions transforming into astonishment. I am El Zhan, the new blood of the El family, the boy beneath the hat declared with a peculiar smile. Indeed, it is you, Xinjue remarked with eager anticipation, contrasting Zhao Jun and Xing Feng's palpable tension. Just as Xinjue had surmised, this boy was none other than El Zhan, who had departed from the El family many years ago. El Zhan, the strongest new blood of the El family, was naturally combative and had faced Xinjue multiple times in the past, with no clear victor. At the age of 13, he had been sent to the Yufeng Pavilion for advanced training. And now, the figure who had once instilled fear in the new blood of the three families had returned. Why you? It's really you, Xing Feng stammered in shock as he gazed at El Zhan. At that moment, fear filled his heart. 3 years prior, El Zhan had already been formidable, and now, after 3 years of cultivation at the Yufeng Pavilion, one could only dread to imagine his current prowess. Heh. To think that the strongest new blood of the Xing family would be you. What of Xinjue? El Zhan inquired, seemingly indifferent to Xing Feng's trepidation. That waste has already been expelled from the Xing family, Xing Feng replied, his previously proud demeanor wavering slightly. Oh, what a pity, El Zhan remarked, a hint of disappointment lacing his tone. Now, let us not waste time. You two should attack together. Upon hearing that Xinjue had left the Xing family, El Zhan appeared somewhat disheartened that El Zhan and Xinjue had once been the strongest new blood of their respective families and had faced each other numerous times without a decisive outcome. Thus, in El Zhan's mind, Xinjue was the only one among the three families worthy of a battle against him. You, Xing Feng began to retort, but El Zhan's fierce gaze rendered him speechless. Xing Feng, we are unaware of this fellow's current strength, but one thing is certain. He is undoubtedly above us at this moment. Let us cast aside our pride and join forces against him, that I truly do not believe that with our combined strength we would be defeated, Zhao Jin urged Xing Feng. I said, do not waste time. Unleash whatever techniques you possess, El Zhan said, becoming increasingly impatient. El Zhan, you truly underestimate us. Since you are so arrogant, let us indulge you today, Xing Feng replied. Though aware of his own pride, he was not foolish. He recognized the truth in Zhao Jin's words that as he entered an attacking stance, a torrent of formidable energy emanated from his being, indicating that he intended to reveal his trump card, and Zhao Jin seemed poised to do the same. High-level yellow-grade martial technique, wind god leg. High-level yellow-grade martial technique, cloud pushing palm. With 2 thunderous shouts, a leg and a palm, imbued with visible martial energy, surged towards El Zhan. Yet, in the face of the full-force assault from Xing Feng and Zhao Jin, El Zhan remained unmoved, a look of disdain plastered across his face. It was only as their attacks drew near that El Zhan slowly raised his right fist and proclaimed, break. Boom! With a resounding crash, a palm, a fist, and a leg collided, sending forth waves of powerful ripples. However, as the ripples began to recede, an astonishing moment unfolded. Zhao Jun and Xing Feng lay sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, both gazing incredulously at El Zhan, who had not employed any martial technique. A mere casual punch had effortlessly shattered their combined might and injured them in the process. The disparity was staggering. Are you a martial sovereign? Xing Feng could no longer contain his disbelief. Just a high-level martial master, El Zhan replied with a faint smile, utterly unconcerned. How could one be merely a high-level martial master? At that moment, The instructor from the Xing family, standing behind the family head, exclaimed in disbelief as a high-level martial master himself. He knew it was impossible to casually disperse the full-force strike of Xing Feng and Zhao Jun. Initially, he had suspected Eljan had reached the level of martial sovereign, but upon hearing Eljan's words, he was utterly shocked. Was this truly the difference in innate talent between individuals? Do you two concede, or shall you attempt once more? Eljan asked, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he regarded the astonished Zhao Jun and Xing Feng. Brother El, your strength is indeed formidable. Zhao Jun concede. Xing Feng, what about you? Zhao Jun, who had previously been so proud, now sighed helplessly at Xing Feng. I concede, Xing Feng replied succinctly. Haha, in that case Eljan, shall claim this championship. Eljan laughed, his voice brimming with arrogance. Without casting another glance at Xing Feng and Zhao Jun, he turned and strode towards the prize podium. These prizes are now mine? Eljan asked the elder presiding over the awards. Master El, you are indeed the champion of this tournament, but if no one else challenges you, then these prizes are rightfully yours, the elder replied. Oh, is there anyone among the three families willing to take the stage and fight me? Upon hearing the elder's words, Eljan surveyed the new blood from the three families, his gaze exuding a fearsome dominance, causing them to avert their eyes in trepidation, lowering their heads to escape his piercing stare. In that case, I shall claim these prizes, Eljan said with a smile as he reached for the three awards, only to be interrupted by a clear voice that rang through the assembly. Wait! As Eljan prepared to take the prizes, he turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, searching for the challenger among the new blood. Almost everyone in the hall followed suit, intrigued to discover who dared to confront this harbinger of doom. No need to look. I am here, the voice resounded once more. But to everyone's surprise, it originated not from the new bloods area, but from the audience section. As they focused their attention, they beheld a handsome young man clad in black, slowly making his way from the audience towards the arena. Chapter 9. Fierce Confrontation. Xinjue. As the black-clad youth walked steadily towards the stage, someone finally recognized him and shouted, Xinjue, it truly is Xinjue. Wasn't he demoted to a servant in the Xing family? How dare a mere servant challenge Eljan? He must be desperate for fame. Upon hearing the shout, not only the members of the Xing family, but also those from the Zhao and El families recognized Xinjue. They had all heard of his situation, and a chorus of derisive laughter erupted. Especially Xing Feng and his companions, who regarded Xinjue with mocking expressions, secretly wondering if he had lost his mind. Yet Xinjue paid no heed to their scorn, continuing to stride confidently towards the stage, a self-assured smile gracing his youthful features. Xinjue, are you courting death? Just as he was about to ascend the competition platform, a robust figure suddenly blocked his path. This figure was none other than the instructor of the Xing family. Instructor, Xinjue said, somewhat taken aback by the imposing man before him. Xinjue, retreat at once. This is not a place for you, the instructor commanded. Instructor, I ask but one question. Am I still a member of the Xing family? Xinjue replied with a smile. Looking at the familiar figure, the instructor was indeed trying to protect him, unaware that Xinjue had long since shed his former identity as a waste. Of course, the instructor responded without hesitation. As a member of the Xing family, what is wrong with striving to bring glory to our clan? Xinjue pressed further. That is true, but Xinjue, you must understand who stands on that platform. He is someone who can withstand the combined might of Xing Feng and Zhao Jun without breaking a sweat. I know you are discontented with your demotion to servant, but you must exercise caution. Eljan is not someone you can handle. To confront him at your current strength would be akin to seeking your own demise. Do you understand? The instructor admonished sternly. Despite his position, he held a certain regard for Xinjue, and while Xinjue had been demoted, the instructor had still assigned him a significant role, and his words were truly for Xinjue's benefit. What must I do for you to let me pass? Xinjue inquired once more. Unless you can defeat me, the instructor stated after a moment of deliberation. This. Upon hearing the instructor's words, Xinjue hesitated, setting aside the fact that he could not bring himself to strike the instructor. Even if they were to spar, the instructor's high-level martial master strength would undoubtedly exhaust him. leaving him vulnerable against Eljan. For a moment, he found himself at a loss. Chairman, does the new blood not have the right to challenge, despite the instructor's obstruction? At that moment, Eljan addressed the elder at the podium. The decision to challenge lies with the new blood. Indeed, no one can impede them. Instructor of the Xing family, step aside, the elder commanded. Chairman, it is not my intention to obstruct. It is simply that this Xinjue is no longer among the new blood of the Xing family. He is merely a servant now, the instructor replied hastily. What? A mere servant? Upon hearing the instructor's words, the audience in the arena suddenly came to a realization. It turned out that this young man was not the fresh blood of the Xing family, but merely a household servant. The TO think that a mere servant could challenge a member of the L family, while being incapable of standing up to even the new blood of their own family, was utterly laughable. Consequently, mocking voices erupted throughout the stands. What a joke! If the new blood can challenge, why can't a servant? Eljan exclaimed once more. In that moment, the elder was at a loss for words. Indeed, there were rules in the tournament that allowed the new blood to challenge the champion, yet there was no explicit mention that household servants could not challenge either. Thus, the elder cast his gaze towards the seating area of the three family heads. This young friend possesses remarkable courage. I am eager to see how many moves he can withstand against my disciple, spoke the elder of the Yufeng Pavilion. Feng Jizi, who had remained silent until that moment. What? Disciple. The revelation that Eljan was indeed the disciple of the elder left nearly everyone in attendance dumbfounded. So Eljan is a disciple of the Yufeng Pavilion elder. No wonder his strength is so formidable, remarked Xingfeng in astonishment. Though amidst his shock, he turned his gaze toward Xinjue, curious to see how he would decide. Thank you for your support, elder, Xinjue said with a respectful nod and a smile directed at the elder on the stage. Xinjue, do not overestimate yourself, the instructor, feeling helpless, cautioned him after the elder had spoken. He understood Xinjue's temperament well. It had been the same before, and now it had only intensified. Rest assured, instructor, Xinjue replied with a slight smile, saying no more as he strode confidently towards the stage. Xinjue, it has been a long time. Eljan greeted him with a rare expression of anticipation as Xinjue approached. Eljan, today I shall claim the championship, Xinjue declared confidently as he reached the stage. Oh, very well. Let me see if you possess the qualifications. Eljan laughed heartily, and in an instant his form shifted like a frenzied tiger. Raising his right fist to unleash a fierce blow towards Xinjue in the face of Eljan's onslaught, Xinjue did not flinch. Instead, he stood firm, awaiting Eljan's arrival, when Eljan was nearly upon him. Xinjue suddenly raised his right fist and struck back with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, their fists collided like hammers, sending terrifying ripples emanating from the point of impact, while Xinjue's high-level martial prowess was fully unleashed. A high-level martial artist? How is this possible? The spectators were astounded as they witnessed Xinjue effortlessly counter Eljan's punch. They could hardly believe that a mere servant of the Xing family possessed such overwhelming strength. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Unlike the others, Xingfeng could scarcely accept the reality before him. He simply refused to believe that the waste who had been incapable of retaliating under his hand a year ago had, in such a short span, surpassed him to become a high-level martial artist. Not only Xingfeng, but even the head of the Xing family and the instructor looked on in disbelief at Xinjue. After a moment, a smile finally broke on the instructor's face. It was then that he understood why Xinjue had dared to challenge Eljan. Well done. You truly are worthy of being recognized as my opponent, Eljan exclaimed, laughter and excitement filling his eyes. Although Eljan was a high-level martial artist, his strength far exceeded that of others at the same rank, and the fact that Xinjue could stand toe-to-toe with him exhilarated his naturally combative spirit. Eljan, do not hold back. Unleash your full power, Xinjue urged with a smile, having discerned that Eljan had yet to reveal his true strength and was merely testing him. Very well. Today I shall fight you with all my might, Eljan replied, and as he spoke, a wave of overwhelming energy began to emanate from him, steadily rising, soon approaching the boundaries of martial mastery. This fellow is indeed formidable, Xinjue thought, becoming increasingly cautious as he sensed that Eljan's power was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, Eljan lunged forward again, raising his right fist to strike at Xinjue with incredible speed, so swift that the untrained eye could scarcely follow. This time, Xinjue did not stand idle. He too surged toward Eljan. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists met, feet collided, with no defenses in place, only the most primal of assaults. As their exchanges intensified, waves of terrifying energy radiated from the stage, causing cracks to appear in the diamond-like surface of the arena. Truly impressive. The audience below marveled at the wild clash between the two, exclaiming in awe. This was indeed the final showdown, showcasing true strength. Not only the onlookers, but even the new blood from various families were filled with admiration, realizing that they would not last a single round against these two. With another thunderous sound, the two warriors clashed once more, both staggering back from the overwhelming force. Haha, what a thrill! Eljan laughed heartily as he regained his footing after retreating several steps. Likewise, Xinjue replied with a grin, equally exhilarated. Xinjue, you are indeed strong. However, I now wish to see how you withstand this next move, Eljan declared, steadying himself as he clenched his right fist. A surge of pale, golden martial energy began to flow into his fist, forming a tangible brilliance while a wave of terrifying aura spread forth. Such a powerful martial technique, the instructor from the Xing family exclaimed in astonishment. This is at least an elementary-level martial technique. My family has never possessed such prowess. It seems Xinjue's prospects are grim. The head of the Xing family, Xing Tian, lamented from the sidelines that he had long been aware that Eljan and his master had arrived at the El family, and thus had little hope for the tournament. Yet, upon Xinjue's emergence, a glimmer of hope had appeared, which was now extinguished by Eljan's display of such formidable skill. Upon hearing the conversation between the head of the Xing family and the instructor, not only the head of the El family, but even the elder of the Yufeng pavilion wore a smug smile. Eljan was his disciple, and he knew all too well the extent of Eljan's strength. However, the fact that Xinjue could compete with Eljan on equal footing was a pleasant surprise. Yet, the martial technique Eljan was now employing was a unique skill of the Yufeng pavilion, an elementary-level technique that he was confident no one else possessed in such a setting. Upon witnessing Eljan unveil his ultimate technique, Xinjue let out a cold snort and slowly raised his right hand. As he did so, an equal surge of pale, golden martial energy began to flow into his own hand. With the influx of power, a dazzling golden radiance began to coalesce around Xinjue's right hand, while a powerful and fearsome aura radiated outward. An elementary-level martial technique. How is this possible? Xing Feng was incredulous as he beheld Xinjue unleashing a martial skill that rivaled Eljan's. The wind-devouring palm? In contrast to the astonishment of others, the elder Feng Jizi of the Yufeng pavilion could hardly contain his disbelief as he recognized the technique Xinjue was employing, showing a familiarity with it. Chapter 10. Feng Jizi Elementary Level Martial Technique. Overlord Fist. Elementary Level Martial Technique. Wind-devouring palm. As both warriors shouted their declarations, their radiant hands and formidable fists clashed in a dazzling display of power. Such beautiful martial techniques. The audience gasped in admiration, captivated by the splendor of the skills on display. Even the spectators from the three families beheld this spectacle for the first time. With a screeching sound, the luminous palm prints met the massive glowing fist, producing neither the expected thunderous roar nor powerful ripples, but rather a series of piercing friction sounds as they appeared to resist one another. Observing this, both Xinjue and Eljan poured their martial energy into their respective techniques, and as they did, the pale, golden glow of their attacks intensified. Impressive, my disciple truly is remarkable, the elder of the Yufeng pavilion declared amidst the standoff, a fierce expression crossing his proud visage. What, Elder Feng? Are you saying that the technique Xinjue is using belongs to the Yufeng pavilion? The instructor of the Xing family inquired with concern upon hearing the elder's words. Indeed, this is the wind-devouring palm, a secret technique of my Yufeng pavilion, Elder Feng replied, his face filled with anger. How unfortunate. The instructor silently lamented upon hearing Elder Feng's words. The martial arts of the Yufeng Pavilion are never divulged to outsiders. Should anyone dare to practice the techniques of the Yufeng Pavilion and be discovered, they would face severe repercussions, ranging from the annulment of their skills to the complete obliteration of their martial power. Thus, when the instructor heard Elder Feng's words, he instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. Chirp, 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 chirp. The harsh sound of friction echoed ceaselessly as Xinjue and Eljan had been locked in a stalemate for several minutes. Although the dazzling clash of light provided a visual feast for the spectators, it was an immense burden for both Xinjue and Eljan, for behind that radiant glow lay the ever-depleting essence of their martial force. At this moment, Xinjue was drenched in sweat, yet he managed to hold on, supported by his foundational techniques at the initial level of the Xian stage. In stark contrast, Eljan's condition was far more dire. He was not only sweating profusely, but also trembling, suggesting he could withstand no more than a minute. Chirp, 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 chirp. As anticipated, the intense sounds of friction began to signal a shift in the stalemate. The once static palm imprint and colossal fist began to transform. The luminous palm imprint started to press relentlessly against the giant fist. Although the speed was not particularly swift, if this continued for just half a moment longer, the palm imprint would completely erode the giant fist and strike Eljan. What can we do? Elder Feng, the head of the El family, El Bu, could no longer contain his anxiety as he observed Eljan gradually losing ground. Eljan was the most talented newcomer of the El family and was currently regarded as a key disciple by the elder of the Yufeng Pavilion. If anything were to befall Eljan, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to their family's influence. This boy possesses quite the prowess. It seems his cultivation technique is not to be underestimated. Do not fret. When the moment is critical, I shall intervene, Elder Feng remarked with a cold snort. Elder Feng, isn't this rather inappropriate? The head of the Xing family expressed his unease upon hearing that Elder Feng intended to take action. Your Xing family cannot distance itself from this matter. This boy has engaged in the illicit practice of our untransmittable techniques. Once I have dealt with him, I will come to settle accounts with you, Elder Feng retorted furiously. But Xinjue was expelled from the Xing family a year ago. His act of stealing the martial arts of the Yufeng Pavilion has no bearing on my family. The head of the Xing family hastily defended himself upon hearing Elder Feng's accusations. Elder Feng merely scoffed at the head of the Xing family and turned his gaze back to the arena. Eljan, will you concede? At this moment, Eljan was utterly suppressed. Xinjue, fully aware of the power of the wind-devouring palm, did not genuinely wish to harm Eljan. Thus he inquired. Concede? The term does not exist in Eljan's vocabulary. Eljan replied defiantly, unwilling to yield despite his dire circumstances. Sighing in resignation, Xinjue acknowledged Eljan's tenacity, that he had known Eljan for a long time. Despite their antagonistic roles, Xinjue found himself admiring Eljan's competitive spirit. Very well. Then I must offend you, Xinjue declared suddenly. As he spoke, a powerful surge of martial energy began to pour into the luminous palm imprint, which then advanced rapidly towards Eljan. Boom! Just as the luminous palm imprint was about to strike Eljan, an unexpected sound startled everyone. For at that moment, Xinjue, who had previously held the upper hand, collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Standing where he had just been was an elder clad in blue robes. Elder Feng. Master, you. Eljan voiced his confusion at seeing his master intervene unexpectedly. Silence. Elder Feng did not grant Eljan the opportunity to speak, silencing him with merely a glance that left Eljan swallowing his words. At this moment, not only Eljan, but also the audience below were taken aback. Who was this Elder Feng, a formidable elder of the Yufeng Pavilion? Why had he chosen to strike against Xinjue? Was it to save his disciple? Yet, was it truly necessary to resort to violence? Damn it, why did you injure me? Xinjue wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and exclaimed furiously. He had been in a position of strength, yet Elder Feng's sudden attack had grievously wounded him, and if he had attacked openly, Xinjue would have accepted it, but the fact that it was a sneak attack ignited his rage. Brash boy, do not be obstinate. I shall ask you once. Who taught you the wind-devouring palm? If you do not clarify this matter today, do not expect to leave here alive, Elder Feng bellowed angrily. Head, what should we do? Xinjue is still one of our family members. Are we to stand idly by? The instructor, sensing the dire situation, hurriedly spoke to the head of the Xing family. Xing Tian, what can we do? Setting aside the fact that Elder Feng is affiliated with the formidable Yufeng Pavilion, his strength as a high-level martial sovereign is beyond my capability to confront. Xingjue's act of stealing their untransmittable techniques is merely his own misfortune, Xing Tian replied, equally helpless. Haha, do you wish to know who my master is? Is his name one you are worthy to know? Initially puzzled by Elder Feng's sudden aggression, Xinjue suddenly grasped the situation, that it was highly likely that Elder Feng's fury stemmed from the wind-devouring palm he had learned. From Elder Feng's demeanor, it seemed he harbored a deep-seated grudge against the elder who had imparted that technique to him. Regardless of whether Xinjue knew the identity of that elder, he would never disclose it to Elder Feng. After all, without that elder, he would not be where he was today, a debt of gratitude Xinjue would forever remember. Thus, even in death, he would never betray a single word about that elder. Very well, very well. You dare speak insolently before me. Elder Feng suddenly erupted in laughter, a sinister expression crossing his face. Then prepare to die, Elder Feng roared, raising his hand to unleash a terrifying force that surged toward Xinjue. Caught unprepared, Xinjue realized he could not evade this onslaught in that moment. He finally understood the taste of death. In truth, even having learned the martial arts of the Yufeng Pavilion would not warrant death. However, Elder Feng was a man obsessed with pride, setting aside the fact that Xinjue had defeated his disciple. The intensity of Xinjue's words had deeply provoked him, prompting this ruthless response as the lethal strike approached. Xinjue slowly closed his eyes, unwilling to witness the filthy visage of Elder Feng in his final moments. Poof! But just as the force was about to strike Xinjue, it mysteriously dissipated less than a meter in front of him. Everyone present was left dumbfounded at this astonishing spectacle. The crowd remained immersed in shock. An ancient voice filled the grand hall. The old man's disciple is not one you can kill at will. This voice, heavy with an aura of terror, reverberated throughout the hall. The moment the voice resounded, it sent shivers down the spines of the audience, and even Elder Feng, who had been so arrogant moments before, felt a tremor of fear in his heart, that he realized that someone he could not provoke was about to appear. May I inquire which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence? Please reveal yourself, Elder Feng, who had previously been so haughty, suddenly spoke with utmost respect. Witnessing Elder Feng's sudden deference left the crowd in disbelief. Clearly, the individual who commanded such respect must be someone far superior. Foolish young ones! Do you think you are worthy of my appearance? Begone! The respectful words of Elder Feng were met with a furious rebuke. Bang! Following the shout, an unexpected sound echoed, and Elder Feng unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood. Collapsing weakly to the ground, the crowd witnessed this scene. Their jaws dropped in astonishment, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Heavens! To be able to injure a high-level martial sovereign without appearing in person. What kind of power is this? Someone exclaimed, gazing at the injured Elder Feng. Meanwhile, the once gloating Xing Feng, who had relished Xingjue's predicament, now regarded him with a complex expression. He vividly recalled the mysterious figure's words identifying Xinjue as their disciple. The very person he had despised was backed by such a formidable master, a reality that filled him with a jealousy he could scarcely bear. Elder, I am a member of the Yufeng Pavilion's outer sect. Is it not unwise to injure me so grievously? Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Elder Feng hastily spoke, fully aware of the disparity in strength between himself and this mysterious figure. The ability to inflict injury without revealing oneself indicated mastery over spatial powers, suggesting that this individual was at least a martial god. In the Yufeng Pavilion, a martial god was an exceptionally formidable presence at this moment. Elder Feng could never have imagined that the seemingly inconspicuous Xinjue had such a powerful figure as his backing. He realized he had gotten himself into serious trouble and could only hastily invoke the name of the Yufeng Pavilion for protection. Yufeng Pavilion, Yufeng Pavilion. The mysterious elder laughed heartily in response to Elder Feng's words, causing Elder Feng to panic even further. Such words are spoken only by the likes of Qing Emotion. Yet here stands a mere outer elder daring to utter such absurdities to me. It is nothing short of a farce. The elder roared once more, his voice laced with disdain. I am but a junior who recognizes not the great mountains. I beseech your forgiveness, esteemed elder, Feng Jizi stammered, his heart sinking at the mention of Qing Emotion. For he realized he had indeed offended a formidable figure. Who is Qing Emotion? The lord of the Yufeng Pavilion, a name that, when uttered, signifies an extraordinary power that I in that moment. Feng Jizi cast aside all pride and hastily knelt, repeatedly bowing his head in apology. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were rendered utterly speechless. To see an esteemed elder of the Yufeng Pavilion bowing in contrition signifies nothing less than the presence of an intimidating individual, one whose mere words could instill profound fear in an elder of the pavilion. You are worthless. The Yufeng Pavilion is shamed by your existence, the elder's voice thundered once again, showing no mercy towards Feng Jizi. Yet the most astonishing event unfolded in the next instant, as the figure of Xinjue, who had been seated on the ground, began to blur and then vanished in an instant. Despite Feng Jizi's incessant apologies, the elder's voice did not resound again. Teleportation with another. Master, what kind of power is this? After a brief moment, the instructor from the Xing family inquired, his face awash with astonishment. I know not, but I am aware that the power of space can only be wielded by martial gods. Thus, this must be someone beyond that realm. Xing Tian responded, equally astounded. Beyond martial gods? Could it be? At the mention of Xing Tian's words, the instructor felt a jolt of apprehension, as he dared not speculate further on the strength of Xinjue's mysterious master. Thus, Xinjue was taken away, leaving behind a tumult of discussions among the crowd, utter disbelief, incredulity, and a lingering sense of wonder. Meanwhile, in a desolate area outside Yunzhong City, two figures materialized like phantoms. That it was none other than Xinjue and the enigmatic elder who had once assisted him. Young one, consume this pill, the elder said, tossing a pill to Xinjue with a smile. Thank you, master. Xinjue replied eagerly, catching the pill with glee. Pa, who is your master? The elder retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Xinjue, his tone icy. Of course, it is you. Just moments ago in the hall, you proclaimed yourself my master. By the way, master, you are truly majestic, simply stunning, Xinjue said, shamelessly flattering the elder. Though their previous encounter had been brief, Xinjue had sensed the elder's unfathomable strength. Never did he anticipate such overwhelming power, and encountering such a formidable being, he was unwilling to miss the chance of apprenticeship. You insolent brat. I merely granted you face. You shan't cling to me, will you? The elder said, glancing at Xinjue with mild annoyance. I wouldn't dare. However, my ascension to martial master is indeed due to your grace. And my martial techniques and methods were taught by you. That if you deny being my master, then I would be left as a forsaken wild child, Xinjue lamented, feigning a pitiful expression. All right, enough of the pretense. I suppose I am unfortunate enough to acknowledge you as my disciple, the mysterious elder conceded after a moment of contemplation. Albeit with evident reluctance, that in truth, the elder was quite pleased with Xinjue. Otherwise, he would not have aided him back then, and seeing Xinjue disregard his own safety to conceal his identity only enhanced the elder's fondness for him. Disciple pays respects to master, Xinjue exclaimed, hastily kneeling before the elder in reverence, having successfully claimed his apprenticeship. Ha ha, you clever boy, yet there is something I must caution you about, the elder suddenly said, a cunning glint appearing on his face. Ah, what is it? Master won't abandon your disciple, will you? Xinjue asked, a sense of unease creeping over him. Ha ha, my dear pupil, how can I adequately praise your cleverness? The elder replied with a hearty laugh. Puffed. Xinjue nearly choked on his own blood at the thought of such an irresponsible master. Ha ha, I have roamed the continent for years, accustomed to solitude. Hence, this is precisely why I have never taken a disciple until now, the elder explained, amusement dancing in his eyes at Xinjue's reaction. Heh heh. In that case, I shall not let this master escape easily. However, as I embark on my journey alone, I trust master would be concerned for me. Perhaps you could bestow upon me a few protective talismans to ease your worries. Xinjue suggested with a smile, his mind racing. Ah, my clever disciple, I truly travel alone across the continent and possess little in the way of talismans. The few valuable items I had were all given to you in one breath, the elder replied slyly. Then, Master, please take me back to the hall of Yunzhong City, so I may collect the entry letter for the Yufeng Pavilion, Xinjue proposed after some thought, realizing that if this mysterious elder could not accompany him in his training, then the Yufeng Pavilion would be a commendable alternative. Pa, do you think an entry letter for the outer pavilion is worthy of my effort? The elder scoffed at the mention of the letter. Upon hearing this, Xinjue fell silent, realizing that the elder bore some disdain for the Yufeng Pavilion. The Yufeng Pavilion has no entry letter for the outer pavilion. Would you like the one for the inner pavilion? Just as Xinjue was feeling rather disheartened, the elder's voice resonated once more that a violet letter was then presented before Xinjue, and upon seeing it, his previously disappointed expression transformed into one of sheer excitement. Yes, 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 Xinjue shouted without hesitation, snatching the violet letter from the elder's hand, his mouth watering as he gazed at it. Heavens, is this truly the entry letter for the inner pavilion? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder as he examined the violet letter. Akin to a beggar stumbling upon a gold ingot, the Yufeng Pavilion is divided into the main pavilion, inner pavilion, and outer pavilion. The individual who had injured Xinjue, Feng Jizi, was merely an elder of the outer pavilion, while El Zhan was also an outer disciple. However, when outer disciples reach a certain level, they can participate in the assessments for the inner pavilion. Upon passing, they become inner disciples, enjoying a vastly superior cultivation experience. The stringent requirements for entering the inner pavilion render its entry letters invaluable treasures, and if an entry letter for the outer pavilion is so precious, it is evident how extraordinary the inner pavilion's letter must be. Hence, Xinjue's exhilaration was entirely understandable. Is it necessary to state the obvious? Do you think I would present you with a counterfeit? The mysterious elder replied, somewhat displeased. Heh, I wouldn't dare, given Master S status. What is an entry letter for the inner pavilion? Perhaps even a letter for the main pavilion could be within reach, Xinjue flattered, as if he were intimately familiar with the elder's status. Pa, you think too simplistically. Do you believe entry into the main pavilion is as simple as just walking in? To enter the main pavilion, you must first reach the level of martial sovereign, the elder retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Xinjue. Martial sovereign? Even ordinary disciples must attain the level of martial sovereign to enter the main pavilion. Truly, the Yufeng Pavilion's core strength is formidable indeed, Xinjue mused, marveling at the power of the Yufeng Pavilion. What level of strength is martial sovereign? Among the most powerful families in Yunzhong City, only 3 can claim such status, and even they are merely mid-tier martial sovereigns. A martial sovereign is akin to a master of a generation, a figure of great significance. Even within the entire Yufeng Empire, they are exceedingly powerful. Enough of this sentimentality, young one. The continent is vast, filled with many strong individuals. Do not be misled by the Yufeng Pavilion's apparent dominance in the Yufeng Empire. In the grand scheme of the continent, it is but a medium-sized power, the elder chuckled, observing Xinjue's expression as if he were a frog at the bottom of a well. Medium-sized power? Ha. Xinjue could only manage a bitter smile at the elder's words, for his dream was to become a top figure on this continent. Yet it seemed the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. All right, my boy, with your talent, entering the main pavilion should not be difficult. However, before that, diligent cultivation is paramount, that I have matters to attend to and will not linger in the future. I shall visit the Yufeng Pavilion to see how you fare, the elder declared, and with that his form blurred and vanished from sight. Master, at least leave a name before you go, Xinjue called out helplessly to the sky, realizing that his master had departed without a trace. Given the elder's extraordinary power, he was undoubtedly a top figure in the entire Yufeng Empire, that if Xinjue could leverage his master's name, Perhaps he could secure some special privileges within the Yufeng Pavilion. Feng Lao, a voice echoed from the sky, resonating for a long while. Feng Lao? What does that even mean? Xinjue nearly spat blood at the elder's dismissal. Fully aware that his master had simply brushed him off, who would know of such a figure as Feng Lao? However, the sky no longer echoed with the voice of his master. Xinjue understood that his mentor had departed. Sigh. It seems I must rely on myself, he murmured, tucking the violet letter into his bosom, but he then patted his chest and smiled. Turning, he made his way towards the way station of Wenzong City. For the journey from Wenzong City to Yfeng Pavilion was exceedingly long, and Xinjue had no desire to traverse it on foot. That 100 miles from the territory of Yfeng Pavilion lay a mountain range, renowned for its treacherous terrain and the multitude of perilous magical beasts that lurked within, earning it the ominous title of the Death Mountains. This daunting range served as an essential route to Yfeng Pavilion. On the outskirts of the Death Mountains stood a small town named Xinjue, bustling with numerous merchant caravans and mercenary groups, for those lacking extraordinary strength, yet wishing to brave the mountains. This town was the optimal choice, as the mercenaries there could escort them safely through. However, one must possess wealth to secure such protection. Wow, what a lively scene, exclaimed a youth clad in black as he disembarked from a carriage. His excitement palpable. This was Xinjue, who, after months of relentless travel, had finally arrived here. There are so many experts, he thought, extending his spiritual senses and marveling at the presence of martial artists scattered throughout the seemingly modest town. Undoubtedly members of the local mercenary guild. Aware of the dangers posed by the Death Mountains and feeling distinctly unfamiliar with the area, Xinjue had early on resolved to hire a small team of mercenaries to guide him. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he inquired about mercenaries at the guild. What? No mercenaries available. Xinjue gasped, astonished. I apologize, but a peculiar incident has recently transpired in the mountains. Many who entered have not returned, leading most independent mercenaries to shy away from venturing inside. The more reputable mercenary groups have also been hired out and will likely not return for several days. Perhaps it would be best to wait, the staff member explained. No wonder there are so many people in town. Now I understand, Xinjue mused, reluctantly departing the guild. Just as he was about to seek a place to stay, a commotion caught his attention, but he noticed a crowd gathered 100 meters away, seemingly embroiled in some conflict. Driven by curiosity, he decided to investigate. Damn it, it was merely a spar. Why strike so hard? A middle-aged man exclaimed, cradling an injured companion in his arms, his voice laced with anger. Both men appeared to be low-tier martial artists. You lack the strength to join us. Best be on your way. A robust man with a bushy beard and an intimidating demeanor declared from among a group of 10 men. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes betrayed a flicker of fear, prompting him to retreat from the crowd, clutching his injured friend. An advanced martial artist. What formidable strength! Xinjue noted, recognizing the formidable presence of the bearded man. His attention was soon drawn to a sign among the 10 men that read, "Seeking skilled mercenaries. No riffraff allowed." A thrill of excitement surged within him as he thought, indeed, there is always a way out. Excuse me. Sir, what are they doing? Xinjue inquired of an older gentleman beside him. Oh, that bearded fellow is the renowned leader of the Tianlong mercenary group. Recently, his brother led their entire team to escort a merchant caravan into the Death Mountains, but has yet to return. Thus, he is organizing a band of formidable independent mercenaries to search for them, the older man explained. I've heard the Death Mountains are perilous. Those willing to follow him must be promised substantial rewards, Xinjue remarked, curious about what could entice such experts to risk their lives. It is said that anyone who survives the journey will receive a golden silkworm inner armor, an item of exceptional defensive quality, an invaluable treasure for mercenaries who regularly traverse the Death Mountains, the older man continued. Ah, Xinjue acknowledged, impressed by the depth of the mercenary group's resources. The golden silkworm inner armor was a precious rarity within the Xing family, with only one existing. The fact that this mercenary group could offer multiple pieces spoke volumes about their strength. It seems the Tianlong leader believes no one else can pass the assessment. Perhaps we should take our leave, a lanky man among the 10 suggested. Very well. The bearded leader agreed after surveying the surroundings. Wait, I wish to participate. Xinjue suddenly interjected as the group prepared to depart. The seemingly insignificant youth stepped into their midst. Little boy, you want to join? Do you even know what we're doing? The lanky man scoffed, eyeing Xinjue with disdain. Is that not allowed? Xinjue shot back, unimpressed. Oh, it's fine if you can last 10 rounds against me. I'll consider you qualified, the lanky man retorted. And if I manage to defeat you in a single round, I will withdraw from the assessment. Xinjue countered defiantly. What? A joke? Did anyone hear that? Someone's telling jokes. The lanky man laughed uproariously, prompting the crowd to join in, amused by what they perceived as the folly of the youth. They thought him either deranged or simply foolish. After all, the lanky man was a mid-tier martial artist, capable of holding his own against advanced martial artists, while this boy appeared no older than 16, an absurd notion that he could best him in a mere round. Ha! Xinjue joined in the laughter. Yet his mirth only bewildered the onlookers, who wondered if he had lost his mind. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Xinjue declared coldly that in an instant he surged forward like a dragon breaking through the waves. A powerful aura of martial energy erupting from him, racing towards the lanky man with blinding speed. The presence of an advanced martial artist radiated from him without restraint. Oh, the lanky man thought, unable to fathom that Xinjue was, in fact, an advanced martial artist, and one whose explosive power surpassed that of ordinary advanced martial artists. By the time he realized this, it was far too late. At such a close distance, caught unprepared, he had no opportunity to counter Xinjue's full-force strike. With a resounding thud, Xinjue's fist struck the lanky man, sending him sprawling backward for several paces before he could regain his footing. And this was done with only a fraction of Xinjue's strength. Am I now deemed qualified? Xinjue asked, casually brushing off his hands while regarding the flustered lanky man. Young friend, what strength! A high-tier martial artist at such a young age. This is the first I have seen in many years. The bearded leader clapped his hands in delight, addressing Xinjue. What? A high-tier martial artist? Upon hearing the leader's words, many of the weaker individuals gazed at Xinjue in disbelief. A high-tier martial artists were scarce even in the entire Jiachen town. And this boy, appearing merely 16, had achieved such prowess, an extraordinary talent indeed. Little did they know, Xinjue had reached the status of high-tier martial artist in just a year. Had they known, they would surely have been astounded. Does this mean I am qualified? Xinjue smiled slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the lanky man. Of course, I never expected this young brother to be so formidable. I am truly impressed, the lanky man conceded, his attitude shifting drastically as he expressed genuine admiration that in this world, strength commanded respect, and one could see that reflected in the lanky man's demeanor. With the addition of our young brother, our overall strength will surely increase. Let us set forth. As he spoke, the group hastily rose to their feet. Forming a powerful mercenary team of 11, they began their slow march toward the Death Mountains, now shrouded in a palpable aura of danger, with the distant roars of magical beasts sending shivers down their spines. Tianlong leader, night is falling. Perhaps we should make camp here and delve deeper tomorrow, one of the mercenaries suggested. Indeed, let us take a moment to rest, the Tianlong leader replied, glancing at the darkening sky. Deep within the treacherous Death Mountain, the mercenary squad led by Xinjue commenced their encampment. Some members erected tents, others prepared provisions, while a few set traps in the surrounding area. Meanwhile, Xinjue, unable to assist, sought a quiet spot to cultivate his skills. After practicing for about an hour and feeling a substantial accumulation of martial energy within him, he slowly opened his eyes. What the hell are you doing? He exclaimed, startled, for at that moment, the gaze of the formidable Tianlong was fixed intently upon him, an expression in his eyes suggesting an insatiable longing, which caused Xinjue to flinch in surprise. Brother Xinjue, your cultivation technique is rather unique, Tianlong, the squad leader, remarked with a smile. Initially intending to invite Xinjue to dine, he was taken aback by the remarkable speed at which Xinjue was refining his martial energy, leading him to deduce that Xinjue's technique was far from ordinary. Tianlong, Is there something you need? Xinjue deflected the conversation, shifting the topic. Haha, look at my head. I simply wanted to invite Brother Xinjue to join us for a meal. Tianlong chuckled. Turning to rejoin the others, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Xinjue followed suit. After dinner, instead of retreating to the tent, Xinjue reclined on a branch of a large tree, gazing at the starry sky in contemplation. He sensed something amiss in the Death Mountain. According to what he had heard, it was teeming with ferocious beasts that often attacked travelers. Yet, despite the occasional echoes of roars during their journey, they had not encountered any beasts. Reflecting on the fate of those who had ventured into the mountains and never returned, Xinjue surmised they must have met with dire circumstances, either slain or trapped. The unnaturally serene atmosphere of the Death Mountain only heightened his unease, as the calm before a storm often heralds impending chaos. Thus, he concluded that the culprit behind the disappearances would undoubtedly reveal themselves that night. Ah, what a delightful scent! A chilling female voice suddenly echoed through the air, coinciding with an immensely powerful force approaching them at an alarming speed. So strong, Xinjue thought, astonished by the overwhelming aura. Enemies! The vigilant mercenary on watch shouted, prompting everyone to rush out of their tents, preparing to confront the threat. Ha ha ha! 11 martial masters, 3 advanced martial masters, and 8 intermediate martial masters, though their spiritual power may be somewhat lacking. It's still impressive, the chilling voice resounded once more. Stop the theatrics. Come out if you dare, shouted a diminutive mercenary, seemingly oblivious to the danger. What the hell are you thinking? Xinjue, who was attempting to stealthily escape, was momentarily stunned by the mercenary's boldness. Did he not sense the formidable presence looming over them? Rest assured, my young brother, this mercenary is known as the Trap King, although his strength is merely that of an intermediate martial master. He excels in crafting various traps and mechanisms with formidable offensive capabilities. Even a martial master could sustain serious injuries if caught off guard, explained a nearby mercenary, as if reading Xinjue's thoughts. Suddenly, a series of intense explosions erupted, accompanied by blinding flashes of light, eliciting expressions of excitement among the mercenaries that it appeared they had triggered a trap. Yet in the following moment, when the cold voice echoed again, their previously eager faces paled in fear. Such trivial skills. Do you think you can stop me? As a bewitching figure descended, a powerful pressure radiated outward, rendering the crowd weak and pale. A martial sovereign? Xinjue whispered in disbelief. For at that moment he found himself unable to move, stifled by the immense aura that only a legendary martial sovereign could exude. The woman, clad in a form-fitting black dress, possessed a body that could only be described as stunning. Her features exuding a mesmerizing allure that belied her terrifying power and chilling voice. She was the embodiment of an otherworldly beauty. May I inquire why you have chosen to attack us? Esteemed elder, a tall, slender man stammered, his voice dripping with trepidation as beads of sweat cascaded down his face. Do you think I am beautiful? The woman in black inquired playfully, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Exquisite. Utterly exquisite, the man replied, entranced by her enchanting presence, his eyes betraying a glimmer of desire. May I kiss you? The woman smiled coyly. Why, yes, he responded without hesitation. Do not kiss her, Tianlong interjected, witnessing the bizarre scene unfold. Yet, it was too late. The woman had already pressed her alluring lips against the man's, and a horrifying transformation ensued. His body began to tremble violently, shrinking at an alarming rate until he ultimately crumbled into a lifeless, pale corpse, his eyes wide open in terror. The soul-eating enchantress. You are the soul-eating enchantress. Tianlong shouted in horror as he beheld the withered remains of the man. The others around them were paralyzed with fear, while only Xinjue remained unfazed, though he could glean the imminent danger posed by the soul-eating enchantress from the panic-stricken expressions of his companions. Surprising that someone remembers my name, she purred, licking her lips with satisfaction before turning toward Tianlong. It cannot be. It cannot be, Tianlong exclaimed, his eyes filled with dread as she approached him. Suddenly, the soul-eating enchantress clutched her head, screaming in agony as if struck by a tremendous force. And in that instant, the oppressive aura enveloping Xinjue and the others dissipated. "Run!" Xinjue immediately shouted, seizing the opportunity as the pressure lifted and the group scattered in haste. "You shall not escape." The soul-eating enchantress raised her hand, summoning a crimson barrier that erupted from her palm, accompanied by an overwhelming suction force. The mercenaries were pulled backward, and upon contact with the red barrier, they expelled blood and collapsed unconscious. Witnessing this, Xinjue was alarmed. Was this the terrifying power of a martial sovereign? The individuals present possessed no means of resistance against such might. It was utterly horrifying. Despite gripping the massive tree nearby for support, the force was nearly too much to withstand that if an advanced martial master might have a fighting chance against a martial sovereign. Before such overwhelming power, Xinjue found himself utterly powerless, a stark reminder of the disparity in strength among their ranks. "Ah! How infuriating!" The soul-eating enchantress cried out once more, her crimson barrier waning rapidly, and as the powerful suction vanished, those who had not yet been ensnared fled desperately into the depths of the mountain. "This enchantress is far too terrifying," Xinjue gasped, panting heavily after running for a solid 3 hours, finally pausing only when he sensed the oppressive presence had faded away. Just as he believed he had found safety, hurried footsteps echoed nearby, and a familiar figure emerged before him. "Brother Xinjue, it's me," Tianlong exclaimed, though he appeared even worse for wear than Xinjue himself. "Ah, no wonder I felt a presence behind me. It was you." "Tianlong," Xinjue replied with a smile. Having sensed someone following him for some time, he was relieved it was not the soul-eating enchantress, for had it been, he would not have managed to escape so far. "This mountain is exceedingly perilous, and as you are unfamiliar with it, I decided to follow you. After all, being alongside a strong ally like you increases our chances of survival," Tianlong remarked, smiling. Yet upon hearing Tianlong's praise, Xinjue could only chuckle bitterly. For just moments ago, he, an advanced martial master, had felt as vulnerable as a defenseless chick, devoid of any capacity to retaliate. Simply escaping had been a stroke of luck. "Tianlong, who exactly is this soul-eating enchantress?" After his bitter smile faded, Xinjue recalled Tianlong's shocked expression, indicating he had some knowledge of her, and thus he inquired. "This, to elaborate, is indeed quite astonishing even to me at this moment," sighed the leader of the Heavenly Dragon after a moment of contemplation, before stepping forward to address Xinjue. "In truth, the soul-devouring demoness is merely a legend," Captain Tianlong began, organizing his thoughts before speaking. Upon hearing this declaration, Xinjue was taken aback, and his expression shifted to one of keen interest as he listened intently to the captain's narrative. "Centuries ago, within these Death Mountains, there emerged a demoness notorious for her propensity to kill, feeding upon the souls of martial artists. Thus, she was dubbed the soul-devouring demoness. However, due to her formidable strength, which reached the level of a high-ranking martial sovereign, the mercenary groups in the vicinity were no match for her. Consequently, they sought assistance from the Windward Pavilion. Ultimately, the pavilion dispatched 2 elders of high-ranking martial sovereign status to apprehend the demoness. Yet, despite their prowess, they found themselves at a disadvantage against her peculiar abilities that in a desperate moment, the 2 elders had no choice but to sacrifice their own souls to employ a powerful sealing technique, successfully imprisoning the demoness within the Death Mountains. I never imagined that such a legendary tale could hold truth, and that the demoness has indeed broken her seal, re-emerging in the Death Mountains," Captain Tianlong remarked, his face betraying a sense of unease. Chapter 15. Attempting to ambush me? It seems our only recourse now is to seek help from the Windward Pavilion, Xinjue said with a smile after absorbing the tale of the soul-devouring demoness. Rising to continue his forward journey, I trust Brother Xinjue had already considered reaching out to the Windward Pavilion. Tianlong chuckled, noting that despite Xinjue's escape route being somewhat erratic, the general direction was towards the pavilion. In such chaotic circumstances, to make the best choice left Tianlong astonished by Xinjue's cunning, but he promptly followed suit. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a subtle trace of energy lingered where Tianlong had just stood. "Captain Tianlong, I have a question. If the soul-devouring demoness is so powerful, why does she remain confined to the Death Mountains?" With her strength, wouldn't it be more advantageous for her to roam freely and wreak havoc elsewhere, rather than lying in wait in these mountains? Xinjue inquired as they traversed the outskirts of the Death Mountains. Perhaps the soul-devouring demoness is bound by some form of restriction that prevents her from leaving these mountains, Captain Tianlong replied. If that is the case, then as long as we depart from this mountain range, we should be completely safe, correct? Xinjue remarked with a smile, for after a night of relentless travel, they were nearing the exit of the Beast Mountain Range. Approaching the territory of the Windward Pavilion. Dragon Fist! Captain Tianlong suddenly roared, a fierce expression crossing his face as a faint golden martial aura rapidly coalesced within his right fist. He then hurled his fist towards Xinjue with great force. Boom! However, anticipating this sudden attack, Xinjue swiftly turned, countering with a punch of his own that sent Captain Tianlong staggering back. The fox has finally revealed its tail. Xinjue teased, observing the captain's awkward demeanor. Clearly unperturbed by the unexpected aggression, in truth, Xinjue had never fully trusted Captain Tianlong. He remained perpetually vigilant towards unfamiliar individuals, hence his composed reaction. Regardless of your reasons for attacking me, since you have chosen to do so, I shall claim your life, Xinjue declared, undeterred by Tianlong's shock that a powerful golden martial aura surged within his palm, radiating a blinding light, akin to a beacon in the dark forest. What formidable martial skills! Captain Tianlong gasped, astonished by the brilliance emanating from Xinjue's palm. That moment, he regretted his decision to strike, as he had never anticipated Xinjue to possess such extraordinary strength. Xinjue bellowed, swinging his arm as a dazzling palm imprint shot forth at an astonishing speed towards Tianlong. Heavenly Dragon Meteor Fist, faced with the incoming radiant palm imprint. Captain Tianlong found himself unable to evade. Reluctantly, he braced himself with all his might. His fist, enveloped in the faint, golden martial aura, collided with the luminous imprint. A piercing scream erupted as Captain Tianlong's right arm was obliterated, blood gushing from the severed limb, the result of Xinjue's soul-devouring palm. Such resilient bones, yet you didn't perish from a single strike, Xinjue remarked mockingly, and in a flash, he darted towards Captain Tianlong, one foot pressing down on his left arm, while the other crushed his chest. Puffed. Brother Xinjue, spare me, please spare me. Captain Tianlong gasped, blood spewing from his mouth as he desperately pleaded. No more playing the victim. Accept your fate, Xinjue replied coldly, showing no compassion for his adversary. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, the last voice he wished to hear echoed through the darkness. What a ruthless little brat. I admire your spirit. From the shadows of the forest, a seductive figure gradually emerged. Indeed, it was the soul-devouring demoness. Lady Demoness, save me! Lady Demoness, please! Captain Tianlong cried out in haste upon seeing her. Damn it, so you're in cahoots with her? Initially puzzled by how quickly the demoness had caught up, Xinjue suddenly realized, upon hearing Tianlong's plea, that this wretch must have left some marker for her to track him so swiftly. Anger surged within Xinjue, and he raised his right fist, ready to take this scoundrel's life. Just as Xinjue was about to strike down Tianlong, a powerful martial aura slammed into him, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. The assailant was none other than the soul-devouring demoness. Tianlong, I cannot allow you to die so easily, the demoness said, retracting her right hand and casting a flirtatious gaze at Xinjue. Thank you, Lady Demoness, Tianlong said hurriedly, rising despite the pain from his severed arm, rushing to stand before her with a respectful demeanor. I must ask, Lady Demoness, given your beauty, how could you be interested in such an eyesore? This peculiar taste of yours is quite difficult for me to comprehend, Xinjue quipped, having discerned the nature of their relationship. Aware of the demoness' terrifying power, he understood that escape was no longer an option. Thus he spoke with sarcasm. You must not be disrespectful to the Lady Demoness. Tianlong interjected vehemently before the demoness could respond. Oh, why do you say I am interested in him? She asked with a sultry smile. If that were not the case, why would you protect him? Xinjue retorted. Huh? Do you wish to know? The demoness laughed. Because the lady demoness is the one I released, Tianlong interjected eagerly. Indeed, what he says is true, yet my reason for saving him is not as you think, the demoness continued with a smile, directing her alluring gaze towards Tianlong. Tianlong, I am grateful for your efforts in freeing me and for providing me with such delectable souls. As a token of my appreciation, I have decided to reward you handsomely, she purred, gently caressing Tianlong's bearded face with her soft hand. Lady Demoness, I am utterly loyal to you, that I know your injuries have yet to heal, but I can still find you more powerful martial artists with strong souls. Please, Tianlong pleaded, feeling uneasy under the demoness' gaze. My injuries cannot be healed overnight. Since you are so loyal, then perhaps you should offer your soul to me, the demoness said, her expression suddenly turning cold as she leaned in to kiss Tianlong. In an instant, his body, much like that of the tall, gaunt man before, transformed into a lifeless husk. Witnessing this scene, Xinjue felt a chill of surprise grip his heart. From their conversation, he understood that the soul-devouring demoness had been released by Tianlong, and she required the souls of martial artists to alleviate her injuries. That it became evident that the previously missing individuals were her victims. However, it seemed her appetite for souls was growing, which explained why Tianlong had organized a group of competent individuals to venture into these mountains. Yet, the fact that the demoness would eliminate her liberator left Xinjue feeling a profound fear of her cold-blooded nature. Little brat, it's your turn now, the demoness said, carelessly discarding Tianlong's corpse aside. She licked her lips with satisfaction, her gaze now fixed on Xinjue, her smile laden with murderous intent. Chapter 16. Breaking the Seal. Hey, while I wouldn't mind giving my first kiss to such a stunning beauty, the fact that you just kissed that guy makes it utterly unacceptable for you to approach me, Xinjue remarked, covering his mouth as the soul-devouring demoness advanced towards him. It matters not, for you truly have no concern in this matter. Oh my, what a charming young man indeed. The soul-devouring demoness approached Xinjue, delicately lifting his chin with her slender right hand. After scrutinizing him for a moment, she whispered softly. Without warning, she puckered her lips and leaned in towards Xinjue's, who, overwhelmed by an immense aura of pressure, found himself unable to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the soul-devouring demoness claimed his first kiss. Yet, what terrified Xinjue the most was the realization that if this kiss continued, his life might very well come to an abrupt end, as the lips of the soul-devouring demoness pressed firmly against Xinjue's. He felt a peculiar sensation coursing through his body. The power of his soul began to drain rapidly. However, he experienced no intense pain, save for a peculiar throbbing in his chest, akin to that of a heart beating furiously. Ha! How delightful, the soul-devouring demoness exclaimed, savoring the surge of soul energy within her, before carelessly tossing Xinjue aside without a second glance. Wow, my chest feels so hot. The sudden exclamation startled the soul-devouring demoness, and upon turning to look, she was taken aback. Xinjue was clutching his chest tightly, his expression one of immense agony. To her astonishment, his body had not withered into that of a desiccated corpse. Rather, it appeared as vibrant as any normal human. Amidst the demoness shock, a blinding light began to emanate from Xinjue's chest, resembling white flames that ignited his clothing, reducing his shirt to ashes in an instant. An extraordinary symbol materialized upon his chest. Gazing at the peculiar symbol, the once alluring visage of the soul-devouring demoness paled dramatically, revealing an unmistakable fear. The soul-devouring seal, she finally uttered after a prolonged silence. The light from the strange symbol intensified, and Xinjue's pain escalated, as if a monstrous entity were attempting to emerge from his chest. It's about to be unsealed, the demoness remarked, her eyes fixated on Xinjue's chest, her body beginning to tremble with trepidation. With a resounding thud, the light from Xinjue's chest suddenly expanded, ultimately dissipating into nothingness, along with the mysterious symbol. However, a formidable rush of soul energy erupted from his chest, enveloping him entirely. Dark, ethereal mist swirled around Xinjue, gradually seeping into his being as the soul energy flooded in. His aura began to swell, eventually surpassing the boundaries of a martial master. ascending to the level of a martial sovereign, even hinting at the potential to reach mid-tier martial sovereign, though it ultimately stabilized at the late stage of initial-tier martial sovereign. My heavens, what on earth is happening? As he sensed the overwhelming power within him, far surpassing his previous abilities, Xinjue was utterly bewildered, pondering, shouldn't I be dead? How is it that I am not only alive but stronger? Master, I serve you. The soul-devouring demoness suddenly knelt before him, her voice trembling as she addressed him, not daring to lift her head. Whom are you speaking to? Xinjue stared at the scene before him, utterly dumbfounded. It was simply too surreal, as if he were trapped in a dream. I apologize, Master. I was unaware of your true identity and have thus acted disrespectfully, that I beg for your forgiveness. The soul-devouring demoness continued, her demeanor reflecting profound fear. Wait, you seem to know who I am? At this moment, Xinjue was convinced the demoness was indeed addressing him, especially when she mentioned not knowing the true identity of her master. This revelation startled him, for even he was unaware of who he truly was. Prior to arriving at the Xing family, he was merely a wandering youth, oblivious to the identities of his parents. I am inquiring. Respond immediately, Xinjue commanded again, his tone growing more serious. Could it be? Does the master not know his own identity? The soul-devouring demoness slowly lifted her gaze to meet his. That is irrelevant. Otherwise, why would I ask? What just transpired? Why did I not perish after you absorbed my soul energy, but instead gained strength? What do you know? Speak swiftly. Xinjue pressed. You are a member of the soul-devouring clan. Your true soul power has been sealed, and when I drained the soul energy from your body, the sealed power erupted forth, thereby breaking the seal. The soul-devouring demoness explained. The soul-devouring clan. What is that? What connection do you have to it? Xinjue inquired further. Master, the soul-devouring clan is an immensely powerful ancient race, naturally endowed with soul power far exceeding that of ordinary beings. The clan possesses a unique technique that allows them to refine other souls to enhance their own cultivation, making them the mightiest force on this continent. I am merely a servant created by the soul-devouring clan, the demoness elaborated. Refining other souls to enhance one's own cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xinjue gasped in disbelief that in the Tianwu continent, each individual's soul power was inherently different, akin to their unique appearances. It could be said that everyone's soul energies were mutually exclusive. To not only absorb, but refine the soul of another was already beyond comprehension. You claim to be a creation. How is it that you can devour other souls? Xinjue pressed for clarification. Master, I was crafted from soul energy myself, the soul-devouring demoness replied. Crafted from soul energy. Xinjue was taken aback that he had heard tales of powerful individuals creating puppets from special materials, but never of a being forged from soul energy. That it was utterly unfathomable. Do you know where the soul-devouring clan is now? With a burgeoning understanding of his lineage, Xinjue was eager to find the clan, believing that locating them could lead him to his parents. Master, I believe the soul-devouring clan has perished, the demoness said slowly after a moment of silence, a hint of sorrow gracing her enchanting features. The soul-devouring clan has perished. Xinjue quickly pressed for details, recalling her earlier assertion of the clan's might. How could such a formidable force simply vanish? If the soul-devouring clan had indeed fallen, did that not mean his parents had perished as well? And why was he still alive? Indeed, Master, the soul-devouring clan was destroyed over a century ago. I cannot fathom why you have survived in this world, and at such a young age, she replied, casting a meaningful glance at Xinjue. You assert that the soul-devouring clan perished. Then how is it you remain? What transpired back then? Please explain. Xinjue had hoped to find answers regarding his lineage, but the revelation of the clan's demise left him disheartened. Despite his previous ignorance of the soul-devouring clan, the bond of blood compelled him to care about its fate. The soul-devouring clan was so powerful that no other force on this continent could rival it. To maintain balance, several formidable factions formed an alliance and ultimately attacked the clan. That battle was cataclysmic, shaking the very foundations of the Tianwu continent. Yet even against the combined might of multiple forces, The soul-devouring clan held the upper hand. The soul-devouring demoness recounted the events with clarity, as if the memories were still fresh in her mind. Then why did it still fall? Xinjue continued to inquire. Because a superlative being emerged from the alliance. One whom no force on this continent could withstand, the demoness explained. A superlative being? Wasn't the soul-devouring clan the strongest? Xinjue was confused by her words. Indeed, the soul-devouring clan was meant to be the mightiest, with its leader being the foremost powerhouse of the continent. However, that enigmatic entity single-handedly brought about the clan's annihilation, the soul-devouring demoness stated solemnly. And how did you survive? Xinjue pressed further. The battle was beyond our participation. Our family servants were tasked with safeguarding the young masters of the clan during the exodus. However, following the clan's destruction, the allied forces sought out the young masters, and due to the presence of a traitor among us, most of the young masters were slain. As for me, I am merely one of the fortunate escaped slaves, for we are not members of the soul-devouring clan, and our bodies bear cursed seals that require periodic unsealing by the clan's members. Should we fail to have these seals lifted within the allotted time, our bodies will disintegrate. Hence, the Alliance has ceased its pursuit of us, the soul-devouring sorceress continued. You mean that if the seal is not undone within the specified time, death is inevitable. But how have you managed to survive until now? Xinjue seemed to have realized something and hastily inquired. The soul-devouring sorceress suddenly appeared fearful, her gaze becoming unfocused for a moment. She was at a loss as to how to respond. Speak quickly. Noticing her hesitation, Xinjue understood that there was some underlying truth to her predicament. Replying to my master during the chaos of war years ago, I acquired the clan's foundational technique. Although this technique is meant exclusively for the soul-devouring clan, we can still practice it due to the soul imprint of a clan member within us. However, I can only continuously replenish my soul power, but cannot refine the soul power of others to enhance my strength. The soul-devouring sorceress hurriedly answered, clearly intimidated by Xinjue. Oh, I see that this technique still in your possession? Upon hearing of the soul-refining technique, Xinjue's heart stirred that if he could cultivate this technique, combined with his own soul power from the soul-devouring clan, his strength would surely soar. During my battle with two elders of the Yufeng Pavilion, one of them seized the technique from me. It should now reside within that pavilion, the soul-devouring sorceress replied hastily. Oh, what is the name of this technique? Xinjue felt certain that the soul-devouring sorceress would not dare deceive him, and as he was about to head towards the Yufeng Pavilion for cultivation. If the technique truly lay within, he merely needed to know its nature to have a chance of reclaiming it. Soul-devouring decision. The soul-devouring sorceress answered succinctly. Soul-devouring decision. I shall find you, Xinjue murmured, a smile of anticipation gracing his features. As they spoke, dawn broke, and a ray of sunlight filtered into the forest, illuminating the soul-devouring sorceress that in an instant, her body began to emit wisps of white smoke, and she cried out in excruciating pain. Seeing this, Xinjue quickly dragged her into a sunless area, and once they were out of the sunlight, the agony on her face began to subside. Are you afraid of light? Xinjue queried. Yes. To be precise, I fear the sunlight and moonlight of the natural world. This is the power of the curse. Though I can survive by absorbing the soul power of others, I remain bound by the curse. That is why I can only hide in this death mountain, too fearful to venture out. The soul-devouring sorceress replied slowly. You mentioned that members of the soul-devouring clan can help you lift the curse. Can I? Yes. Upon hearing his words, the soul-devouring sorceress trembled slightly, gazing at him with a glimmer of hope. What must be done? Xinjue pressed. Simply consuming a drop of your blood will suffice, she said, a hint of anxiety in her tone, seemingly apprehensive about his potential refusal. That sounds simple enough. Xinjue smiled faintly, biting his finger until it bled, then offered it to the soul-devouring sorceress's lips. Yet, instead of hastily drinking from his finger, she looked at him with deep emotion. Drink quickly, or I shall bleed too much. Heh. Xinjue understood her thoughts and jested. "Thank you, master," she said politely before gently pressing her alluring lips against his finger. Sucking tenderly, her demeanor strikingly different from her earlier violence. "How does it feel?" Xinjue inquired, observing her docile appearance, a fondness stirring within him. "Master, I wish to test my body to see if it has returned to normal," the soul-devouring sorceress said after bandaging his finger. Speaking softly, Xinjue nodded in agreement. With a heart full of trepidation, the soul-devouring sorceress cautiously approached the sunlight filtering through the forest. "Master, I am back to normal. I am finally normal." Upon stepping into the sunlight, she found herself unaffected and laughed joyfully, dancing in arrays. A sight both enchanting and alluring. Xinjue remained silent, quietly admiring her beautiful dance, for he understood the exhilaration she felt after being confined in the dark mountains for a century. The joy of her liberation mirrored his own when he had successfully condensed his air sac with Foam Lao's assistance. "Thank you, master." She finally came back to her senses and hurriedly knelt before Xinjue, humbly expressing her gratitude. "All right, no need to kneel so often. One might think I have a penchant for mistreating beautiful women," he chuckled. "By the way, do you have a name?" "My previous master called me Xinjue," she replied quickly. "Xinjue? That name is rather unappealing. How about I call you Xiao Qian from now on?" After a moment of thought, Xinjue proposed with a smile. "Xiao Qian, I quite like that name," the soul-devouring sorceress replied cleverly. No longer merely a sorceress, but now Xiao Qian. Chapter 18. Could it be a romantic encounter? "Xiao Qian, you can stop here, I will contact you when I need something in the future." Standing 10 miles outside the realm of the Yufeng Pavilion, Xinjue spoke to the alluring Xiao Qian beside him. Throughout their journey, he had informed her of his intentions to visit the Yufeng Pavilion and, due to her identity, he did not plan to take her inside but rather let her remain near the Death Mountain, promising to find her when necessary. "Yes, master." Xiao Qian stood by his side like a dutiful maid. Xinjue smiled faintly. Having a beauty of martial sovereign caliber as a maid was quite a pleasant feeling. After finalizing his instructions, he set off towards the Yufeng Pavilion, while Xiao Qian watched his figure grow distant until he disappeared from view before turning to leave. The Yufeng Pavilion was the largest sect in the Yufeng Empire, its influence vast. Although Xinjue had entered its territory, it would still take several days to reach the pavilion itself. During these days, he frequently encountered young nobles heading to register at the Yufeng Pavilion. Yet he chose not to travel with them, preferring solitude over the company of unfamiliar faces. His prior companionship with the mercenary group was necessitated by the dangers of the Death Mountain. But within the Yufeng Pavilion's domain, no one dared to cause trouble, making it a safe haven. After several days of travel, Xinjue finally arrived at the headquarters of the Yufeng Pavilion. Floating Cloud Mountain, as he gazed upon the endless range of mountains, he marveled at the towering peaks and the numerous waterfalls cascading like dragons from the heavens. Under the sunlight, vibrant rainbows adorned the mountains, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The floating clouds atop the peaks added an ethereal quality to the scene. "How beautiful!" Xinjue exclaimed, unable to contain his awe at the stunning view. Upon entering Floating Cloud Mountain, he did not rush to report to the Yufeng Pavilion like others, but instead sought out a small lake, eager to indulge himself. Stripping down to a pair of white sleeping shorts, he leapt into the azure waters, akin to a fish yearning for the ocean. "Refreshing," he exclaimed, relishing the pleasant sensation brought by the lake. In his excitement, he dove deeper into the water, ready to frolic. However, unbeknownst to him, there was a prohibition against entering the lakes of Floating Cloud Mountain, with violators facing dire consequences. Upon reaching the lake's bottom, Xinjue discovered hidden currents and, fueled by curiosity, began to swim along them, eventually uncovering numerous underwater passages. "Strange. Why are there so many hidden paths at the lake's bottom?" he pondered, intrigued, and ventured further into the dark passage. Alas, curiosity proved fatal, and he paid the price for his inquisitiveness. Xinjue could hardly fathom the immense suction of the dark passage. A moment's carelessness swept him into the depths, where the rapidly flowing waters hurled him through the rugged tunnels. Time passed, and eventually, the turbulent waters expelled him back into the original lake. However, having spent too long underwater, He was severely deprived of oxygen and swam desperately towards the surface. Just as he neared the water's edge, an alluring, snowy white figure unexpectedly caught his eye. Splutter! Unable to contain himself, Xinjue inadvertently inhaled a mouthful of water, for it was the first time in his life he had glimpsed a woman's body, such exquisite beauty that it was impossible not to be thrilled. The tumult caused by the execution had indeed roused that delicate figure. In an instant, she vanished without a trace. "Oh no, I've been discovered," thought the executioner, realizing the gravity of the situation and instinctively attempting to flee. For such matters were best kept in the shadows. "Come out, you wretch!" Yet, just as the executioner prepared to plunge frantically into the depths of the water, a formidable force tightly ensnared him, relentlessly pulling him toward the surface. With a splash, he burst forth from the lake like a dragon emerging from the sea, only to crash onto the shore like a drenched dog moments later, disoriented and gasping for air. He slowly lifted his head, only to be stunned to find that the lake before him was not the one he had just leaped into. Rather, it was situated within a grand hall. "Speak! Who are you?" As he stared vacantly at the lake, a melodious voice, as sweet as silver bells, rang out from behind him. Turning around, the executioner felt his body stiffen in an instant, with only his heart continuing to race. Its rapid thumping almost defied description. This extraordinary reaction was prompted by the presence of an ethereal beauty standing before him. The girl had long, light brown hair cascading over her shoulders, a delicate oval face adorned with large, glistening eyes, a petite nose, and slightly protruding rosy lips, emanating an air of otherworldly purity. Though wrapped in a white blanket, her alluring curves remained unmistakably visible, and her youthful skin glowed with a snow-like radiance, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. "Wow!" Gazing at the stunning maiden, the executioner's mouth formed an O shape, completely losing his gentlemanly composure. "What are you staring at? Answer me." The girl, noticing his dazed expression, spoke with a hint of irritation. "Ah, I am the executioner. May I inquire your name, fair maiden?" He boldly responded, seemingly unfazed by the overwhelming power she possessed, embodying the reckless audacity of a love-struck fool. "Humph." The girl furrowed her brows, a powerful aura of pressure radiating from her. Under such immense force, the executioner realized that she was no ordinary individual, but rather a high-ranking martial artist, her might surpassing even that of Xiao Qian. This revelation sent a shiver down his spine. For despite his own prodigious cultivation speed, he felt utterly insignificant in comparison to in that moment. He truly grasped the meaning of "there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people." "I will ask you a question, and you will answer, no nonsense," the girl stated firmly. Despite realizing her anger, the executioner couldn't help but admire her, nodding vigorously in acquiescence. "Are you from the Windward Pavilion?" "How did you arrive here?" she inquired. "I am indeed from the Windward Pavilion. Though I have yet to formally join, I came through a hidden passage in a lake on Floating Cloud Mountain. Oh no, my entry letter is still on the shore. What am I to do?" At this, he suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, that he had realized that there were many hidden passages beneath the lake, and he could not recall which one he had emerged from. Thus, returning to the previous lake seemed nearly impossible. And without the entry letter, he would be barred from entering the Windward Pavilion. Observing his flustered demeanor, the girl couldn't help but smile. Having deduced his origins, he was likely an inexperienced youth who had unwittingly stumbled into the eye of the protective array of the pavilion. "One last question," she continued, her demeanor growing serious. "What did you see just now?" A hint of tension flickered across her otherwise pure face. "What did I see? I was sucked out by a powerful force as soon as I emerged from the water. And then I saw you, who immediately began interrogating me as if I were a criminal." He feigned innocence, adding a touch of grievance to his tone. "Hey, do you have any idea the trouble you've caused?" The girl chuckled at his comical expression before pointing out, "This lake is no ordinary body of water. It is the eye of the protective array of our Windward Pavilion. You dared to bathe in its core. Do you not realize the magnitude of your offense?" Upon hearing this, the executioner finally comprehended the gravity of his mistake. Clearly, the girl was also affiliated with the Windward Pavilion, and given her evident strength, she was certainly not a mere disciple. Realizing this, he began to feel a sense of urgency. "However, I can assist you," the girl said, observing his anxious state. After a brief pause, she continued with a smile, "Firstly, as long as I keep silent, no one will know about your trespass in the Array's core. Secondly, I can provide you with an entry letter, ensuring your smooth admission as an outer disciple of the Windward Pavilion." "Beautiful maiden, what is the catch?" the executioner asked. Though he was taken aback by her willingness to help, he understood that her assistance would undoubtedly come with a price, yet he felt he had little choice in the matter. The girl did not respond immediately. Instead, she leaned closer, gazing at him for a moment before mischievously grinning and stating, "Hee, the condition is that you become my boyfriend." Chapter 19, Windward Pavilion. "What did you just say?" "Please repeat that," the executioner exclaimed, hardly believing his ears. "I said, I want you to be my boyfriend," she reiterated with a smile. "Good heavens, am I dreaming?" He finally grasped her words, yet he continued to feign disbelief, vigorously slapping his own head and muttering, stay asleep, I do not wish to awaken from this beautiful dream." "Hey, stop pretending to be foolish. Let me warn you, being my boyfriend is quite perilous," she playfully tapped his head, her tone light-hearted. "Perilous? To die beneath a peony is to have a romantic end," the executioner declared, rising to his feet with fervor, exuding an air of fearless bravado, though his disheveled appearance, clad only in white sleep pants, rendered him somewhat ridiculous. No, if being your boyfriend means facing danger, I fear nothing," he quickly amended, realizing his earlier choice of words was less than appropriate. "That's more like it," the girl replied, satisfied with his response. "Stay here and do not wander off. If you get caught, I cannot save you," she instructed before turning to enter a chamber within the grand hall. Upon her return, she donned a lovely pink gown that transformed her into an enchanting vision, akin to a fairy from the celestial realm. "Wait for me," she said before striding confidently out of the hall. "Wow, this place is extraordinary," the executioner marveled, now aware of the hall's grandeur, spacious enough to house a small lake. As he admired the opulent surroundings, he found himself astounded by the girl's identity. According to her, the eye of the protective array was forbidden to approach, yet she had dared to bathe there, which spoke volumes of her status. However, the girl remained an enigma, and rather than dwell on her mysterious background, he decided to jump into the lake and indulge himself. "Hey, you certainly know how to enjoy yourself," her melodious voice chimed in once more as he swam leisurely. "Ha! Dear, you're back," he exclaimed with a grin, rushing to the shore as if she were truly his beloved. "Pfft, who are you calling dear?" she retorted, her brows knitting together in irritation. "Didn't you say you wanted me to be your boyfriend?" he replied innocently, spreading his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. "While it is true you are to be my boyfriend, you must not call me dear," she asserted. Recognizing her displeasure, he quickly complied, thinking to himself that she was nothing short of a spoiled princess. Satisfied with his concession, she tossed him a piece of clothing from behind her and remarked, "Put this on. I don't want you parading around in front of me like that." "TCH. As if I wanted to look like this," he muttered under his breath, donning the garment hastily. "Here, this is the letter of admission to the outer cabinet. Take it and report in." After Xinjue had donned his attire, the young girl presented him with a blue letter, handing it over with a graceful gesture. "Why is this a letter for the outer cabinet? The one I lost was for the inner cabinet," Xinjue remarked, glancing at the blue letter in his hand and curling his lip in discontent. "What? You don't want it? If you don't want it, you can return it," the girl retorted, extending her delicate hand with a hint of displeasure. "Of course I want it. I never said I didn't." Xinjue hastily replied. "All right then, you should go back where you came from. Your name is Xinjue, right? I will seek you out in the future," she said, waving him off as Xinjue accepted the letter. "You wouldn't make me swim through the underground passage at the bottom of the lake, would you?" he joked, his mouth agape as she urged him to leave. "If you wish for your own demise, you may exit through the palace doors," the girl said disdainfully, gesturing towards the grand entrance. "Fin. To spare you the burden of solitude, I shall take the underground route," Xinjue replied with a cheeky grin, promptly diving into the lake and swiftly swimming towards the depths. "You. Humph." The girl huffed in indignation as Xinjue disappeared beneath the surface. stamping her foot in frustration, though her furious demeanor only served to enhance her charm. Amidst the floating cloud mountains, numerous small lakes dotted the landscape, eyeing a more remote lake from the Yufeng Pavilion. Tiny ripples spread across the water's surface. After a moment, a pair of dark eyes emerged, and upon confirming that the vicinity was deserted, a youth hastily swam to the shore and scampered off into the distance. This seemingly disheveled boy was none other than Xinjue. Damn it! What bad luck! I ended up soaking my letter of admission to the inner cabinet, he cursed as he traversed the mountain path leading to Yufeng Pavilion. After exiting the lake, he had entertained a glimmer of hope, searching a few lakes for his lost letter, but the vastness of the floating cloud mountains proved overwhelming. After several disappointments, he resigned himself to his fate, wearing a look of helplessness as he continued along the path to Yufeng Pavilion. That girl was truly beautiful, that I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. Whatever the case, I should register first, he mused. Recalling the enchanting encounter, which brought him a fleeting sense of joy, though thoughts of the girl's inexplicable assistance left him feeling slightly unsettled. After several hours of travel, Xinjue finally arrived at the long-awaited Yufeng Pavilion. The grand edifice rose majestically before him, and he couldn't help but admire the architectural prowess demonstrated in its construction atop such perilous mountains. Yufeng Pavilion, here I come, he shouted joyfully, disregarding the disdainful glances of those around him as he strode confidently towards the towering entrance. Name, gender, age, said an elderly man at a counter in the outer cabinet's registration area, adjusting his spectacles and looking up at Xinjue with pen and paper in hand. Xinjue, male 16, Xinjue replied in a playful mimicry of the elder's tone. A smile gracing his lips, though inwardly he cursed. Can't you see my gender? Change into a long robe and take this letter to the queue over there, the elder said, somewhat irked by Xinjue's tone, but unable to express his frustration due to the boy's playful demeanor. After receiving the admission letter and a blue robe, Xinjue donned the robe and proceeded to the designated area, where dozens of disciples clad in blue robes stood in neat formation that a small podium awaited them. But it was presently empty. After tidying his robe, Xinjue joined the ranks. About half an hour later, a figure in a blue robe finally appeared on the podium. This elder's robe differed slightly from those worn by Xinjue and the others, resembling that of the Wind Master from the Yunfeng sect, indicating his status as an elder of the Yufeng Pavilion. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the Yufeng Pavilion, he proclaimed in an elevated tone, delivering a lengthy speech filled with significant yet soporific rhetoric. Eventually, amidst the applause of the disciples, this monotonous recitation drew to a close. Subsequently, Xinjue and the other newcomers were assigned to the outer cabinet's living quarters. Xinjue was particularly fortunate, receiving a private room measuring a generous 10 square meters. However, upon reflection, Xinjue couldn't help but summarize the living conditions of the outer cabinet disciples. While the architecture of Yufeng Pavilion was indeed resplendent, the accommodations for the outer cabinet disciples were disheartening. Opening his window, he gazed down at the newly arrived fellow disciples, concluding that their quarters resembled a slum. Lifting his gaze to the opulent palaces shimmering under the night sky not far away, Xinjue sighed inwardly, lamenting that had he not lost his admission letter to the inner cabinet, perhaps he would have been residing there. Sigh, with a resigned exhale, he closed the window and lay back on his bed, pondering the earlier enchanting encounter, for it was the only thing that could bring him some semblance of balance. After about half an hour, a faint smile graced Xinjue's lips as he drifted into a blissful slumber. As time flowed on, day transitioned into night, and after several hours, the eastern sky shone with the first light of dawn, heralding the arrival of a new day. The morning at Yufeng Pavilion was bustling with activity. With thousands of disciples in the outer cabinet alone, not counting those in the main and inner cabinets that in essence, Yufeng Pavilion resembled a sprawling metropolis. Knock, knock, knock. Damn it, who is it? Why are you up so early? What do you want? Xinjue, still lost in his dreams, was jolted awake by a rapid series of knocks that in a fit of anger, he flung open the door and bellowed. Today is the day for new disciples to collect their points. If you don't hurry, you'll be late. A timid boy with glasses stammered before Xinjue, clearly intimidated by his outburst. My sincere apologies. I didn't realize, Xinjue exclaimed, suddenly remembering the importance of the day. Points in Yufeng Pavilion served as currency for purchasing martial arts, techniques, and even meals, making them a vital resource for the disciples. The Points Exchange Pavilion was one of the most bustling places in the outer cabinet, where disciples not only collected their monthly allotment of 300 points, but could also earn additional points through completing tasks. Hence, both newly initiated and senior disciples frequented this exchange. Is this the points card? Xinjue marveled, gazing at the transparent card in his hand that resembled crystal, with the number 300 inscribed upon it, indicating his current point balance. After securing the card, he made his way to the dining hall, reasoning that any training or endeavors had to commence with a full stomach. Oh, isn't that Four Eyes? As he cheerfully approached the dining hall, Xinjue noticed a familiar figure amidst a small group of 6 outer cabinet disciples. Among them stood a slender youth, Four Eyes, the very boy who had roused him from his slumber that morning. Hey, Four Eyes, let us go eat together, Xinjue called out with a smile. Xinjue. Four Eyes looked up in surprise upon recognizing him. What? Is this kid your friend? Inquired a tall disciple with a scarred face, giving Xinjue a mischievous glance. No, I don't know him, Four Eyes hastily replied, casting furtive glances at Xinjue, urging him to leave quickly. However, Xinjue was not oblivious to the situation. It was clear that Four Eyes was in trouble. Hey, what's going on? Xinjue inquired, moving closer and casting a disdainful glance at the tall disciple. Nothing much, just collecting a protection fee from the newcomers. Yours hasn't been paid yet, has it? The tall disciple said, eyeing Xinjue with ill intent. Mistakenly believing that Xinjue was merely a novice martial artist due to the suppression of his aura, the tall disciple regarded him as an easy target. Oh, aren't you afraid I'll report you? Xinjue asked. Finally grasping the situation, these ruffians were attempting to extort money. Ha! Report? That requires someone to actually care. The tall disciple laughed heartily, as if Xinjue had told a hilarious joke, prompting his companions to join in the raucous laughter. Oh! So it seems there's no one to hold you accountable, is there? That makes things easier, Xinjue remarked with a smile, observing the expressions of those around him. His understanding of the unspoken rules within the YF Pavilion deepened. Kid, you are rather amusing. How about this? Hand over 200 points, and I shall spare you today, the lanky disciple said with a grin. Syn, have you given all your points to them? Ignoring the lanky disciple, Xinjue turned his gaze to Syn, suddenly realizing that the points card in Syn's hand displayed a mere 0. Syn remained silent, merely nodding gently after a brief moment of contemplation. This simple gesture, however, incited the displeasure of the lanky disciple, who then delivered a forceful punch to Syn's abdomen, causing him to curl up on the ground in pain, yet he dared not utter a sound. Damn it! Who did you give your points to? Repeat it, the lanky disciple demanded fiercely. I didn't give them to anyone. I spent them myself. Syn replied hurriedly. See, he is a good example. You should learn from him. The lanky disciple turned to Xinjue. But before he could finish a sentence, Xinjue's powerful fist had already struck his grotesque face. With a single blow, the lanky man spat out a mouthful of blood along with 3 of his front teeth. Collapsing to the ground, unconscious. You're seeking death. Seeing his companion assaulted, a slightly plump disciple prepared to retaliate against Xinjue. Yet with another swift punch, this disciple met the same fate as the previous one, falling to the ground without the ability to rise. The remaining disciples stood frozen, glancing at Xinjue with trepidation. It was well known that the 2 previously defeated were mid-level martial artists. Yet they had been utterly powerless against Xinjue's beginning martial artists. They were even more reluctant to make a move. You all will each transfer 200 points to Syn, otherwise you'll face the same fate as them. Xinjue commanded as he bent down and retrieved 2 points cards from the grasp of the 2 fallen disciples. One card read 1200, while the other displayed 2000. That after lightly swiping his own points card across them, both cards transformed to 0, while Xinjue's card increased to 3500, but the remaining outer pavilion disciples hastily presented their points cards, each transferring 200 points to S.Y.N. before anxiously dragging away the two unconscious disciples, thinking to themselves that they had suffered a tremendous loss this time. Xinjue, you're a beginning martial sovereign? S.Y.N. looked at Xinjue incredulously. Due to Xinjue suppressing his aura with his soul force, S.Y.N. had always believed him to be merely a beginning martial artist. However, after witnessing Xinjue's recent display of strength, S.Y.N. completely revised his opinion. To easily defeat two mid-level martial artists without using any martial energy indicated that Xinjue possessed at least the power of a beginning martial sovereign. Despite S.Y.N.'s timid demeanor, he was exceptionally gifted in his cultivation. S.Y.N., at least you're a mid-level martial artist. Why did you so readily hand over your points? This temperament of yours is rather concerning. Xinjue chuckled as he tucked the points card into his pocket. I'll change that in the future, to be by the way. Xinjue, let me treat you to a meal, no. Wait, these points are technically yours, S.Y.N. said, somewhat embarrassed, holding the card that read 1200. In your hands, they are yours. Come on, I'll treat you, Xinjue said, giving S.Y.N. a pat on the shoulder before turning towards the dining hall, with S.Y.N. hurriedly following behind. A beginning martial sovereign. It seems a formidable individual has arrived among this batch of disciples. Another competitor. It would be wise to eliminate him early. No need for that. He injured Zhao Wang's subordinates. Given Zhao Wang's nature, he will surely take action. After Xinjue and S.Y.N. departed, two figures slowly emerged from the side of the path, both at the level of beginning martial sovereigns. Chapter 21. A bit of training for you, wow. That chicken wing was delicious. S.Y.N., why do you eat so daintily? This won't do. I need to train you properly, Xinjue said, patting his full stomach as he walked along the path of the outer pavilion, addressing S.Y.N. beside him. By the way, why didn't you first go to the training pavilion, but instead to the martial arts pavilion? S.Y.N. asked, perplexed that in the Y-effing pavilion, one must use points to purchase martial techniques and skills, which are notoriously expensive, leading many to first undertake monster-slaying tasks in the training pavilion to accumulate points before visiting the martial arts pavilion. However, Xinjue seemed intent on visiting the martial arts pavilion first, piquing S.Y.N.'s curiosity. I want to see if there are any martial techniques I desire, Xinjue replied with a smile. In truth, he knew that the martial techniques available in the outer pavilion were certainly inferior to those in the inner pavilion, so he had no intention of wasting points on purchasing techniques here. He merely wished to check if the soul-devouring technique was available in the outer martial arts pavilion. The two soon arrived at the martial arts pavilion, which was not particularly large and had far fewer visitors compared to other areas of the Y-effing pavilion. Everyone was focused on seeking the martial techniques and skills they needed, creating a harmonious atmosphere within the pavilion. It seems it's not here, Xinjue said after thoroughly scanning the area, failing to find the coveted soul-devouring technique. Although he had previously been aware that the chances of finding it here were slim, he still felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, he had now regained the formidable soul power of the soul-devouring clan. Yet without the soul-devouring technique, he could not effectively utilize this power. Thus, it was imperative for Xinjue to find the technique. Xinjue, did you find any techniques that appeal to you? S.Y.N. asked quietly as he returned to Xinjue's side, clearly anxious about disturbing the others, embodying his typical timid nature. None. Did you find anything? Xinjue inquired in return. Yes, there are two initial-level mysterious martial techniques and skills that I find quite appealing, but they are exorbitantly priced at 5,000 points, S.Y.N. replied with a hint of resignation. By the way, what kind of martial techniques are you looking for, Xinjue? S.Y.N. asked curiously. I can't say for certain. Something a bit special, Xinjue responded. Xinjue, let us hurry and leave, S.Y.N. said after a moment of silence. What's wrong? Xinjue asked, puzzled. I just saw those who robbed me earlier. I suspect they are following us, S.Y.N. said nervously. Oh, it seems they are as stubborn as ever. But that is fine, S.Y.N. Today, I shall give you a bit of training, Xinjue said with a mischievous glint in his eye. S.Y.N. appeared somewhat anxious. True to S.Y.N.'s words, they were indeed being followed. After Xinjue and Syn exited the martial arts pavilion, two disciples trailed closely behind them, both being part of the 6 individuals from earlier. "Hey kids, stop right there," one of the men called out. "Is there something you need?" When Xinjue turned around, he found himself confronted by 4 outer pavilion disciples, including the 2 who had been tailing him, as well as the lanky man with 3 missing front teeth. In addition to these 3, there was a brawny man towering at nearly 2 meters tall, who was evidently a high-level martial artist. The muscular man appeared to be in his 20s, sporting a thick stubble and exuding a palpable aura of battle readiness. Xinjue instantly deduced that this burly fellow was the hired muscle. "Oh, isn't this the generous brother who gifted me points? What is the matter? Regretting your generosity now? Honestly, how can I even begin to describe someone like you? So lacking in principles," Xinjue teased, feigning mockery upon seeing the lanky man. "Shut the hell up. Hand over your points," the lanky man shouted, his anger ignited by Xinjue's taunts. "And what if I refuse?" Xinjue replied with a slight smile, exuding disdain. "If you don't, I'll break your legs," the burly man growled, his voice deep and thunderous, akin to the bellow of an ox. "Oh, why don't you give it a try?" Iknozudito, unfazed as he cast a glance at the giant. "Wanga, be careful. This kid is quite strong," the lanky man whispered urgently to the burly man. "Umph." The burly man snorted coldly, and in an instant, he lunged forward like a frenzied bull, charging straight at Xinjue. Fierce tiger fist. As he closed the distance, the burly man leaped into the air, raising his right fist, which became enveloped in a tangible aura of martial energy. As his fist swung, it generated a violent gust of wind, roaring like the growl of a fierce tiger, crashing down upon Xinjue. Facing the burly man's frenzied strike, Xinjue merely smirked, effortlessly sidestepping the blow. Seeing Xinjue evade his attack, the burly man rotated his right arm and swung again. Yet once more, Xinjue evaded with ease. Undeterred, the burly man continued to unleash a flurry of punches. But each time he was about to connect, Xinjue would deftly dodge at just the right moment. After several exchanges, the burly man's eyes reddened in frustration, prompting him to increase his ferocity and speed with each strike. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not lay a finger on Xinjue. 4 eyes stood nearby, arms crossed over his chest, a smile gracing his face as he watched the unfolding spectacle. Yet internally, he harbored a deep admiration for Xinjue's prowess. Xinjue had managed to suppress his martial energy, rendering his true strength equivalent to that of a peak high-level martial artist. Despite this limitation, Xinjue astonishingly evaded the formidable attacks of the high-level martial artist with remarkable composure, a testament to his formidable capabilities that in stark contrast to 4 Eyes' keen interest in the drama. The 3 men appeared utterly dumbfounded at this point. Even the dim-witted could discern the disparity in strength. The tall, lean man inwardly lamented. He had initially intended to summon reinforcements to teach these 2 a lesson. Yet now even their supposed savior seemed on the verge of defeat, that if this continued, the burly man would surely be vanquished, and the repercussions would inevitably fall upon them. However, since the burly man was their own hire, they could not abandon him, clinging instead to a sliver of hope that he would triumph. This was all they could do. With a resounding crash, the burly man slammed his fist into the ground, creating a substantial crater in the rocky surface, showcasing the might of his martial technique. "Damn it, do you dare not to dodge?" he panted, drenched in sweat, his face flushed with fury as he bellowed at Xinjue, channeling his martial energy into his techniques, a process that was exceedingly taxing on his stamina. "Are you serious? You, a grown man, attacking a mere child, and yet you expect me not to dodge?" Xinjue shrugged, feigning helplessness. The burly man found himself momentarily speechless at Xinjue's retort. "What about me? Fine, I'll let you have a free shot. Stand still, and let me take a hit. How does that sound?" Xinjue replied with a smile, secretly pondering the amusing nature of the burly man. Clearly a character of limited intellect, that was baffling how such a person could reach this level of martial prowess. "Tiger fist," the burly man declared, taking a fierce stance, and with a powerful swing of his right arm, unleashed the same potent technique toward Xinjue. This time, however, Xinjue did not evade. Just as the burly man's tiger fist was about to connect, Xingju's palm subtly shifted, and the dense martial energy coalesced within his right hand in an instant. With a thunderous impact, the two forces collided, creating a violent miniature whirlwind centered around them. The pale, golden martial energy was vividly visible, swirling within the tempest as it drew in a multitude of sand and gravel, creating a stunning display. "Humph, that kid is finished," the tall, lean man sneered, observing the swirling vortex before him, fully aware of the tremendous power behind the burly man's tiger fist that in his eyes, Xingjue's willingness to take the blow head-on surely meant he was doomed. As the whirlwind gradually subsided, nearly everyone present, except for Four Eyes, was left in stunned silence. There stood Xinjue, one hand grasping the burly man's fist, akin to a sandbag, without a single scratch on him. His face adorned with a relaxed smile that in stark contrast. The burly man appeared strained, as if under immense pressure. "Now it's my turn," Xinjue said with a slight smile, but the glint in his eyes startled the burly man. With a simple yet decisive punch, devoid of any martial technique, Xinjue sent the towering figure of the burly man soaring through the air, where he glided for over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. "Initial stage martial sovereign," the tall, lean man exclaimed in shock, finally realizing that Xinjue was, in fact, an initial stage martial sovereign. Upon hearing this revelation, the other two men collapsed weakly to the ground. What did it mean to be an initial stage martial sovereign? Even within the outer sect, with its multitude of disciples, only a handful had achieved such a rank, all of whom were formidable figures. They could never have anticipated that this newly admitted disciple was an initial stage martial sovereign. It seemed they had truly encountered a formidable adversary. "For Eyes, it's your turn," Xinjue said lightly, clapping his hands and smiling at Four Eyes before shifting his gaze to the tall, lean man. Upon hearing Xingjue's words, For Eyes understood his intent. Xinjue wanted him to face off against the tall man. However, being inherently timid and cowardly, he could not muster the courage to engage in combat. "Hey, you fight him. If you win, I'll let you go," Xinjue declared to the tall, lean man. "Really?" The man, who had seemed utterly despondent, suddenly lit up with excitement. For him, defeating Four Eyes would be a mere trifle. "Indeed, but there's one condition," Xinjue replied, a sly smile creeping across his handsome face. "What condition?" the tall man asked nervously, his voice trembling. "You must not retaliate," Xinjue stated slowly after a brief pause. Upon hearing this, not only the tall man but also the other two, as well as Four Eyes, were left dumbfounded. Not allowed to fight back. Was he to be treated like a punching bag? Chapter 22. Jackpot. Xinjue, perhaps it's best we let this go, Four Eyes said, slowly approaching the tall man, after a moment of silence. He turned to Xinjue, his voice quavering with trepidation. "Four Eyes, do you wish to remain in this state forever? If you cannot even protect yourself, how will you safeguard your family? What is your purpose in cultivating? Do you intend to continue in this cowardly manner?" Xinjue suddenly shouted at Four Eyes, his anger palpable. Four Eyes did not articulate his thoughts, but lowered his head, silent and contemplative, fists clenched in frustration. Tears began to well in the corners of his eyes, as he struggled against his long-standing nature. It was exceedingly difficult for him to change, despite his desire to do so. This young brother. It's not that I don't want him to fight. It's that he lacks the courage," the tall, lean man interjected obsequiously. "Get lost." Xinjue shot him a glare and shouted. The tall man fell silent, sensing Xingjue's fury, and hurriedly led his companions away, secretly vowing, "Damn it, just wait until I bring the boss here. Then we'll see if you can still act so brazenly that if you were merely a minor character. It would be one thing, but you're an initial stage martial sovereign. Such a rival cannot be allowed to grow. You're as good as dead." The tall man quickened his pace. Determination set in his heart. "Four Eyes, I refuse to have a cowardly friend like you," Xinjue said gently as he approached Four Eyes, who was still sobbing, that he then turned and walked away. "Xinjue, I am sorry," Four Eyes whispered to himself, watching the retreating figure of his friend. The training hall of the outer sect was undoubtedly the most colossal structure within the Yufeng sect, spanning over 1,000,000 square meters and divided into 3 levels. From a distance, it resembled an enormous fortress, evoking a sense of invulnerability. Inside the training hall, the centerpiece was an exceptionally spacious great hall, surrounded by numerous tightly packed rooms. These rooms lacked windows, featuring only a large iron door crafted from 1,000-year-old dark iron, impervious even to the strikes of a martial sovereign. The reason for such doors was due to the ferocious magical beasts contained within these chambers. Magical beasts, formidable creatures within the Tianwu continent, possessed the ability to cultivate like humans. Consequently, some high-ranking magical beasts had intellects rivaling that of humans and could even take on human form. However, these beasts were terrifying entities, comparable to the top-tier human martial artists. Within this training hall, disciples honed their skills by battling these magical beasts. The founder of the Yufeng sect believed that only through continuous combat could one unlock their potential and grow stronger, hence establishing this training method. Those who successfully slayed a magical beast would earn a corresponding certificate, which served as proof for redeeming points. Each iron door bore a notice detailing the rank of the magical beast within and the associated rewards. Wow! So many people! Xinjue exclaimed in astonishment as he entered the first floor of the training hall. After his quarrel with Four Eyes, he had come here to refine his combat skills and vent his frustration. However, the sheer number of people was overwhelming. Every room's entrance was marked with a red light, indicating occupancy. With no other choice, Xinjue ascended to the second floor, but at the corner of the landing, a room marked with a green light caught his attention. Hey, why isn't there a notice on this room? Xinjue mused curiously as he approached the vacant iron door. Who cares if it's empty? I'll claim it before someone else does, he thought, glancing back at the throng of eager individuals waiting to enter the rooms, and without hesitation, pressed the button to open the door. As the iron door swung open, a faint blue barrier materialized, a precaution against the escape of magical beasts. Ah, splendid! This must be the barrier. It's my first time seeing one, Xinjue remarked, marveling at the resplendent barrier before him. Hey, what are you doing? At that moment, a disciple rushed towards Xinjue at an astonishing speed, exclaiming, "It looks as if Xinjue has stolen his money. Damn it, my brother has already opened the door. And you still dare to rob it?" Upon witnessing the frantic demeanor of the man, Xinjue surmised that this fellow intended to seize the room. Paying him no mind, he elegantly sidestepped and slipped inside, the door descending swiftly behind him. The disciple, arriving at the door, gazed at the illuminated red light, and to his astonishment, his previously dark complexion turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down his face. After a moment of contemplation, he turned and fled. Shortly thereafter, an elder approached the door of the room Xinjue had entered, holding a notice. Just as he was about to affix it to the iron door, he was startled by the now glowing red light. His previously cheerful visage transformed dramatically as he bellowed, "Wang Chong, get out here!" His furious shout drew the attention of surrounding disciples. While it was not unusual for ordinary disciples to shout, such behavior from an elder was deemed quite unbecoming. Curiosity piqued, they began to gather around, speculating on the occurrence. In the midst of this, a young outer sect disciple nervously emerged from the crowd, humbly asking the elder, "Master, what is happening?" With a swift motion, the elder slapped the youth across the face, the force of which left the boy dazed and bewildered. "What is wrong? Look at that light. I told you to keep watch here and prevent anyone from entering. Where have you been?" The elder furiously pointed at the red light beside the door. The youth, staring at the tightly shut door and the glowing red light, was rendered speechless, his voice trembling. I asked Xiaolian to help me keep watch," he stammered. "Humph. I will deal with you later," the elder replied, casting a disdainful glance at the boy as he threw the notice at his face and stormed off. The youth sat on the ground, his expression vacant and pale, resembling a patient on the brink of death from a terminal illness. Meanwhile, a large crowd had gathered, with some well-meaning individuals picking up the notice beside the boy and reading aloud. "Attention all disciples. Inside is a late-stage sect-level magical beast known as the Gale Monkey. This creature is exceedingly dangerous. All disciples are advised against entering." Left by the elder. Heavens, a late-stage sect-level magical beast is equivalent to the strength of a high-level martial artist, exclaimed the disciple after reading the notice. Has anyone gone in? Aren't they doomed? Who is so unfortunate? Heavens, a late-stage sect-level beast. Anyone who enters will be torn to shreds in under a minute. Upon learning the contents of the notice, the crowd began to murmur in concern. However, unbeknownst to them, within the confines of the room, Xinjue felt an overwhelming suction envelop him as he stepped into the barrier. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside a modestly sized chamber. Approximately 100 square meters, with walls forged from dark iron, in the corner of the room, a slender monkey-like magical beast, its fur a deep shade of green, curled up in repose. No wonder no one dares to enter. This beast looks so feeble. The reward must be pitifully low, Xinjue remarked with a furrowed brow, feeling somewhat disheartened. Well, I might as well deal with it quickly. Resigned, he scratched his head and approached the beast. However, just as he lifted his right foot, the creature suddenly raised its head, its deep red eyes gleaming with a murderous intent directed at Xinjue. Upon meeting its gaze, a chill crept down Xingjue's spine, and he instinctively sensed danger. With a thunderous crash, the Gale monkey appeared before him in a blur, its razor-sharp claws slashing viciously towards his chest. The speed was so swift that Xinjue could barely perceive its movement. A flash of white light caught him off guard, prompting him to dodge to the left. Upon landing, he discovered 3 shallow cuts marred his chest, so fast. He gazed at the Gale monkey, which was now licking the blood from its claws. Realizing he could not afford to be careless, another explosive sound echoed as the Gale monkey lunged at him again with lightning speed. But this time, Xinjue was prepared. "Break!" he shouted, unleashing a punch engulfed in martial energy towards the approaching beast. A miss! Upon delivering the blow, he sensed something was amiss. His fist had not struck its target. Reacting quickly, he pushed off the ground and leapt backward, only to see 3 deep claw marks where he had just stood. The Gale monkey now glared at him with its blood-red eyes. Damn it dodged my attack. As he landed, Xinjue retreated hastily, his mind racing. He had thrown the punch just as the creature closed in. How could it evade him? Its speed was terrifying. Suddenly, the Gale monkey emitted a series of peculiar screeches, its body trembling violently, the speed of its quaking escalating until it became a mere blur. This is bad. It's about to use a skill, Xinjue thought, recognizing the ominous signs that he recalled hearing that while magical beasts could not cultivate martial techniques before transforming into humanoid forms, they possessed innate skills. Chapter 23, The Powerful Soul Force. Sensing the dire situation, Xinjue raised his right palm, rapidly gathering an abundance of martial energy that in an instant, his hand radiated with brilliant light. With his advancement to the initial stage of a martial artist, his mastery of the soul-devouring palm had improved significantly. Just as he prepared to launch an attack on the Gale monkey, it suddenly vanished without a sound. No warning, no movement, simply disappearing from sight. Damn it! Realizing the Gale monkey was gone, Xinjue quickly adjusted his stance. However, just as he was about to escape, a flash of white light struck, sending a jolt through his right wrist, and blood sprayed across his face. The pain caused him to lose focus, and the soul-devouring palm he had been conjuring dissipated instantaneously. Swish! Before he could comprehend what was happening, another burst of white light appeared, leaving another gash on his chest. Swish, swish, swish! The sound of flesh being torn filled the air as Xinjue found himself unable to retaliate, a tingling sensation coursing through his body while he felt warm blood flowing out of him. As the blood continued to pour forth, he began to feel dizzy, his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. "Am I going to die?" he murmured, gazing at the flickering white light and struggling to keep his eyes open. "No! I cannot die. I have so much yet to accomplish." At that moment, vivid images flooded his mind that he saw himself as a child, praying on the streets, lonely and pitiful, that he recalled the arduous training he endured in the Xing family. Striving to improve, he envisioned the moment he was cast aside by the Xing family, refusing to succumb to despair, that he remembered being reborn with the help of elder Feng, filled with newfound confidence. "I cannot die. I cannot die. I cannot simply perish like this." As memories surged, Xinjue roared, a powerful surge of soul energy erupting from within him, enveloping his entire being, upon sensing the change. The Gale monkey recoiled, its previously ferocious eyes betraying a hint of fear as it regarded the dark soul energy surrounding Xinjue. After a moment, the dark energy began to reintegrate into Xingjue's body. And as it flowed in, the wounds inflicted by the Gale monkey began to heal. His pale countenance regained its vitality. Incredible! Is this the soul power of my soul-devouring clan? Xinjue marveled, feeling the restoration of his body to peak condition, that he couldn't contain his excitement as he realized not only could he heal his wounds, but he could also replenish his energy. Such power was astounding. As the dark soul energy dissipated, the Gale monkey, initially unsettled, revealed its vicious nature once more. "Oh, it seems your state cannot last long," Xinjue remarked with a smirk at the now normalized Gale monkey. With a resounding explosion, the Gale monkey charged at Xinjue once more, but this time, he made no attempt to evade it. Clenching his right palm, he gathered radiant energy at an astonishing speed. Swish! Unsurprisingly, the Gale monkey's claws left another deep gash on Xingjue's chest. However, just as the creature prepared to retreat after its successful strike, Xinjue seized its recently attacked right arm with a swift motion. With his left hand grasping the right arm of the Gale monkey, his right hand had already successfully gathered the wind-biting palm. Without a hint of hesitation, and disregarding the terror evident in the Gale monkey's eyes, Xinjue struck forcefully at its chest. With a resounding thud, a spurt of blood erupted from the Gale monkey's chest. The once ferocious creature was now reduced to a lifeless corpse, leaving only the imprint of the palm that had penetrated its chest. Outside the room where Xinjue resided, a crowd of several hundred curious disciples had gathered, fervently discussing the fate of Xinjue. Some even mimicked monks, performing rites as if he were already deceased. "Clear the way! Clear the way!" At that moment, a loud voice pierced through the crowd, prompting them to hastily part, allowing three figures clad in elder robes to emerge. Among them was the elder who had just held the announcement, accompanied by another elder, while in front of them stood a white-haired elder adorned with a purple medal, the grand elder of the outer pavilion of the Yufeng sect. A high-tier martial venerable. "Grand elder, this is the room," the elder with the announcement said respectfully, pointing at the dark iron door. This door could only be opened from the inside or forcibly breached. As it turned red when locked, sensing something amiss, the elder had rushed to summon the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder grunted, approaching the dark iron door, and he lifted his right fist slightly, and visible golden martial energy surged towards it like a tempestuous wind, emanating an aura of terrifying power. Wow! Is this the power of a martial venerable? So strong! The surrounding disciples gazed in awe at the Grand Elder's fist, their eyes wide with excitement. Everyone stepped back. Everyone stepped back. At this moment, another elder who had followed the Grand Elder stepped forward to caution the disciples, who quickly retreated, fearing the residual force might harm them. Bang! Just as the Grand Elder prepared to shatter the dark iron door, it unexpectedly swung open. The crowd stared in shock at the rising door. "Could it be that the boy is still alive?" someone whispered. "Impossible! That beast was equivalent to a high-tier martial sovereign," someone immediately countered. And the crowd murmured in agreement. Now fully opened, the door revealed only a faint blue barrier. As they watched the undulating barrier, the crowd felt their hearts leap to their throats, the sound of their racing heartbeats audible in the tense silence. Wow! What a commotion! Suddenly, amidst the crowd's astonishment, a youthful figure emerged from the barrier, drenched in blood, flashing a dazzling smile that revealed his pearly white teeth as he looked at everyone. Yet, it was not his striking appearance that captivated the crowd, but the lifeless body of the Gale monkey he dragged behind him. "Gale monkey!" The elder who had held the announcement was the first to exclaim upon seeing the beast's corpse in Xingjue's grip. "No! No! It can't be! He killed the Gale monkey? Heavens, this is unbelievable!" The moment the elder's words fell, a wave of incredulity rippled through the crowd. "Young man, did you slay this Gale monkey?" The Grand Elder, standing by the door, smiled at Xinjue, his expression warm and amiable. "Yes, is this the Gale monkey?" I was looking for someone responsible for this room for ages but found nothing, so I had no choice but to drag it out myself. I exerted quite a bit of effort. Surely, I can't be denied my reward. Xinjue shouted at the Grand Elder. Be respectful. This is the Grand Elder of our outer pavilion. The elder who had earlier warned the crowd interjected sternly. What of it? That doesn't mean I should be denied my due reward. Xinjue shot an annoyed glance at the elder, pouting. By the way, Grand Elder, how many points is this beast worth? He then asked with a smile. Addressing the Grand Elder respectfully, the stark contrast in their demeanor nearly infuriated the elder. Ha! What a lad! To possess the strength of a beginner martial sovereign and yet be capable of slaying a beast on par with a high-tier martial sovereign. This boy. I like. The Grand Elder suddenly burst into laughter, clearly pleased with this unfamiliar disciple. Beginner martial sovereign? Upon hearing the Grand Elder's praise, the disciples gasped in unison, their mouths forming perfect O shapes as they stared at Xinjue. Realizing that such a young beginner martial sovereign must be unique even within the outer pavilion. So, it was a beast of the late sex stage, and no wonder it was so strong. Xinjue mused while walking, fiddling with the points card that displayed 10,000 points, feeling a rush of excitement. Since the Gale Monkey was a beast kept in the area, there had been no set reward for its capture. But the Grand Elder had ordered the Elder at the point station to credit Xinjue's card with 10,000 points to AT this moment. Xinjue could be considered a minor fortune holder. Hey, what are they doing? As Xinjue excitedly approached his residence, he unexpectedly spotted two of his roommates anxiously standing outside his door, but he mused to himself. These boys spend all their time loafing around. What could be so urgent today? Xinjue, you're back, one sharp-eyed disciple exclaimed, spotting him and calling out. What is going on? Xinjue asked, perplexed as he reached his residence. Xinjue, you've returned. You must go see Four Eyes, another disciple urged, grabbing Xinjue's hand and pulling him outside. Let go. I don't want to see him, Xinjue snapped, his anger flaring at the mention of Four Eyes that he shook off the disciple's hand and headed straight for his room, ignoring the other's feelings. Xinjue, please check on him, Four Eyes, he might not make it, a disciple pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. What did you say? Upon hearing that, Xinjue's heart sank, prompting him to quickly inquire further. This afternoon, a group of people came looking for you. When we told them you weren't here, they refused to believe us and insisted we bring you back. When we resisted, they attacked us, and we were no match for them. When Four Eyes came back and saw us being beaten, he jumped in to help at AT first. He was holding his own quite well, but unfortunately, among them was a beginner martial sovereign. That guy was too powerful. He broke Four Eyes' leg with a single strike. As they were leaving, they warned that you must go to the life and death platform to meet him by noon tomorrow, or they would break all our legs, the disciple said, tears streaming down his face. They were all new disciples, and having come from affluent families, they had never faced true combat, making them understandably frightened by the ordeal. Where is Four Eyes? Upon hearing this, Xinjue understood the gravity of the situation and suspected it was a group seeking revenge. So he hurriedly asked. At the medical pavilion, the disciple replied. Damn it! Upon hearing the words medical pavilion, Xinjue turned and sprinted away, internally praying, Four Eyes, please be safe. Chapter 24. Refusal. Xinjue rushed to the medical pavilion. Finding it filled with injured disciples, that he casually scanned the room, noting the numerous wounded individuals, and thought, it seems the Yufeng sect is truly not at peace, as he recognized that most bore injuries from martial techniques. However, due to the sheer number of injured disciples, he could not locate Four Eyes. That it was only after his two roommates arrived that he finally found where Four Eyes was being treated, but at that moment, Four Eyes was comfortably asleep in the recovery room. Elder, is he going to be all right? Xinjue asked the attending elder in a state of urgency. He'll be fine. It's just superficial wounds. You can take him home now, the elder replied with a smile before turning to leave the recovery room. This is what you call possibly not seeing him again. Xinjue turned and shot a disapproving glare at the disciple who had previously described Four Eyes' condition as dire, as if he were on the brink of death. Well, I just didn't want you to worry, the disciple said sheepishly, scratching his head. Xinjue, you're here. At that moment, Four Eyes was startled awake by their conversation. hastily propping himself up to get out of bed. Four Eyes, don't move. Seeing Four Eyes attempting to rise, Xinjue quickly rushed to his side to support him, expressing his concern. I'm fine, they're just minor injuries. The doctor said I'll recover in a few days. Four Eyes replied with a smile. Xinjue looked at Four Eyes' broken leg, but remained silent, merely smiling. Deep down, he felt a pang of guilt. Had he not abandoned Four Eyes, he would not have sustained such severe injuries. Four Eyes, let me carry you back. After a moment of silence, Xinjue slowly lifted Four Eyes onto his back and headed towards their residence. The loft where Xinjue resided was the most dilapidated of all accommodations for the disciples of the outer sect. The population here was already substantial, and at that moment, the area in front of Xinjue's loft was teeming with a dense throng of people. Why are there so many? Xinjue remarked, gazing at the crowd that resembled a swarm of locusts. A note of confusion in his voice. Could it be that they are back again? A disciple said, a hint of fear evident in his tone. Humph. That would be for the best, Xinjue retorted, showing no sign of trepidation and quickening his pace towards the gathering. Make way! Make way, make way! What is the meaning of this? Xinjue exclaimed as he approached, only to discover that several hundred disciples had encircled his loft, completely monopolizing their already cramped activity space. Xinjue is back. One of the disciples residing in the same loft called out as he burst through the crowd. Upon hearing his name, the onlookers cast envious, even reverential glances at Xinjue, and began to murmur among themselves. Completely bewildered, Xinjue felt a shiver run down his spine, wondering what was happening. Xinjue, you are incredible. I admire you so much. Before he could even react, two young maidens rushed forth from the crowd, seizing his arms and shaking him excitedly while casting flirtatious glances, utterly disregarding the safety of the bespectacled disciple behind him. Xinjue was utterly perplexed, unsure of how to respond. Enough! Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from the entrance, revealing an elder from the outer sect. Upon seeing the elder standing at the door, Xinjue sensed that something was amiss. How could such an inconspicuous place attract an elder? Had he been reported for snatching points? That didn't seem right. If that were the case, why were these people still looking at him with admiration? Is this young friend Xinjue? I have been waiting for you, the elder said with a warm smile, appearing most cordial. What is it that the elder requires? Xinjue inquired, puzzled. Someone is looking for you regarding a matter. Let us speak indoors, the elder replied with a smile, then proceeded to walk inside. Reluctantly, Xinjue set aside his concerns for the bespectacled disciple, adjusted his robe, and followed the elder inside. However, upon entering, he was taken aback. Within the modest hall of his loft sat dozens of elders, including two familiar faces. What struck Xinjue as particularly bizarre was that each of them held various gifts, and upon seeing him, they eagerly surrounded him. This left him utterly bewildered. All right, esteemed elders, please do not startle young friend Xinjue, one elder said. Breaking the tension, upon closer inspection, he recognized this elder as the one who had held the announcement at the entrance of the training hall earlier that day. Please, young friend Xinjue, take a seat, the elder urged, gesturing with a smile. May I inquire what brings you all here? Xinjue asked, taking a seat on one of the few chairs without hesitation. Although he was surrounded by elders, most of them were merely at the martial master level. So he felt no fear. In truth, we all share a common purpose in our visit. We wish to take young friend Xinjue as our disciple. One elder, who had previously crossed paths with Xinjue at the training hall, stated that in the outer sect of Yufeng Pavilion, there were not only over 20,000 disciples, but also more than 1,000 elders. Most of these elders had once been disciples of the outer sect, but, unable to enter the inner sect as they aged, had applied for elder status after reaching the martial master level in Yufeng Pavilion. Training was relatively free, with no strict hierarchy of masters and disciples, and the elders merely maintained order in the outer sect. However, if a disciple and an elder found a mutual affinity, they could indeed engage in the master-disciple relationship, much like the previous connection between Feng Jizi and Eljan. Naturally, these elders sought to take on a promising disciple. The news of Xinjue defeating an intermediate high-level magical beast had spread like wildfire throughout the outer sect, prompting these elders, still without disciples, to seek out Xinjue in hopes of recruiting him. As acquiring an exceptional disciple, was a coveted opportunity for all. Oh, in that case, I am truly sorry, but I already have a master, Xinjue firmly declined. Having a master is of no consequence. I am not particular, one elder suddenly proclaimed loudly. Neither am I, another elder quickly chimed in, followed by more nods of agreement from the gathering, as if they were competing for some coveted treasure, competing for Xinjue. But I do care, Xinjue replied, shaking his head in resignation that he thought to himself. These old fellows, the strongest among them, are merely initial-stage martial masters, yet they wish to take me as their disciple. How shameless. Unsurprisingly, his words left the assembly speechless. So ungrateful. At last, one could not withstand Xingjue's arrogance and turned to leave, followed by others who soon followed suit, some even muttering profanities, completely abandoning the decorum expected of elders, leaving Xinjue both amused and bemused. Yet, amidst the exodus of the elders, one individual remained, a relatively young, middle-aged man. "Elder, why do you not depart?" Xinjue inquired, studying him with a smile, while secretly pondering why someone so young had attained the status of elder. With his age, if he worked diligently, he should have a bright future within Yufeng Pavilion. Why settle for being an elder of the outer sect? I understand, young friend, Xingjue's thoughts. That group of mediocre individuals is merely at the martial master level, seeking to take you as their disciple merely because they see your potential. Once you enter the inner sect, they would bask in your glory as your masters. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for you to refuse them, the middle-aged elder said, his face radiating a sense of pride. However, I am different, for I do not wish to take young friend Xinjue as my disciple. Rather, I come on behalf of another, the middle-aged elder continued, his expression still brimming with confidence. Might I ask on behalf of whom? Xinjue inquired. Intrigued, the second elder of the inner sect, the middle-aged man stated, raising an eyebrow with an air of assurance, as if he expected Xinjue to acquiesce upon hearing the name. Do not mistake my refusal for arrogance. I truly already have a master, Xinjue reiterated resolutely. The second elder is a martial deity, the middle-aged elder quickly added upon hearing Xingjue's rejection. It seems the elder has yet to grasp my meaning. My concern lies not in the strength of one's abilities, but rather in my unwavering loyalty to my master, Xinjue replied firmly. In truth, the identity of the second elder did intrigue Xinjue, for he intended to enter the inner sect eventually, and becoming the disciple of the second elder would undoubtedly afford him exceptional privileges in the future. However, his gratitude towards Master Feng was far too profound. Despite Master Feng's inability to instruct him directly, without his guidance, Xinjue would not be who he was today. Thus, since the day he pledged himself to Master Feng, Xinjue had silently resolved to have only one master henceforth. I commend young friend Xinjue for his fidelity to his master, yet this is indeed a rare opportunity for you. Perhaps you should reconsider, the elder continued to smile. No need for reconsideration. This matter is truly non-negotiable, Xinjue said, slightly exasperated. If that is the case, I merely hope young friend Xinjue will not come to regret this decision in the future, the elder remarked coldly as he turned to leave, his demeanor shifting as he made a grand exit. Farewell. Elder, Xinjue called out loudly, his youthful face betraying no hint of fear. Once the elder departed, the bespectacled disciple and his companions rushed in, eager to join the fray, but they were promptly barred from entry by the bespectacled disciple and his friends. Xinjue, what happened? Did you fall under that elder's tutelage? The bespectacled disciple exclaimed, bouncing on one foot with excitement, having already learned of the events outside. Admiring Xingjue's prowess, he was nonetheless curious whether Xinjue would choose to take them as his masters. Not at all, Xinjue replied, taking a sip of the tea on the table before smiling. You cannot be serious. Many would vie to be that elder's disciple, yet you turned him down? A disciple at the initial martial master level remarked incredulously. What do you know? With Xingjue's initial stage martial master strength, he will surely enter the inner sect eventually. Refusing those old fellows is the correct choice. The bespectacled disciple defended Xingjue's decision. Indeed. I see your point, the disciple said, finally comprehending the situation and laughing sheepishly. Well then, you all should rest early. Tomorrow, I shall take you to witness a splendid spectacle, Xinjue said, setting down his teacup and heading towards his room. Upon returning to his chamber and opening the window, he discovered that the sky had gradually darkened. Xinjue gazed at the distant opulent palaces and murmured, "She must be there as well." Chapter 25. Life and Death Duel. The Life and Death platform serves as the dueling ground for the disciples of the outer sect of the Yufeng Pavilion. True to its name, disciples engaging in combat here are exempt from any repercussions, even if one party is slain. Thus, only those with deep-seated grudges would dare to challenge one another in this arena. Today, outside the Life and Death platform, thousands of disciples gathered, not for any other reason but to witness a spectacular event. For today, one of the legendary four kings of the outer sect is set to duel a disciple from the same sect. Not only disciples, but also numerous elders had come, although most remained hidden in the shadows, observing incognito due to their esteemed status. Hey, that kid is truly unfortunate. He has barely joined the sect and has already crossed paths with Zhao Wang. I reckon he is doomed, one disciple jeered, delighting in the spectacle. Not necessarily. I've heard that kid has slain a late-stage Tier 3 beast in the training pavilion. With such strength, even Zhao Wang might not stand a chance, another disciple countered. Regardless of the spectators' chatter, at the center of the Life and Death platform stood a middle-aged man. Although not particularly tall, his corpulent visage emanated an unsettling aura. This man was Zhao Wang, one of the four kings of the outer sect. With the strength of a novice martial sovereign. As I anticipated, Zhao Wang has indeed challenged that kid, one elder remarked. However, I heard that kid killed a late-stage Tier 3 beast yesterday, another elder added. Regardless, today we shall lose one formidable opponent, which is advantageous for us. Perched on a distant tree were two identical-looking youths, the Tian brothers, who were also among the four kings of the outer sect, both having attained the rank of novice martial sovereign. Look, it's the Tian brothers, a sharp-eyed disciple whispered to his companion. Even they have come. It seems the only one absent among the four kings is Bai Yunfei. Do you think Bai Yunfei will show? I doubt it. He is a training fanatic. I heard from an elder that he is the most likely candidate to win the Inter-Pavilion S Championship this year. Really? Which elder did you hear that from? I've never heard you mention it before, the disciple replied. Puzzled. Why do you care? Came the somewhat evasive response that as time passed. The once cool morning was soon replaced by the scorching midday sun, signaling the arrival of the fated duel between Zhao Wang and Xinjue. Throughout the day, Zhao Wang stood resolute, resembling a war god, not moving an inch. However, Xinjue had yet to appear, stirring murmurs among the disciples. Some speculated that Xinjue was apprehensive and dared not show, while others insisted he would surely come. Just as the conjectures flourished, a handsome youth, amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, gradually ascended the Life and Death platform. This was Xinjue. You are Xinjue? I thought you lacked the courage to come, Zhao Wang sneered, sizing him up. You broke my friend's leg. How could I possibly refrain from seeking retribution? Xinjue replied, casting a cursory glance at Zhao Wang. What a joke! To think you could break my leg, Zhao Wang. It all hinges on whether you possess the strength to do so. Without further ado, Zhao Wang surged towards Xinjue. In response, Xinjue swiftly countered. Charging towards Zhao Wang, they clashed. Zhao Wang unleashed a whip-like kick, accompanied by a sharp wind, aimed directly at Xinjue's head. Xinjue coldly scoffed, raising his right arm to deflect Zhao Wang's strike. Simultaneously, his left leg shot out in a stunning side kick aimed at Zhao Wang's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Zhao Wang could not evade this blow and was sent sprawling over 10 meters before regaining his footing. This was no surprise, as close-quarters combat was Xinjue's forte. Zhao Wang's attempt to engage him in such a manner was akin to courting disaster. Excellent, someone suddenly shouted, prompting a wave of applause. The cheers originated from the four-eyed group, whose discontent with Zhao Wang's past misdeeds had long been simmering. The encouragement from Four-Eyed acted as a catalyst, inciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd, which only served to deepen Zhao Wang's scowl. Though proficient in close combat, he had not anticipated that this seemingly frail youth would surpass him in skill. Humph! I refuse to believe this, Zhao Wang coldly declared. once more charging at Xinjue, this time with even greater speed. Yet, as he neared, Zhao Wang suddenly dipped low, executing a swift whip kick aimed at Xinjue's left leg. It was a strategic attempt to target Xinjue's lower body, in the face of Zhao Wang's strike. Xinjue remained unfazed, allowing the kick to sweep past him while he raised his right fist, targeting Zhao Wang's head with a powerful downward blow. With a loud crack, akin to the collision of steel, Zhao Wang's whip kick connected with Xinjue's leg. Yet to his astonishment, Xinjue did not budge, rendering Zhao Wang's effort futile. Just as Zhao Wang felt a surge of frustration, Xinjue's heavy fist descended upon him. With a sharp thud, Xinjue's punch landed squarely on Zhao Wang's face. Caught in a half-crouched position, the impact sent Zhao Wang tumbling, rolling gracefully several times before finally coming to a halt. Well struck! The crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Some even broke into scornful laughter, prompting Zhao Wang to seethe with rage. Meanwhile, Xinjue shrugged nonchalantly, raising his hands in feigned helplessness, stating, "This is far too easy. You seek death." Zhao Wang, witnessing Xinjue's calm demeanor, felt his fury ignite. Clenching his right palm, he summoned a torrent of golden energy that rapidly coalesced into a brilliant glow emanating from his hand. "Wow! Zhao Wang is unleashing his ultimate technique," someone in the crowd exclaimed. "Damn it, isn't that my wind-devouring palm?" Xinjue recognized the shimmering light in Zhao Wang's palm. It was his own signature technique. However, it was not entirely shocking, given that the wind-devouring palm was a martial art of the Yufeng Pavilion. And it made sense that Zhao Wang, being one of the strongest in the outer sect, would have mastered it. This kid is indeed adept at close combat, but Zhao Wang's wine-devouring palm is a ranged technique. "I am curious how he plans to respond," remarked the Tian brothers from their perch in the tree, their expressions filled with anticipation. With a swift motion, Zhao Wang unleashed his radiant right hand against Xinjue, sending forth a flurry of dazzling palm strikes at astonishing speed. Faced with the barrage, Xinjue merely shifted to the left, effortlessly evading the onslaught, leaving behind a palm imprint half a meter deep in the stone platform and a network of cracks. Unfazed, Zhao Wang continued his assault, launching another wind-devouring palm, which similarly met Xinjue's nimble evasion. Wind-devouring palm. Wind-devouring palm. Wind-devouring palm. Zhao Wang unleashed a series of strikes, yet each was effortlessly dodged by Xinjue. Understanding the nature of the wind-devouring palm, Xinjue recognized its formidable power but limited range, allowing him to evade with relative ease, especially given Zhao Wang's reluctance to engage him directly. "Damn it! Are you a monkey? All you do is run around." Zhao Wang finally snapped, unable to contain his frustration. "Indeed, what kind of technique is that, dodging back and forth?" echoed the discontented murmurs from the crowd, predominantly from Zhao Wang's subordinates, who had witnessed his antics for years. "Fine, seeing your pitiful state, I won't dodge anymore," Xinjue said with a resigned shake of his head, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Wind-devouring palm. Zhao Wang decisively struck again. Launching another powerful palm at Xinjue, he observed the unwavering stance of Xinjue. A cold smirk crept across Zhao Wang's face, but he was all too familiar with the formidable power of the wind-devouring palm. In a direct confrontation, few martial techniques could rival it, leading him to confidently predict Xinjue's inevitable defeat. However, in the very next moment, after Xinjue unleashed his martial skill, Zhao Wang's confidence evaporated entirely. Just as Zhao Wang's wine-devouring palm was about to strike, Xinjue abruptly lifted his right arm, which radiated with a brilliant light, intercepting Zhao Wang's attack with effortless ease, the clash of two wind-devouring palms. Each imbued with terrifying power, unleashed a thunderous roar, followed by a cascade of sparks. Waves of energy rippled outward, expanding from the point of their collision. "Break!" Xinjue bellowed, as his right arm trembled, channeling a torrent of martial energy into it. Having previously been at a disadvantage, Xinjue rapidly propelled the energy sphere, now less than 2 meters away from him, toward Zhao Wang. As the energy sphere surged toward him, Zhao Wang hastily infused his own right arm with martial energy. Yet, having just expended a significant amount with his wind-devouring palm, he found himself lacking. The martial energy he could muster paled in comparison to Xinjue's, rendering his efforts futile. Helplessly, he watched as the energy wave, brimming with destructive force, barreled toward him. This was precisely why Xinjue had evaded confrontation, aiming to exhaust Zhao Wang's martial strength. With a resounding crash, Zhao Wang was struck with tremendous force. His right hand obliterated in an instant, reminiscent of the tragic fate that befell the former leader of the Heavenly Dragon Group. Yet, not a single soul on the life-and-death stage cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. Not even the elders. Alas, this is not my fault. You refuse to allow me to evade. Xinjue shrugged nonchalantly, turning away from Zhao Wang without a second glance, departing amidst the thunderous cheers of his supporters. It seems that from this day forth, the four kings of the outer pavilion will have a new contender, remarked one of the Tian brothers uneasily, but this young man appears to be far more formidable than Zhao Wang. Chapter 26. The visitor at the heart of the Wind Pavilion lay its most opulent area, where grand palaces towered like celestial spires atop floating cloud mountain. Billowing clouds occasionally drifted between these majestic structures, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. Here resided the true core of the Wind Pavilion, the main pavilion. In a lavish hall of the main pavilion, a young maiden leaned over the balcony railing, gazing at the enchanting landscape of floating cloud mountain as a gentle breeze tousled her flowing hair. Her pure and charming visage, complemented by her exquisite figure and unique aura, made her appear as a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. This maiden was none other than Li Shaohan, the most exceptional disciple of the Wind Pavilion, who had once been the object of Xinjue's fleeting admiration. As delicate footsteps echoed from the staircase, another graceful young lady approached Li Shaohan from behind and softly spoke. "Miss, I have found the person you asked me to investigate." "Ah," Li Shaohan responded, coming to her senses at the sound of the girl's voice. She turned and walked into the hall, smiling as she inquired, "Xiao Yu, how long until the internal examination? Additionally, who is most likely to win the championship?" "The internal examination is a month away, and Bai Yunfei is the frontrunner for the championship," the girl replied thoughtfully. "What is Bai Yunfei's strength?" Upon hearing his name, Li Shaohan's brows furrowed slightly as she asked. "Bai Yunfei has been in the pavilion for 3 years and has dedicated himself to training that he reached the martial sovereign realm last year, but did not participate in the internal examination," indicating his ambition that he has now attained the mid-tier martial sovereign level. The girl explained meticulously. After a moment of contemplation regarding Bai Yunfei, Li Shaohan's pure face broke into an enchanting smile as she instructed, "Prepare my attire. I shall pay a visit to the outer pavilion." Within the outer pavilion, a lavishly adorned building bore the name Xing Mansion, which was now the residence of Xinjue, having become a notable figure in the outer pavilion and earning the admiration of the chief elder. His living conditions had dramatically improved. At that moment, a crowd of disciples gathered in the plaza outside Xing Mansion, mostly newcomers who had suffered under the bullying of senior disciples. Hearing tales of Xinjue's propensity for justice, they sought to ally with him. Initially reluctant to take on such trivial matters, Xinjue found himself compelled to accept them due to the insistence of Si Yin, who took charge of their management, while Xinjue remained a nominal leader. Among the crowd, some engaged in skill exchanges while others chatted idly, creating a lively atmosphere before the Xing Mansion. Some timid disciples even hesitated to pass by for fear of provoking the owner, who was one of the 4 kings of the outer pavilion. Among them was a bespectacled youth, currently sparring with 2 mid-tier martial masters, and this was Si Yin. Unbeknownst to him, he had been in the outer pavilion for half a year, during which he had advanced to the high-tier martial master level. Thanks to Xinjue's training, Si Yin's formerly timid disposition had vanished, and he now embodied the spirit of a daring young man. "Brother Si Yin, please spare us, we concede," one disciple pleaded, clearly overwhelmed by the mismatch in their strength. "Si Yin is what you call me. Use my name," Si Yin retorted, visibly displeased by the moniker that it was merely a nickname given to him by Xinjue, and his true name remained unknown to the others. "All right, does anyone know what Si Yin's real name is?" the disciple asked, realizing he had no idea after a moment of thought. Unknown, the crowd chimed in laughter. Asiyan Sigid, shaking his head helplessly, lamenting that despite his father having given him such a grand name, it was now rendered irrelevant. Brother Si Yin, look at those two individuals. They seem peculiar, a disciple suddenly remarked, pointing at two figures approaching the Xing mansion, clad not in the outer pavilion's blue robes, but in dark cloaks that obscured their faces. Si Yin felt no discernible aura from them, leading him to suspect their strength exceeded his own. Look, they're heading to the Xing mansion, one disciple shouted. Quick, alert the elders. We must intercept them. Si Yin sensed something amiss and hastily instructed a nearby disciple before rushing toward the approaching figures. Hey! Is this Xing mansion a place you can enter? A disciple arrived first at the mansion's entrance, confronting the two with an angry shout. Who are you newcomers? How dare you not with the ceremonial robes? Do you not understand the rules? Just then, Si Yin and his group surrounded the two figures. One overly dramatic disciple stepped forward, gesturing animatedly while reprimanding them. Get lost! One of the cloaked figures suddenly roared in a hoarse voice. At that moment, an overwhelming, invisible pressure radiated from him, causing Si Yin and his companions to be blown away like fragile leaves in a storm. Without a single movement or martial technique, merely a shift in intent, Si Yin and his group were sent sprawling as though they were frail and feeble. W? Who are you? Even though he had reached the high-tier martial master level, Si Yin was thrown several meters back by the forceful pressure, landing heavily on the ground, his face a mask of astonishment. Despite his outward bravado, he inwardly feared the overwhelming strength of the intruders, realizing they were beyond their capacity to confront the two figures. However, paid no heed to Si Yin and continued toward the entrance of the Xing mansion. Stop! Who are you? At that moment, an elder from the outer pavilion rushed over, pointing an accusatory finger at the cloaked figures. In the Wind Pavilion, not wearing the ceremonial robes was a grave offense, and as an elder, he would never allow such a breach. In response to the elder's inquiry, the black-clad figure who had exuded the earlier pressure did not even falter in his stride, striding directly into the Xing mansion. Once the first figure had entered, the second remained outside, signaling to the onlookers that passage was forbidden. I'm speaking to you. Did you not hear me? The elder, enraged by their blatant disregard, confronted them. As an elder, few disciples dared to treat him with such disrespect in the outer pavilion. Just as the elder was on the verge of unleashing his wrath, the figure in the black cloak suddenly lifted his robe, revealing a golden token that floated before the elder's eyes. Upon gazing at this token, the elder's countenance underwent a dramatic transformation, rendering him momentarily speechless. Tell them to stay away from here, came a hoarse voice from within the black robe. Why, yes. Yes. The elder finally regained his composure upon hearing the cloaked figure speak and hurriedly responded, his voice laced with deference. Si Yuan, instruct them not to approach this place. The elder turned abruptly and shouted at Si Yuan and the others. Witnessing this scene, Si Yuan and the others were left utterly bewildered, pondering who could instill such fear in the elder. Clearly, this individual had come for Brother Xinjue. Could it be that Brother Xinjue had offended someone? Whispers of speculation began to circulate. In a relatively spacious chamber within the Xing residence, Xinjue was immersed in meditation. Seated cross-legged at the edge of his bed, he was performing a peculiar incantation with his hands. And a substantial flow of golden martial energy was continuously coursing into his body. As the energy integrated within him, Xinjue's form began to emit a faint golden radiance. After approximately an hour, the glow gradually dissipated. Taking several deep breaths to savor the ample martial energy within him, Xinjue finally opened his eyes and sighed. Still unable to break through? Over the past 6 months, Xinjue had been diligently practicing, having reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of martial sovereign a month prior, yet he remained unable to advance further. This clearly illustrated the formidable challenge of progressing beyond the martial master rank, explaining why the 3 family heads of Yunzhong City had remained at the mid-stage of martial sovereign after years of cultivation. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room. Come in, Xinjue replied. The tightly shut door creaked open, revealing a person cloaked in black, their face obscured. Upon encountering this strange figure, Xinjue wore an expression of resignation, wondering who could be so bored as to play the mysterious card with him. Oh my, it seems your little life is quite enjoyable. Before Xinjue could utter a word, a melodious voice akin to wind chimes rang out. With a graceful gesture of her left hand, she swept aside the hood concealing her face, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful visage. Upon beholding this stunning beauty, Xingjue's previously drowsy demeanor transformed into sheer delight. "Darling!" Xingjue leapt from his bed and rushed to Li Xiaohan's side, excitement radiating from him. Were it not for Li Xiaohan's formidable prowess, he might have impulsively swept her into his arms for a heartfelt kiss. "Darling, why did it take you so long to visit me? I thought you had forgotten about me," he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with joy as he took in her presence. A girl he had yearned for over the past 6 months. "Do you believe if you call me darling again, I will sew your mouth shut?" Li Xiaohan retorted with a playful glare, though her face was adorned with a smile that captivated Xingjue. "What else would I call you? I don't even know your name," he replied, feigning innocence. "Remember this. My name is Li Xiaohan," she said, amusement dancing in her eyes as she settled onto the edge of Xingjue's bed. However, upon glancing at the disheveled state of the bedding, she wrinkled her nose and remarked, "Are you a pig? Can't you tidy up your bed?" "Xiaohan, this is the result of you not being by my side," Xingjue chuckled, effortlessly pulling a chair closer and plopping down in front of her, his eyes narrowing as he shamelessly scanned her figure, resembling a wolf encountering an innocent lamb. "All right, enough of your antics that I have something important to discuss with you," Li Xiaohan said, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. What is it?" Sensing the change in tone, Xingjue quickly adopted a more earnest demeanor. "Do you know why so many people from the outer sect are competing for the championship in the inner sect assessment?" Li Xiaohan countered with a question of her own. "Of course. It's because there's a reward for the champion," Xingjue replied confidently. "But do you know what this year's champion's reward is?" Li Xiaohan pressed further. "Well, I really don't know. That seems to be confidential information," Xingjue admitted with a sheepish grin. "Let me tell you, the prize for this inner sect assessment is exceedingly precious, so you must secure the championship," she said slowly. "What is the prize?" Xingjue inquired eagerly. "A martial technique from the Yufeng Pavilion, though I'm not entirely certain of its specifics," Li Xiaohan said, feigning mystery with a smile. "A martial technique? What rank could it possibly be?" Xingjue asked with growing excitement, as the thought of a technique from Yufeng Pavilion thrilled him. "At least Earth rank," Li Xiaohan declared emphatically. "Heavens!" Upon hearing Earth rank, Xingjue's throat tightened as he struggled to swallow, overwhelmed by the prospect of possessing such a legendary martial technique, which was said to hold the terrifying power to shatter mountains and split the earth. "Thus, you must seize this opportunity with both hands," Li Xiaohan remarked, her smile radiating satisfaction at his astonished expression, as if her little scheme had succeeded. "By the way, take this. It will be beneficial for you." She suddenly recalled something and, with a flick of her wrist, produced 2 books from her sleeve, placing them on Xingjue's bedside. What is this for?" Xingjue asked, recognizing the 2 martial techniques, but feeling puzzled. "What do you mean? I'm helping you that if you can't even secure the top spot in the inner sect. Then don't bother being my boyfriend," she said, her tone stern as she sensed his hesitation. Xingjue was taken aback by Li Xiaohan's sudden shift in demeanor. Initially, he had intended to decline, not wishing to accept favors from a woman. However, seeing her displeased expression, he swallowed his words. For reasons unknown, he felt apprehensive about upsetting this formidable young lady. "All right, it's getting late. I must take my leave," Li Xiaohan said, satisfied that Xingjue had not rejected her offer. She stood and made her way toward the door. "When can I see you again?" Xingjue called out as she prepared to exit. "As long as you secure the championship in the inner sect, we shall meet again," Li Xiaohan replied with a smile, continuing her departure. "Wait!" Just as Xingjue was lost in thought, Li Xiaohan paused, turning to him. "What is it?" he asked, his spirits dampened at the thought of her leaving. "Good luck." Her eyes, akin to apricot pits, narrowed into crescent moons as she smiled warmly. Seeing this rare display of tenderness from Li Xiaohan, Xingjue responded with a confident and radiant smile of his own, which brought a smile to her face as she exited the loft. As Li Xiaohan disappeared from view, Xingjue hurried to the window, gazing longingly at her retreating figure, a sense of reluctance filling his heart. Will you be able to stay by my side once you enter the inner sect? He whispered. Watching her silhouette fade from sight, he remained at the window until she was completely gone, then returned to his room. Grabbing the two martial technique books, he reclined on his bed and began to peruse them, only to be startled by what he read. Advanced Xian Rank Martial Technique, Gale Technique. A method to enhance speed, capable of short-distance teleportation upon mastery. Advanced Xian Rank Martial Technique, Flame Dragon Bullet. A high-damage long-range technique, capable of incinerating a millennium of mysterious iron. My goodness. An intermediate Xian rank movement technique and an advanced Xian rank martial technique. This girl is incredibly generous, presenting me with such valuable treasures right off the bat. Xinjue thought, nearly drooling at the prospect. Such techniques were rare even in the outer sect. Thank goodness I didn't refuse, he reflected with relief, feeling grateful for not turning down Li Xiaohan's earlier offer. After thoroughly reviewing the cultivation methods of the two martial techniques, he placed them flat on his bedside. Then, rolling up his sleeve, a faint green bracelet, shimmering with a subtle glow, appeared. Xinjue gently pressed his left hand against the bracelet, infusing it with a strand of martial energy. In an astonishing turn of events, a green light enveloped the two martial technique books, causing them to vanish instantaneously. As for the martial skills, they have naturally been absorbed into the peculiar bracelet belonging to Xinjue. This bracelet, known as a storage bracelet, is regarded as the finest storage tool in the Tianwu continent. However, the capacity for storing items varies with the grade of the storage bracelet. It is rumored that the highest grade storage bracelet can even accommodate a mountain with a radius of 100 miles. Yet such a legendary item is said to exist only in tales, and no one has ever truly encountered one. Furthermore, even if such a bracelet were to exist, it would not be accessible to ordinary individuals, as the process of absorbing items requires the expenditure of martial energy. To absorb a mountain of that magnitude would likely be achievable by only a select few within the continent. Xingjue's storage bracelet, however, is of the lowest quality, boasting a mere 10 square meters of storage space. Do not let its inferior status deceive you. It is still a valuable treasure, possessed solely by the head of the Xing family. The bracelet was a gift from Sion, which speaks volumes about Sion's affluent background. After securely stowing away the two martial techniques, Xingjue's excitement remained unabated. What constitutes a grand gesture? You might ask. This is what one would call a grand gesture. It seems that he has stumbled upon a little heiress this time. Although he lost the entrance letter to the cabinet, he has evidently gained an even greater treasured this moment. Xinjue no longer pondered why Li Xiaohan wanted him to be her boyfriend, why she wanted to assist him, or what her identity and background entailed. All such thoughts were cast aside. All that Xinjue knew was that Li Xiaohan would not harm him. A judgment based solely on his intuition, without any supporting evidence. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a refined voice called from outside the door. Stop dawdling, come in. Xinjue immediately recognized it was Sion's voice and responded. Xinjue, who just came to see you? Sion inquired with a grin. Just a friend. Xinjue replied dismissively, as he understood that Li Xiaohan did not wish for too many people to know of her visit. You're just in time. I have something to discuss with you, Xinjue continued. What is it? Sion, having sensed that Xinjue did not wish to reveal the identity of the visitor, refrained from pressing further. I plan to enter seclusion at the cultivation pavilion for a while, Xinjue remarked, stroking the storage bracelet on his right wrist with a smile. Is it to break through to the intermediate level martial master? Sion seemed to have discerned Xingjue's intentions and promptly asked. Indeed, in a month, the cabinet assessment will take place, and I must secure the championship, Xinjue replied with a grin. By the way, Xinjue, I heard that a fellow named Bai Yunfei has already reached the strength of an intermediate martial master. And as soon as Sion recalled the cabinet assessment, he became somewhat anxious. And what? Noticing Sion's hesitation, Xinjue pressed for more information. And he has severely injured the Tian brothers. This is something I heard from an elder. Very few are aware of it, Sion said slowly. Unlike Zhao Wang, the Tian brothers were both initial-level martial masters and, due to their remarkable teamwork and unique martial skills, they could even contend against intermediate martial masters when working together. Yet, they were easily defeated by Bai Yunfei, who now stood as Xingjue's strongest and only rival. The stronger Bai Yunfei became, the greater the danger for Xinjue, hence Sion's concern. Haha, Sion need not worry. Whoever vies with me for the championship title will find themselves at a disadvantage, Xinjue confidently declared. He then directed his gaze towards the direction of the Yufeng Pavilion, silently affirming to himself, because I promised her that I would obtain this championship. The mere thought of her brought a smile of happiness to Xinjue's face. Chapter 28. Cultivating the Swift Wind Technique. The cultivation pavilion of Yufeng is divided into 3 levels. The first and second levels are designated for honing combat skills and hunting magical beasts for points, while the third level is specifically for practicing martial techniques. Xinjue's chosen place for seclusion is in this very area. Upon entering the bustling cultivation pavilion, Xinjue felt a multitude of ardent gazes upon him, accompanied by a flurry of whispered discussions circulating around him. Why now? Xinjue had become quite the sensation within the outer pavilion, causing quite a stir wherever he went, that he merely smiled faintly at their attention, choosing not to engage further, and proceeded directly to the third level. In contrast to the crowds on the first and second levels, the third level was considerably less populated, resulting in most of the cultivation rooms being illuminated with green lights. It was Xinjue's first time in the third level, and he felt a tinge of anticipation regarding the cultivation rooms. After casually selecting one, he opened the iron door, but just as he was about to step inside, another iron door from a nearby cultivation room swung open, accompanied by a palpable and sharp aura of hostility. The intensity of this killing intent startled even Xinjue. Turning his gaze, he beheld a graceful young man clad in the outer pavilion's robes, exuding an air of elegance as he stepped out. The youth's fair skin resembled that of a woman, yet his overly delicate features imparted a sinister impression. Surrounding him was a powerful aura of killing intent, akin to flames rising around his form, sending chills down one's spine. Although they had never met, Xinjue could already surmise this young man's identity. Bai Yunfei, the strongest among the 4 kings of the outer pavilion, and Xinjue's most formidable opponent in the upcoming cabinet assessment. Upon exiting the cultivation room, Bai Yunfei seemed to sense Xinjue's scrutiny and turned his gaze, which was both gentle and yet filled with lethal intent, towards him. After sizing Xinjue up, a cold smirk crept across his lips before he proceeded toward the staircase. This fellow must have cultivated some peculiar technique, Xinjue mused to himself, observing Bai Yunfei's aura of hostility. Such an overwhelming killing intent was impossible to conceal. And from the look in Bai Yunfei's eyes, Xinjue could sense that he was indeed a dangerously formidable individual, devoid of any vitality. His gaze was entirely cold-blooded. Following this encounter, Xinjue regarded Bai Yunfei, this fated adversary, with heightened seriousness. Stepping into the cultivation room, Xinjue was taken aback by the sight before him. The cultivation rooms on the third floor were markedly different from those on the first and second levels. The walls were not constructed of iron, but rather were composed of a barrier. In other words, this space was likely sealed off by a protective enchantment. Floating at the entrance were 3 translucent talismans, each inscribed with the characters skill, technique, and body. Upon seeing these 3 talismans, Xinjue understood that they served as switches for selecting the martial techniques he wished to cultivate. He first reached out to touch the talisman marked body. The moment he made contact, the talisman transformed into a gentle green mist that slowly merged into the surrounding barrier. The green mist integrated. The barrier began to spin rapidly, increasing in speed, to the point that even Xinjue found himself dizzy from watching the swirling vortex, that he quickly closed his eyes, unwilling to gaze any longer. Once the feeling of dizziness subsided, Xinjue cautiously opened his eyes, only to be astonished by what lay before him. He was no longer in the previous barrier space, but rather in an endless desert. Were it not for the 2 floating talismans before him, he might have believed he had been transported to the heart of a desert. To his astonishment, he also noticed that the characters on the talismans had changed. No longer were they skill and technique, but instead they read rest and retreat. Gazing at the vast expanse of the desert, where fierce winds raged, Xinjue couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of the Yufeng Pavilion. However, admiration aside, he quickly reined in his astonishment and began to venture deeper into the desert. Cultivating the body technique was intended to enhance his speed, and the ideal environment for such training was one that imposed resistance to his velocity, making this desert the perfect training ground. As Xinjue delved further, the desert began to transform. Not only did the raging winds grow fiercer, but his feet would occasionally sink into the shifting sands, making each step increasingly arduous. Faced with such dire circumstances, Xinjue merely smiled faintly and murmured, "This is just about right." He then slowly closed his eyes, allowing the martial energy within his dantian to surge forth, flowing rapidly through the designated pathways of his meridians as prescribed by the swift wind technique. As the martial energy coursed through him, a faint white glow began to emanate from his body, which ultimately coalesced into swirling gales, encircling him in a tempestuous embrace. Xinjue reopened his eyes. His body surged forth like an arrow released from a bowstring, racing into the depths of the endless desert with an exhilarating abandon, shedding the previous sense of resistance, as if traversing smooth terrain, in the heart of the desert, where tempestuous winds roared. Even a robust camel would be swept away by the furious gales. Yet amidst such chaos, Xinjue sat serenely upon the sands, savoring delectable morsels. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a faint veil of white mist enveloping him. This seemingly fragile aura serving to repel the raging sands from encroaching upon his space. "What bliss!" he exclaimed as he finished the last bite of his meal, neglecting to wipe the grease from his lips, and then reclined upon the desert floor, shouting joyfully that it had been half a month since Xinjue entered the secluded training chamber, and the provisions he brought had been nearly consumed. He had also become proficient in the Gale technique, not yet mastering it completely, but at least able to run freely within this tempestuous desert, a speed that would be unimaginable in the outside world. After a refreshing rest, he rose, grinning at the talismans that floated beside him. With a gentle tap on the retreating talisman, the seemingly boundless desert began to whirl rapidly. When Xinjue opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in the space enveloped by the barrier, seated precisely where he had stood half a month prior. Without having moved an inch to that moment, he realized that his time had merely been spent running in place, with the formidable resistance stemming entirely from the barrier itself. Upon understanding the barrier's principles, Xinjue smiled faintly and turned to open the heavy iron door of the chamber. The door lifted. He stepped out of the secluded space he had inhabited for the past half-month. After stretching languidly, he gazed upon the bustling hall before him, feeling an indescribable sensation, having not seen a single soul in weeks. He now realized his fondness for lively places. Just then, a familiar figure caught his eye, his former roommate, Xiao San, who appeared anxious, searching for someone amidst the throng in the three-story hall. "Xiao San," Xinjue called out to him. Upon hearing his name, the disciple quickly turned around. The moment he recognized Xinjue, excitement surged onto his previously anxious face as he exclaimed, "Xinjue, you're back! Syn is in trouble." The mention of Syn sent a jolt of alarm through Xinjue's heart. "What happened? Explain," he urged, hastening to Xiao San's side. That Syn was the first friend he had made upon entering this outer sect, and after half a year of camaraderie, he had become one of Xinjue's closest companions. Thus, hearing of Syn's predicament stirred a tempest within Xinjue's previously calm demeanor. "On the second day of your seclusion, Syn received a letter from home, after which he informed us he needed to return briefly, promising to return in 7 days. But now, half a month has passed, and he is yet to return. That I fear something has happened to him, which is why I rushed to find you," Xiao San replied urgently. "You fool. Syn merely went home for a visit. There's no need for such alarm," Xinjue gently chided, patting Xiao San on the head with a smile. Yet despite his words, concern began to creep into his heart. "All right. Don't worry that I'll pay Syn's family a visit," he assured, noting Xiao San's lingering anxiety. To the south of the Yfing sect's territory lay a bustling metropolis known as Xinjue City, a place that stood as a pinnacle even within the entire Yfing Empire. Comparing the city where Xinjue resided, Yinzing City, to Xinjue City was akin to contrasting a rural village with an urban center. Syn's family resided in this very city. "Is this the home of Syn's family? Quite impressive," Xinjue mused as he arrived at Xinjue City, admiring the grandiose structures that spoke volumes of the family's strength, far surpassing that of his own family, the Xing clan. From years past, the family to which Syn belonged was known as the Shi family, one of the most prominent clans in Xinjue city. Despite the city's affluence, the families therein lacked the martial prowess of the three major families in Xinjue city. The families in Xinjue city primarily focused on commerce and showed little ambition for cultivation, their sole pursuit being wealth. And the Shi family was no exception, with Syn being their only martial artist. "May I inquire if your young master is at home?" Xinjue asked the two gatekeepers, both of whom were mid-level martial artists, as he approached the Shi residence. Admittedly, despite having spent half a year in Syn's company, he was unaware of his friend's family name, only knowing that Syn hailed from the Shi family in Xinjue city. Information Syn had shared when inviting Xinjue to visit. "Are you a friend of our young master?" Upon hearing Xinjue's inquiry, the two servants exhibited a sudden burst of joy and hurriedly approached him with polite demeanor. Having left in haste, Xinjue had not changed out of his outer sect robes, and upon seeing the words YFing emblazoned on his blue robe, it was evident to them that he belonged to the YFing sect. "Indeed, I am his friend," Xinjue confirmed with a nod. "Please wait here for a moment," one of the servants said courteously before hastily running into the courtyard. However, sensing their anxious demeanor, Xinjue's heart sank. Could it be that Syn was truly in trouble? Shortly after the servant entered, an elderly man emerged from the Shi residence. Though frail in stature, his face, lined with wrinkles, exuded an air of shrewdness. "Greetings. May I inquire if you are a friend of our young master?" the steward asked, clasping his hands before Xinjue in a respectful gesture. "Yes, is Syn at home?" Xinjue responded, his excitement nearly leading him to reveal Syn's name outright. But he quickly composed himself. "Wonderful news! The Shi family may yet be saved." The steward's expression transformed into one of unbridled joy upon confirming Xinjue's identity. "What has happened to your young master? What troubles him?" Xinjue asked, sensing something was amiss. "Please follow me. I will explain en route," the elderly man said, seizing Xinjue's wrist and hurriedly leading him into the Shi residence. Within the inner courtyard of the Shi estate stood over 20 individuals, all martial artists, with a particularly imposing elder, sporting a goatee, occupying the forefront, having attained the intermediate level of martial general. Amongst this group stood a middle-aged couple and a youth, the latter being none other than Syn. "Shiesiching, either surrender the land deed or hand over your son. The choice is yours." The elder with the goatee narrowed his eyes and declared, "Father, we cannot give them the land deed. Let me go with them. I refuse to believe they dare harm me." Syn implored his father, who was visibly distressed. "No, Shiesiching, we cannot give up Yair." Syn's mother clung desperately to her husband's sleeve, her face awash with tears. "Take the land deed." After a moment of silence, Syn's father slowly produced the deed from his pocket. Upon seeing the document, a sinister smile crept across the goateed elder's face, as he remarked, "That's right, just a mere land deed. What value does your son's life hold in comparison?" He then advanced toward Syn's father, but just as he reached out with his gnarled hand to seize the deed, Syn suddenly snatched it away, clutching it to his chest defiantly. "The deed is mine. If you dare kill me." Half a month prior, when Xinjue had just entered the training chamber, the Shi family had entered into a reckless wager with another family, the Wing family, over a business deal, wagering their entire fortunes. Ultimately, through unscrupulous means, the Wing family emerged victorious. Following this, Syn's father fell gravely ill, prompting Syn's mother to send a letter to her son. Enraged upon his return, Syn confronted the Wing family, injuring their patriarch and reclaiming the family deed. However, fearing retaliation from the Wing family, he had refrained from returning to the YFing sect, choosing instead to remain at home. As fate would have it, today, the Wing family had managed to gather a contingent to invade the Shi residence, demanding the deed, leading to the current standoff. "Little brat, you are seeking death," the old man exclaimed furiously upon witnessing the deed of the four-eyed youth snatching the land deed. With a swift motion, he thrust out his palm, infused with a potent martial aura, aimed directly at the four-eyed youth. In response to the elder's strike, the four-eyed youth merely scoffed as flames erupted from his right fist. launching forth to collide with the elder's palm. This was his signature martial technique, the fire punch of the initial level of the Xian rank. Overestimating yourself, the elder sneered as he noticed the youth not only refusing to evade, but daring to confront him head-on. A fierce expression crossed his face as he channeled even greater martial energy into his palm. With a thunderous crash, their fists met, sending a powerful ripple of energy through the air, mingled with waves of fire. The four-eyed youth's parents were hurled away by the force of the impact, and the youth himself was sent flying, crashing against a stone pillar in the courtyard, spitting blood and paling dramatically. Despite the elder's seemingly casual strike and the youth's employment of a formidable martial technique, the vast gulf between a martial master and a martial sovereign became painfully evident as the youth was grievously injured. "Boy, if you wish to live, hand over the land deed," the elder said with a sinister smile as he approached the wounded four-eyed youth, as if the deed were his for the taking. "Yue, let him have it. Even without this deed, our Xia family will not perish," cried the youth's father, gazing at his pale son. Though the land deed held significant importance, nothing was worth more than his son's life. "Father, this deed embodies your years of hard work. I cannot give it to them," the four-eyed youth replied with a smile, his resolute gaze causing his father to tremble, soon replaced by a look of pride on his weary face. The four-eyed youth had once been timid, prompting his father to encourage him to train, seeking to fortify his character, as he was the family's only son destined to support the vast family business. To their surprise, the youth exhibited extraordinary talent in martial cultivation, much to his father's delight. Yet, despite his growing prowess, his timid nature had not changed. Eventually, his father invested significant resources to procure a letter of introduction to the outer pavilion of the Wind Control sect, hoping to send him away to cultivate in a harsher environment. Finally, his son had shed his cowardice and emerged as a valiant man. "Yue, even if we lose all our wealth, as long as I have you, it is enough for your father. Give it to him," the youth's father said with a satisfied expression. The warmth in the youth's heart swelled at his father's approving gaze, and a tear escaped from the corner of his eye. His father had always been strict, often berating him for his perceived inadequacy, making the young man feel the sting of paternal love's absence throughout his life. Today, however, he realized he had been mistaken. After wiping away the tear, the four-eyed youth's pale face broke into a determined smile, and he made a resolute decision. He would not allow his father's lifetime of effort to go to waste. With a sudden surge of defiance, he glared at the elder, declaring, "Old man, if you have the courage, kill me. As a disciple of the Wind Control sect, should you dare to slay me, you will not fare well either." "Ha ha ha! The Wind Control sect. Do you think I, an old man, fear your sect?" The elder laughed maniacally upon hearing the youth's words. "Since you seek death so eagerly, I shall fulfill your wish today." After a fit of wild laughter, the elder's expression darkened, and he slowly raised his right fist, a terrifying power radiating from his palm. Ignoring the pleas of the youth's parents, he aimed a devastating strike directly at the youth's crown. With a deafening boom, a powerful wave of energy erupted, filling the courtyard with clouds of dust. Yet as the dust settled, the onlookers were astonished to find a young man clad in a blue robe standing defiantly before the elder. Having firmly grasped the elder's powerful punch in his hand, the young man's face bore a relaxed smile, and he was none other than Xinjue. "You disregard the Wind Control sect, do you? Then today, you shall reconsider," Xinjue said coldly, fixing his gaze on the elder before executing a spinning kick imbued with terrifying force, aimed directly at the elder's head. Realizing the danger, the elder quickly crossed his arms to shield his head. The impact of the kick sent him staggering back several meters before he regained his footing, shaking his numb arms with a wary expression, sensing the peril emanating from Xinjue. "My dear young friend, what remarkable strength! Surely, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Allow me to explain." A diminutive middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd, clapping his hands and smiling at Xinjue. He was Wang Buren, the head of the Wang family. "Speak," Xinjue replied dismissively, casting a sideways glance at him. The dismissive expression caused Wang Buren to flinch, yet he maintained his smile. "Ah, my young friend, since you are a disciple of the Wind Control sect, I trust you are a reasonable individual, though we are not here to seize anything from the Xia family. Rather, It is the Xia family that has taken something from us, the Wang family. Today, we merely seek to reclaim what belongs to us, that if he returns the land deed, we shall depart without further incident. Oh, is that so? Xinjue feigned enlightenment, upon seeing the gleeful expression on Xingjue's face. Wang Buren's countenance lit up with joy as he quickly added, "Indeed, my young friend, you are truly reasonable that if they return the deed to me, I, Wang Buren, will cover the Xia family's losses entirely." "Ah, you need not be so courteous. That land deed is definitely not yours. And even if you wish to leave today, you shall not be able to," Xinjue said, casting a glance at Wang Buren, a smile gracing his lips. Yet beneath that smile lay an overwhelming intent to kill. "Xian Zhongmin. Kill him." Wang Buren's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce expression as he barked at the elder with the goat-like beard. Upon hearing Wang Buren's command, the elder gritted his teeth, preparing to strike at Xinjue after a moment of internal struggle. Boom! But just as the elder prepared to attack, a thunderous sound echoed as Xinjue seemingly vanished from sight. "Help!" When Xinjue reappeared, the crowd gasped in shock as they witnessed him standing before Wang Buren, gripping his neck with one hand while swirling winds enveloped his form. "Help! Did you not wish to kill me?" Xinjue remarked with a slight smile, though the smile only served to frighten Wang Buren, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. "My young friend, let us discuss this." The elder felt the killing intent emanating from Xinjue and hastily interjected. Crack! Before the elder could finish, the sound of bones snapping echoed as Wang Buren's neck snapped, his head drooping lifelessly. Did I end that moment? It was clear to all that Wang Buren had met his end. "Now it is your turn." Xinjue carelessly tossed Wang Buren's lifeless body aside and turned to face the astonished elder. You seek death. Kill every last one of the Xia family." The elder bellowed furiously upon witnessing Wang Buren's demise, his rage palpable that he had aligned himself with Wang Buren for a reason, and now that his ally was dead, it meant he would gain nothing, inciting his fury. "Yes, sect master." The elder's command was met with a chorus of affirmations from the 20 or so martial masters, their gazes turning predatory as they focused on the Xia family servants. As the murderous glances fell upon them, the Xia family servants began to panic, some even attempting to flee in terror. "Ha! That will depend on whether you have the opportunity." Xinjue suddenly burst into laughter, and with a flicker of movement, he transformed into a blurred white streak, dashing towards the group of martial masters with astonishing speed, akin to a shooting star to be by the time they realized what had transpired. He had already vanished without a trace. "Ah!" As Xinjue plunged into the crowd, a piercing scream erupted as a low-level martial master spat blood, collapsing to the ground. Following him, a series of anguished cries rang out. And within a minute, the once vibrant group of over 20 martial masters lay lifeless on the ground. Xinjue stood atop the corpses, casting a mocking gaze at the elder, gazing upon the lifeless bodies of over 20 martial artists before him. Not only the members of the Xia family, but even Cyan and the aged elder wore expressions of disbelief. These were not merely 20 chicks or ordinary individuals. They were over 20 skilled martial masters. The fact that they had all been vanquished in an instant was utterly astonishing. "Well then, it seems you can no longer indulge in indiscriminate slaughter," Xinjue said, stepping atop a fallen warrior's corpse, lightly clapping his hands as he smiled at the elder Xian. "You seek death." The elder's fury ignited upon witnessing the fallen disciples, all struck down in an instant by Xinjue, ignoring the strength of Xinjue. He bellowed, unleashing a torrent of martial energy that enveloped his body in a tangible aura, radiating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. "Défensive martiale technique," Xinjue remarked, his eyes brightening at the sight of the elder's corporeal martial energy. He smiled, aware that while such techniques could enhance defense in a short span, they demanded immense energy. That it appeared that the elder was prepared to fight desperately. "Boy, no matter how swift you are, you cannot breach my defenses. What can you possibly do to me? Prepare to die." The head of the Xian clan thundered, clenching his right fist as martial energy rapidly coalesced into a long spear. With a swift motion of his right arm, the spear shot toward Xinjue, accompanied by a fierce wind and trailing afterimages. However, Xinjue remained unfazed in the face of the rapidly approaching spear. Just as it was about to strike him, a cold smile crept onto his lips that in a swift motion. A pale aura enveloped him, and he vanished like a specter, reappearing 3 meters away from the spear. This was the culmination of half a month's training in the Gale technique. Xinjue had mastered it to an extraordinary degree, while he had yet to achieve supernatural teleportation. He was not far from it. The spear missed its target, instead creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground, showcasing the elder's formidable martial prowess. Alas, no matter how fierce your techniques, if you cannot hit me, what can you do? Xinjue stood beside the deep pit, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his arms in a provocative manner as he taunted the elder. Let us see if you can evade this attack, the elder growled, his face darkening as he tightened his fists once more. Countless sharp flying daggers materialized in his hands, and with a sweeping gesture, the elder unleashed a barrage of faint golden daggers that descended upon Xinjue like a net without gaps. In that moment, all possible escape routes for Xinjue were sealed. Yet he maintained his calm demeanor, a smile lingering on his face as the daggers hurtled toward him. Clenching his right fist, he rapidly gathered martial energy, launching a powerful counterattack against the multitude of daggers. Bang, 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 bang. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds as energy ripples spread outward, resembling a sky full of fireworks cascading before Xinjue. Martial energy projection? The elder gasped in astonishment at Xinjue's previous move. As the elder noted, Xinjue's action was not merely a martial technique, but rather a sophisticated manipulation of martial energy. For a martial master, enveloping the body in martial energy enhances both defense and attack. Yet such control demands exceptional skill. Most could only cover their fists or palms, and few could manage to envelop their entire body. However, through martial techniques, this could be achieved, albeit at a significant energy cost. Xinjue's previous display was a method of manipulating martial energy, instantly coalescing it into his fist before releasing it for a powerful ranged attack, known as martial energy projection, a feat exceedingly rare among martial lords. Yet Xinjue accomplished it. So, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Xinjue mockingly inquired, regarding the elder with a derisive smile as if he were entirely beneath his notice. Ah, you clever boy, it seems you possess some skill. However, what can you do to me? At this juncture, the elder begrudgingly acknowledged his underestimation of Xinjue's prowess, yet his confidence in his defensive martial technique led him to believe that Xinjue could not harm him. As long as Xinjue could not inflict damage, the elder was determined to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Oh, may I interpret this as you questioning whether I can harm you? Xinjue replied, casting a sidelong glance at the elder, his expression maintaining a composed smile that unnerved the elder. Under the elder's scrutinizing gaze, Xinjue slowly raised his right hand, gathering a considerable amount of martial energy within his palm, which began to radiate a dazzling brilliance that as the light reached its zenith, an overwhelming force emanated from it. Devouring wind palm. With a fierce shout, Xinjue thrust his palm forward, sending a radiant imprint toward the elder. Clang! Following a piercing sound, a brilliant spark erupted from the elder's body, and the glowing palm imprint vanished. Haha, I told you. Now you see the might of my martial technique. The elder laughed triumphantly, having successfully neutralized Xinjue's attack. Unfazed by the elder's mockery, Xinjue raised his right palm once more, the radiant light reappearing. Boy, with such a technique, you cannot even graze me, no matter how many times you try. The elder scoffed as Xinjue prepared to unleash the devouring wind palm again. Bah! With a muffled thud, Xinjue transformed into a streak of white light, shimmering with brilliance as he surged toward the elder. Clang! Another piercing sound rang out as Xinjue's palm met the elder's body. Yet the elder remained unscathed, merely taking a half step back as Xinjue closed in. The elder suddenly swung his right arm, delivering a heavy punch infused with potent martial energy aimed directly at Xinjue. Just as the punch descended, Xinjue shifted slightly and vanished. When he reappeared, he was several meters away, his right palm once again aglow with that same radiant brilliance. Clang! Another dazzling streak of light shot forth like a shooting star, striking the elder once more. Yet he only retreated half a step, sustaining no injury. Clong, 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 clong. In less than a minute, Xinjue unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon the elder. Under the continuous onslaught, the elder's martial energy began to wane. Bang! With a resounding thud, Xinjue's speed had increased dramatically, so much so that it could only be described as light speed. Bang! This time, as Xinjue's devouring wind palm made contact with the elder's body, it sparked a brilliant display of light. The sole difference was that this time, Xinjue's palm genuinely touched the elder's body, revealing a black imprint on the elder's back, despite the defensive technique absorbing much of the palm's force. It was sufficient to inflict severe injury upon the elder, as the formidable protective martial energy had completely dissipated. A mouthful of blood erupted from the elder, who collapsed to the ground, gazing in disbelief at Xinjue as he trembled, muttering, "How? Is this possible?" Xinjue merely smiled faintly, clenched his right fist, and struck fiercely at the elder's chest. With no defense remaining, the elder was brutally pierced through the chest by Xinjue's punch. Slowly withdrawing his hand from the elder's chest, Xinjue wiped the blood from his palm on the elder's clothing before leaning close to whisper mockingly in the elder's ear, "It seems this contest of speed and defensive attrition has concluded in my favor." Chapter 31. The Cabinet Assessment after Xinjue dispatched the elder with the goat beard. A thunderous cheer erupted throughout the Xia residence. Not only had he eliminated the formidable threat posed by the elder, but he had also slain Wang Buren, the head of the Wang family, who had been their adversary for many years. How could they not feel exhilarated? However, just as the crowd surged forward to express their gratitude, Xinjue suddenly lost consciousness, darkness enveloping him, upon witnessing this scene. The crowd was taken aback, promptly carrying the injured Xinjue indoors and summoning a physician to attend to him. Only after the doctor had assessed his condition did they finally exhale in relief, discovering that Xinjue's ailment was merely the result of overexertion. With a couple of days of rest, he would be restored to health. It appeared that his battle with the elderly man with the goat beard had indeed taken a significant toll on him. In the secluded courtyard of the Xia residence, there lay a rather hidden chamber, its exterior forged from frost-covered stone, remarkably sturdy. This chamber was originally intended as a treasure vault for the Xia family to store valuable items. But it had now been repurposed by Xinjue at this moment. Outside the chamber, Xian was pacing anxiously, occasionally muttering, "Why isn't he out yet? Go, summon my father and have the stone door opened." Xian suddenly instructed a servant stationed outside the chamber. "But young master, Xinjue is in seclusion. This might disturb him," the servant replied, somewhat apprehensively. Although he was merely a martial arts expert, he understood the importance of undisturbed cultivation. An interruption could easily lead to backlash. "What do you know? When I tell you to go, you go. Spare me your prattling," Si Yin retorted angrily. After being scolded by Si Yin, the servant dared not utter another word and hurried off towards his master's loft. Just moments after the servant dashed away, the tightly shut stone door creaked open slowly. The door swung ajar. A youth clad in a blue robe, exuding an air of elegance and vigor, emerged from within, and this was none other than the secluded Xinjue. "Have you succeeded in your training?" Si Yin inquired, his anxious expression finally transforming into a relieved smile as he approached Xinjue. "Yes. I believe I have grasped the fundamentals," Xinjue replied with a smile. "That's splendid. We must set off at once. Otherwise, we shall be late," Si Yin remarked, glancing towards the direction of the Yufeng pavilion, his words laden with implication. "Indeed, let us depart." Xinjue understood the urgency in Si Yin's tone and readily agreed. Outside the Yufeng pavilion, an expansive outdoor plaza was bustling with activity. At the center of the plaza stood hundreds of small arenas, while the periphery was teeming with thousands of disciples. The excitement stemmed from the commencement of the annual Inner Hall assessment, a highlight for the Outer Hall disciples that on each of the numerous arenas stood a robust, hollow-eyed humanoid puppet, resembling sentinels guarding the platforms, remaining motionless. These puppets represented the first challenge of the Inner Hall assessment, which had no qualification restrictions. Any Outer Hall disciple wishing to participate could freely join. However, those lacking adequate strength would find no opportunity for success, as the puppets possess combat capabilities equivalent to advanced martial artists. Moreover, due to the unique materials used in their construction, these puppets were exceptionally resilient, making it exceedingly difficult to defeat them without formidable hidden strengths. "Let the inner hall assessment commence," announced the elder of the outer hall, prompting the disciples at the plaza's edge to surge forward like a pack of frenzied wolves. Despite knowing the puppet's formidable nature, many were eager to test their mettle, for passing this challenge would grant them a chance to enter the inner hall. Becoming a disciple of the inner hall would fundamentally alter their training methods and living conditions. Comparatively, the relationship between outer hall disciples and inner hall disciples resembled that of servants to masters. Even the elders of the outer hall would treat inner hall disciples with utmost respect, fearing any semblance of neglect. Inner hall disciples, in turn, looked down upon those from the outer hall, seldom venturing into their territory. The prospect of entering the inner hall was a dream for outer hall disciples, a glimmer of hope they were willing to pursue. As the outer hall disciples rushed onto the arenas, the lifeless eyes of the humanoid puppets suddenly ignited with a blood-red intensity, akin to ferocious beasts. As they lunged at the outer hall disciples who dared to step onto the platforms, those with slightly stronger abilities fared better, while the weaker ones were swiftly incapacitated, some even left severely injured or permanently disabled. Yet, even amidst such danger, those who had yet to approach the arenas were still determined to give it as the inner hall assessment unfolded. Half a day had already passed, yet among the thousands of outer hall disciples, only a handful had successfully surpassed the puppet's challenge, all of whom were advanced martial artists. Remarkably, some had even reached the level of martial sect masters, indicating that the outer hall was not solely composed of the four renowned kings. Many others concealed their true prowess. "Haha! Congratulations, Xiao San. I never imagined you would pass the inner hall assessment. Indeed, from today onward, you are considered half an inner hall disciple. Should you truly enter the inner hall, don't forget us." Several disciples at the plaza's edge remarked cheerfully to a slowly approaching disciple. "Heh, I didn't expect to pass either. It was merely luck," the disciple, known as Xiao San, replied somewhat bashfully, having often exaggerated Si Yan's injuries in front of Xinjue. "By the way, has Xinjue and Si Yan returned yet?" Xiao San suddenly remembered and asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. "I haven't seen them. What if something has happened to them?" The others responded, their expressions clouded with concern for Xinjue and Si Yan. Brothers, I'm back!" Just then, a bright laugh rang out from behind them, and as they turned to see the source, their faces lit up with joy, simultaneously exclaiming, "Xinjue! Hey, have you all forgotten about me?" Si Yan interjected, feigning displeasure as he approached, having returned alongside Xinjue, feeling slightly neglected as the others had only acknowledged Xinjue. "All right, Si Yan, it's getting late. Let us get through this challenge so we can celebrate with our brothers," Xinjue said, gently patting Si Yan's shoulder with a smile. Si Yan nodded in agreement, his confidence radiating. After enduring half a day of assessments, the once crowded plaza was now considerably quieter, with only a handful of disciples remaining eager to take on the challenge. Having witnessed too many overzealous attempts, with their understanding of the puppet's fearsome nature, the plaza now felt somewhat subdued, devoid of the earlier commotion. However, this tranquility was shattered as a figure emerged in the center of the plaza, igniting renewed excitement among the crowd. This individual, naturally, was the illustrious Xinjue, renowned throughout the outer hall. Xinjue merely smiled at the commotion he created as he strode towards an empty arena, and as he stepped onto the platform, thousands of eyes turned toward him, curious to witness the prowess of the outer hall as most formidable disciple. Upon his arrival in the arena, the humanoid puppet, resembling a frenzied beast, charged at Xinjue with alarming speed. Yet, in the face of the raging puppet, Xinjue exhibited no trepidation. With a swift motion of his right arm, a surge of powerful martial energy emanated from his fist. With a resounding crash, the previously ferocious puppet was instantaneously reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Without any elaborate martial techniques, a single, unadorned punch from Xinjue obliterated the puppet that had grievously injured numerous outer hall disciples. Following Xinjue's decisive victory, The plaza erupted in a thunderous applause and cheers. Is this truly Xinjue? He is undeniably formidable. He truly lives up to his legendary status. Whispers of admiration rippled through the crowd. Martial energy unleashed. This young man possesses boundless potential, remarked the elder seated at the center of the elder's platform, stroking his white beard with a smile. Shortly after Xinjue's triumph, Xian descended from another arena. Though he appeared slightly disheveled compared to Xinjue, he too had successfully passed the challenge. After their success, Xinjue and his companions did not linger in the plaza, but returned to the Xing residence. In total, aside from Xinjue and Xian, 13 others had also passed the assessment, granting them a total of 15 individuals qualified to enter the inner hall, a commendable achievement indeed. Next, they would face the elimination rounds. As the inner hall assessment was limited to only 20 spots, yet over 100 had successfully passed the first challenge, thus making the subsequent evaluations intensely competitive. This evening, the outer pavilion exhibited a notable deviation from its usual atmosphere. Unlike the customary early slumber of its members, a fervent discussion regarding the day's assessments ensued, accompanied by jubilant celebrations for those who had successfully navigated the first stage. Among the various locations within the outer pavilion, the Xing residence was particularly lively to this moment. The square before the Xing Manor was teeming with several hundred individuals, all disciples of Xinjue, joyfully raising their goblets and indulging in spirited libations. Chapter 32. The duel with Bai Yunfei the following day. The square of the outer pavilion was even more animated than the previous one. If yesterday boasted over 10,000 disciples, today's assembly reached a remarkable tally of 20,000, signifying the complete presence of all outer pavilion disciples. Most of them were not there to partake in the assessments, but rather to witness the event, as today marked the pinnacle of the inner pavilion evaluations. Today, a selection would be made from the 100 disciples who had passed the first stage, with only the final 20 being permitted entry into the inner pavilion. Among this 100, one individual would emerge as the champion of the inner pavilion assessments, earning a mysterious prize. Although the disciples were unaware of this year's champion's reward, they were well aware that past prizes had been of immeasurable value, leading them to believe that this year's offering would not disappoint. Disciples who have passed the first stage assessment, please proceed to your respective platforms according to your assigned numbers, announced the Grand Elder from the Elder's seat, his voice resonating with authority. Subsequently, the 100 disciples orderly ascended to their designated platforms, guided by the numbers they had received the day prior. With the Grand Elder's proclamation of the competition begins, the disciples on the platforms engaged in fierce confrontations. Xinjue faced a high-level martial artist, who, despite wielding an impressive array of martial techniques, was swiftly dispatched by Xinjue in a mere exchange. The defeated opponent descended from the platform, tears streaming down his face. One could hardly blame him. After overcoming the first stage and grasping the hope of entering the inner pavilion, he was decisively eliminated in the second stage. Ultimately, it could only be said that encountering Xinjue was indeed his misfortune. In contrast to Xinjue's effortless victory, the battle for Xian was considerably arduous. However, leveraging his exceptional prowess, he ultimately triumphed over his adversary. As the hours passed, only 20 individuals remained standing on the platforms, their faces radiant with bright smiles. Regardless of the outcomes that lay ahead, they had already secured their qualifications for entry into the inner pavilion. Among these 20, Xinjue appeared to be the most relaxed. For no matter the caliber of his opponents, they could not withstand more than 10 exchanges against him, including 2 novice martial sect members. Although Xinjue himself was a novice martial sect member, his combat prowess far surpassed theirs. In truth, if it came down to genuine strength, Xinjue, even when facing a high-level martial sect member, would likely not falter. Yet aside from Xinjue, another disciple drew significant attention: Bai Yunfei. Despite his delicate appearance, Bai Yunfei's strikes were merciless, rendering his opponents nearly incapacitated. Even those who suffered the least injuries were gravely wounded, leading to a situation where no one dared to challenge him, for fear of jeopardizing their futures. Unfortunately, Xian found himself among those unwilling to engage. However, astute as he was, Xian chose to concede, unwilling to confront this harbinger of misfortune, fully aware that Xinjue would undoubtedly assist him in dealing with this formidable foe. In the end, Only two contenders remained in the arena, Bai Yunfei and Xinjue, destined adversaries standing upon the same platform. At this moment, the disciples in the square were fully roused, for this would be the most exhilarating battle of the day. Regardless of the victor, it mattered little to them. They were eager to witness who would emerge as the true champion of the outer pavilion. Hey, how can you be so ruthless? We are fellow disciples. Yet you strike with such venom. How cruel. Xinjue lamented mockingly, feigning a heartbroken demeanor that a bunch of useless individuals. What purpose do they serve? Bai Yunfei retorted with a cold smirk, dismissing the notion. Oh, then what do you consider worthy of not being deemed useless? Xinjue inquired with a curious expression that in this outer pavilion, there exists but one king. The rest are all but worthless. Bai Yunfei boldly asserted, revealing his perspective that the victor reigns while the vanquished are condemned. A rather pragmatic view that, it appears you too shall join the ranks of the worthless, Xinjue remarked with a slight smile, exuding confidence as if he were certain Bai Yunfei would fall before him. That depends on whether you possess the requisite strength. Bai Yunfei coldly countered before unleashing a fierce roar, causing a torrent of martial energy to surge forth, enveloping his body, rendering him momentarily indistinct. In an instant, he transformed into a white streak, hurtling towards Xinjue with incredible speed. Remarkably swift, the spectators gasped in awe as Bai Yunfei darted across the platform like a bolt of lightning. Martial arts movement technique. Xinjue's heart raced with astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that Bai Yunfei would also master such a technique. Yet, amidst his surprise, a smirk curled at the corner of Xinjue's lips as he mused. When it comes to movement techniques, you still have a long way to go. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yunfei reached Xinjue, who stood mere inches away. With a swift motion, Bai Yunfei executed a dazzling spinning kick. Imbued with a fierce gale, aimed directly at Xinjue's head. Just as this impressive kick was about to connect, Xinjue extended his left arm and effortlessly intercepted it. Simultaneously, his right fist, suffused with potent martial energy, lunged towards Bai Yunfei's chest with tremendous force. Disastrous. Bai Yunfei had not anticipated Xinjue's speed. Not only had he thwarted his attack, but he also mounted a counteroffensive. Faced with the imminent threat, Bai Yunfei could only raise his arms to shield his chest in a desperate attempt to absorb the blow. Bang! The impact reverberated through the air, though he had protected his vital area. Bai Yunfei was still propelled backward by the sheer force. Observing Bai Yunfei's retreat, Xinjue vanished in a blur, reappearing behind him in the next instant. By the time Bai Yunfei realized the situation, it was already too late. Xinjue's powerful punch descended upon Bai Yunfei's delicate visage. The punch landed, and Bai Yunfei spewed forth a mouthful of blood, spinning elegantly through the air twice before crashing to the ground. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving many spectators bewildered as they realized Bai Yunfei lay defeated and bleeding. By the heavens, how formidable! The disciples surrounding the square were left speechless, astonished at how the once mighty Bai Yunfei had succumbed so swiftly to Xinjue's prowess. At that moment, they truly comprehended the extent of Xinjue's strength. Remarkable, young man. I never imagined you would even master the Gale technique. The Grand Elder chuckled, having witnessed the match unfold with clarity. While others may have failed to observe the intricacies of the confrontation, the Grand Elder had seen it all. Bai Yunfei had intended to rely on his movement technique to outpace Xinjue. But he had not anticipated that Xinjue's own technique would far surpass his, resulting in a complete reversal of dominance and a significant setback for Bai Yunfei. Well, you certainly possess some skill. Bai Yunfei suddenly erupted into an unsettling laughter, causing the onlookers to shudder. After his laughter subsided, he slowly rose to his feet, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from him, enveloping him like a living shadow. In that moment, Bai Yunfei appeared devoid of any vitality, exuding a singular essence, terror. Has he finally unleashed his ultimate technique? Observing the transformation in Bai Yunfei, Xinjue adopted a more cautious demeanor, sensing the imminent danger radiating from him. Heavenly devouring demonic art. The Grand Elder gasped in astonishment, his expression betraying his shock as he beheld Bai Yunfei's profound metamorphosis. Grand Elder, are you suggesting that Bai Yunfei practices the heavenly devouring demonic art? What is this technique? One elder queried, confused. Indeed, the heavenly devouring demonic art is a sinister technique. Upon mastery, it fundamentally alters the martial energy within the practitioner, dramatically enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities. However, this art is notorious for its ability to consume the practitioner's mind and spirit. Prolonged cultivation leads to a cold, ruthless disposition, ultimately resulting in the complete loss of rationality and thought, transforming the individual into a mere tool of slaughter, the Grand Elder explained somberly upon hearing this. The other elders were struck with astonishment, their gazes fixed on by Yunfei in disbelief. Great Elder, given the peculiar nature of this heavenly fiend demon technique, why not simply eradicate it? Inquired one elder. This heavenly fiend demon technique was originally the foundational martial art of a demonic sect within the Wind Sovereign Empire, which was ultimately obliterated by the Wind Sovereign Pavilion. Consequently, the technique was thought to have been destroyed, yet it is astonishing that after so many years, it has resurfaced within the disciples of our Wind Sovereign Pavilion, the Great Elder replied, his expression laden with confusion. If this technique is indeed so terrifying, does that not place Xinjue in grave danger? The elder continued, his voice tinged with anxiety. Rest assured, I shall intervene if the need arises, the Great Elder reassured. Casting a weary gaze upon Xinjue, silently contemplating, Xinjue, as the situation unfolds, how will you respond? Xinjue, meet your demise. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted as by Yunfei clenched his right fist, enveloping it in a surge of violet martial energy. He then unleashed a ferocious strike towards the close proximity of Xinjue. With a resounding crash akin to thunder, a cloud of dust ascended where Xinjue had just stood as the dust settled. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, for a massive pit several meters deep had formed at the site, surrounded by deep and ominous fissures that a few meters away from this chasm. Xinjue was panting heavily, his expression grave as he gazed at by Yunfei. Blood was streaming down his right arm, a testament to the wounds he had sustained despite narrowly evading the blow. Under absolute power, your speed is rendered utterly useless, Bai Yunfei remarked coldly. Observing Xinjue, that he then clasped his palms together, unleashing a torrent of violet martial energy that surged forth, coalescing into a violet gaseous aura between his hands. The aura radiated an even more formidable presence than before. Great Elder, one elder, sensing the overwhelming power encapsulated in by Yunfei's hands, hastily exclaimed. The Great Elder quickly rose, but just as he prepared to intervene, the scene shifted once more. Chapter 33. Champion acquired by Yunfei. Is this your ultimate trump card? Xinjue pondered, recognizing the terrifying strength of the violet aura. Yet he remained undaunted, for he had yet to reveal his final gambit, amidst the fervent gazes of the crowd. Xinjue slowly extended his arms, palms facing upward, but a surge of potent martial energy began to circulate rapidly within him, ultimately converging in his palms, with a sound reminiscent of friction between flint and steel. Two slender flames ignited between Xinjue's outstretched hands. However, with a fierce shout from Xinjue, the small flames erupted into towering pillars of fire, swirling within his palms before gradually condensing into two rapidly spinning fireballs. He brought his palms together, causing the fireballs to collide, producing a series of piercing sounds as the flames intertwined. To the astonishment of the spectators, the fireballs began to merge, ultimately forming a singular fireball. Merely a foot in diameter, yet brimming with an intimidating force that sent shivers through the crowd. Ha, Xinjue, you have not disappointed me. I wonder if this diminutive fireball can withstand my aura, Bai Yunfei exclaimed, a gleam of excitement illuminating his features as he laughed heartily. What? Shall we test it? Xinjue replied with a subtle smile, his tone calm. That is precisely my intention. Bai Yunfei roared, unleashing the terrifying violet aura, which transformed into a massive violet beam, hurtling towards Xinjue with alarming speed. Inferno Dragon Blast. Faced with the oncoming violet beam, Xinjue shouted fiercely, extending his palms forward as the rapidly spinning fireball morphed into a colossal fire dragon, charging forth to meet the violet beam. Boom! The violet beam collided with the crimson fire dragon, resulting in a deafening explosion that reverberated through the external pavilion, demonstrating the sheer might of the clash. The violet beam and crimson dragon interwove like two dragons locked in combat, ultimately transforming into a towering energy sphere, pulsating with both violet and red energies, as if vying for dominance over the fireball. With another thunderous bang, the massive fireball detonated, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that swept over both Xinjue and Bai Yunfei. When the energy ripples receded, the spectators were astounded to find the arena reduced to rubble. Amidst the debris, Bai Yunfei lay battered and bruised, while Xinjue stood unscathed atop the pile of stones, accompanied by an elderly man. The Great Elder himself. It was revealed that in the nick of time, the Great Elder had intervened to shield Xinjue. Cough, cough, cough. A trembling figure slowly emerged from the rubble, Bai Yunfei, surprisingly alive. Yet, at that moment, two shadowy figures appeared beside him, binding him with an ancient iron chain. The crowd gasped in shock, even Xinjue bewildered by the abrupt turn of events, but Bai Yunfei bore a cold smile, evidently unfazed by the elder's actions. After Bai Yunfei was apprehended by the two elders, the Great Elder officially declared Xinjue the champion of this internal assessment, awarding him a mysterious prize from the main pavilion. Upon hearing the prize, the crowd's faces illuminated with envy, for it was the Wind Sovereign Pavilion's renowned martial art. The Earth-grade initial technique, soul-severing sword. Though no one in the external pavilion had seen this technique, everyone was aware of its tremendous power, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering the earth. Thus, the two-day internal assessment concluded amidst thunderous applause and cheers in the Elder Hall of the external pavilion. The Great Elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while Xinjue respectfully stood to the side. Xinjue. The soul-severing sword is a treasured martial art of our Wind Sovereign Pavilion, and once you master it, you must not disseminate it to others. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. Do you understand? The Great Elder stated gravely, to which Xinjue nodded in agreement. Once Xinjue affirmed his understanding, the Great Elder waved his sleeve, producing a transparent talisman that shimmered like crystal, inscribed with intricate ancient characters. Is this truly the Earth-grade martial art, soul-severing sword? Xinjue gazed at the talisman in astonishment, noting its stark contrast to the written records he had previously encountered. Low-tier martial arts are incredibly precious. This talisman serves as a means to prevent indiscriminate dissemination, the Great Elder explained. Subsequently pressing the talisman against Xinjue's forehead, as the talisman adhered to his brow, a warmth enveloped Xinjue's mind, and a flood of peculiar characters cascaded into his consciousness in that moment. He was astounded to realize that this seemingly small talisman contained an extensive array of inscriptions, a method truly worthy of admiration. After a duration of half an hour, the transmission of the Earth-grade martial art was finally complete. Rubbing his slightly numb forehead, a radiant smile blossomed on Xinjue's face, for he could distinctly sense the cultivation method of the soul-severing sword had been fully imprinted in his mind. After securing the talisman, the Great Elder turned and took his seat at the head of the table, gesturing for Xinjue to sit beside him. Xinjue, there is one individual in the inner pavilion you must exercise utmost caution around. Do not provoke him, the Great Elder advised after sipping his tea. Pray tell. Great Elder, who do you refer to? Xinjue inquired, perplexed. The second elder of the inner pavilion, the Great Elder stated, placing his cup on the table, enunciating each word carefully. The second elder of the inner pavilion? Upon hearing the name, Xinjue recalled that a certain elder had once represented the inner pavilion in an attempt to recruit him as a disciple, an offer he had declined. Initially, he had thought little of it, but the Great Elder's warning prompted him to reconsider. The second elder is quite ambitious, seeking to exert absolute control over the inner pavilion to bolster his own power. He has even left a disciple within the external pavilion to scout for promising talents to draw into his fold. Having previously rejected him, you may face difficulties entering the inner pavilion, as the second elder is likely to create obstacles for you. It would be wise to exercise restraint around such individuals. Otherwise, you may find it exceedingly challenging to survive in the inner pavilion, the Great Elder advised solemnly. Thank you for the reminder. Elder. Upon hearing the elder's words, Xinjue had gained some understanding of the second elder, realizing that the fellow was not a good person. Indeed, you possess remarkable potential, as long as you diligently cultivate your skills. I believe that even within the vast expanse of the Yufeng Pavilion, you shall carve out your own place in the future. The elder praised Xinjue, clearly holding him in high regard. Xinjue responded with a radiant smile, sharing a deep admiration for this esteemed elder of the outer sect. Very well, return and rest. Tomorrow, you shall enter the inner sect, the elder said with a smile, waving his sleeve to dismiss him. Elder, there is one matter I do not comprehend, Xinjue said after a moment of silence, his voice tinged with apprehension. You wish to inquire why I had Bai Yunfei captured, do you not? The elder guessed Xinjue's thoughts with a knowing smile. Indeed, if you would be so kind as to enlighten me, Xinjue replied with a gentle smile, his tone polite. This matter is rather lengthy to explain. The elder began, slowly rising to gaze out the window, his words carrying a weight of significance. Over a century ago, within the northern Beast Mountain range of Yufeng Pavilion, a demoness of high-ranking martial arts emerged. This demoness was exceedingly sinister, feeding upon the souls of men. Naturally, the inhabitants around the Beast Mountain range were no match for her, and thus they sent a distress signal to our Yufeng Pavilion. As the sovereign of the Yufeng Empire, we could not turn a blind eye to the safety of our people, so we dispatched 2 elders, both of whom had attained high-ranking martial arts, to capture the demoness. However, it was utterly unexpected that these 2 elders were not her match, and they sent a signal requesting support. Subsequently, we sent forth an exceptionally talented disciple from within our inner sect to assist them. Alas, that disciple also vanished without a trace. In desperation, we had no choice but to dispatch a large contingent of powerful individuals, only to discover the corpses of the 2 elders upon arrival. Ultimately, we learned that those 2 elders had expended their last ounce of strength, combining their powers to seal the demoness. The elder recounted, his tone slow and solemn. And what of that disciple? Was he ever found? Understanding the events surrounding the Beast Mountain range, Xinjue was aware that the soul-eating demoness had become his servant, Xiao Qian. Yet, that disciple remains untraceable, as if he had vanished from existence, leaving no clues behind. However, 20 years after that incident, a malevolent sect known as the soul-eating cult suddenly emerged within the Yufeng Empire. The soul-eating cult. Upon hearing this name, Xinjue's previously calm demeanor transformed into one of agitation. The soul-eating cult is deemed a dark sect because they refine the flesh and blood of people to cultivate their sinister arts. In their domain, suffering was rampant, and to prevent our interference, they sealed off all news. Yet, there is no impenetrable wall. Eventually, word reached the Yufeng Pavilion. With such a malevolent sect rising within the Yufeng Empire, our Yufeng Pavilion could not remain passive. Consequently, we dispatched a considerable number of disciples to eradicate the soul-eating cult, only to be shocked upon arrival to discover that the leader of the soul-eating cult was none other than the missing disciple from the inner sect, the elder said. A trace of sorrow etched upon his aged visage. Xinjue had already surmised that the leader of the soul-eating cult must be that lost disciple, and seeing the elder's expression of grief, he deduced that there was likely a deep bond between the elder and that leader. I was among those disciples sent to eliminate the soul-eating cult, and that leader was my dear friend. At that time, he had become so deranged that he no longer recognized us. In the end, we had no choice but to take his life. We also uncovered the true villain behind his transformation into such a brutal being, the heavenly evil magic. Initially, we had thought the heavenly evil magic had been eradicated, yet it has resurfaced in Bai Yunfei. The elder's voice was tinged with lingering heartache for the events of the past. What shall the elder do with Bai Yunfei? Upon learning the truth, Xinjue had already concluded that the lost soul-eating manual was not within the Yufeng Pavilion, but rather in the possession of that disciple from years ago. Now that Bai Yunfei could cultivate the heavenly evil magic, he might also know the whereabouts of the soul-eating manual, prompting his inquiry. Those who practice the heavenly evil magic will ultimately be consumed by its wicked power. Thus he cannot be allowed to remain, the elder sighed, a tone of resignation evident in his voice. Elder, I respectfully request an audience with Bai Yunfei, Xinjue suddenly proposed after a moment of silence. Oh, why is that? The elder turned his attention to Xinjue, puzzled by the request. Since the heavenly evil magic was supposedly destroyed long ago, its re-emergence in Bai Yunfei indicates that it still exists in the world. Such a bizarre power, as long as it exists, poses a threat. Therefore, I wish to meet with Bai Yunfei to inquire about the origin of his knowledge of the heavenly evil magic. Xinjue stated with a righteous demeanor. In truth, Xinjue was merely seeking the soul-eating manual. The identity of those who practiced the heavenly evil magic mattered little to him. We actually inquired previously, but Bai Yunfei refused to disclose anything. However, since you were so determined, I shall permit you to try, the elder replied after a moment of contemplation, his smile returning, upon receiving the elder's consent. While Xingjue's expression remained unchanged, his heart was filled with joy. Above the surface of the outer sect of Yufeng Pavilion lay a grand architectural complex, yet beneath the ground was concealed a network of secret chambers. Within these chambers, chilling screams echoed intermittently, compounded by the murderous aura emanating from the elders of punishment, creating an exceedingly sinister atmosphere. This place served as the prison for the Yufeng Pavilion's offenders. At this moment, in the innermost depths of this prison, there was an exceedingly cold and damp room, where a youth covered in wounds sat. This was Bai Yunfei. As the prison door creaked open, a figure stepped inside. When Bai Yunfei slowly raised his eyes, he exclaimed in surprise, Xinjue. Upon seeing Bai Yunfei's scarred visage, Xinjue was taken aback and quickly asked, Have they tortured you? Arriving here without suffering would be abnormal. Surely, you did not come merely to gawk at my pitiful state. Speak your purpose. Bai Yunfei laughed heartily, clearly accustomed to the prison's harsh conditions. You are correct. I have a matter I wish to consult you about, Xinjue replied with a subtle smile, unabashedly taking a seat beside Bai Yunfei. You don't mean to inquire about the heavenly evil magic, do you? Bai Yunfei retorted with a mocking glance at Xinjue, a cold smile gracing his lips. Anticipating Bai Yunfei's attitude, Xinjue was not taken aback. Instead, he leaned closer and whispered, If you wish to keep your sister safe, it would be wise to cooperate with me. You dare? Bai Yunfei's expression shifted to one of alarm, glaring furiously at Xinjue. Prior to coming to the prison, Xinjue had conducted an investigation into Bai Yunfei's circumstances and discovered that he had a younger sister. Although the Yufeng Pavilion employed torture to interrogate offenders, they would not stoop so low as to threaten family members. However, Xinjue was unconcerned about such ethics. Do you value your sister's safety, or the heavenly evil magic that has brought you to this state? Xinjue stated calmly, unperturbed. Very well. As long as you agree to one condition, I will tell you, Bai Yunfei compromised after a moment of silence. What condition? Speak, Xinjue replied with a satisfied smile, eager to hear more. Promise me you will take care of my sister. Bai Yunfei looked at Xinjue earnestly. His previously fierce demeanor softened by a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Rest assured, I shall ensure that your sister lives a life of comfort and abundance, Xinjue assured him, recognizing the profound importance of his sister in Bai Yunfei's heart. I trust you. After Xinjue's guarantee, a rare expression of relief graced Bai Yunfei's face. Now, what do you wish to know? Ask away. Tell me about the circumstances under which you discovered the heavenly evil magic, Xinjue prompted with a smile. Now that Bai Yunfei had relented, Xinjue had surmised that Bai Yunfei must have stumbled upon the heavenly evil magic himself, rather than receiving it from someone else. Otherwise, he would not be so ignorant of its dangers. After gathering his thoughts, Bai Yunfei began to recount. 10 years ago, I accompanied my father to the back mountain to gather firewood and inadvertently discovered a secret chamber. Driven by curiosity, my father and I ventured inside, only to find that the chamber was not as it seemed. It was dark and expansive, instilling a sense of dread. At that time, my father feared there might be danger inside, so he instructed me to wait at the door while he ventured in alone. However, shortly after his entry, a chilling scream pierced the air, and, as he spoke these words, a flicker of terror crossed Bai Yunfei's face. Clearly, the events of his childhood had left a profound shadow in his heart. And then what happened? Xinjue pressed eagerly. Then, a terrifying roar echoed, one that closely resembled a human's voice. Yet I could assure you, it was certainly not human, Bai Yunfei affirmed. What happened next? Xinjue continued to inquire. After my father's demise, it was just my sister and me left. In desperation, we were compelled to leave our hometown and beg for our sustenance. Eventually, I was chosen by a martial arts family to become their new blood, and through my connections, my sister became a maid in that very family. Later, I was sent here, and after a year of training, I felt my strength had improved sufficiently. Thus I returned to that mountain and entered the secret chamber. However, the secret chamber was exceedingly bizarre. Not only was it vast beyond measure, but it was also fraught with traps that in the end, I was unable to locate my father's remains, but instead stumbled upon the celestial demonic art. Upon realizing that the celestial demonic art was an exceedingly profound technique, I began to cultivate it. Bai Yunfei recounted slowly, though it was evident he harbored some regret about practicing the celestial demonic art. Could you share the location of that secret chamber with me? Upon hearing this, Xinjue felt a flicker of hope and promptly asked. Bai Yunfei then detailed the exact location of the secret chamber to Xinjue, and given Bai Yunfei's connection to his sister, Xinjue had every reason to trust him. Xinjue, I sense that deep within that secret chamber, there must be some treasure. However, I advise you not to force your way in without sufficient strength, Bai Yunfei warned after disclosing the location. Rest assured, I will take good care of your sister, Xinjue responded with a gentle smile, offering his assurance once more. Xinjue understood Bai Yunfei's concern. In truth, Bai Yunfei was indifferent to his own life. But he worried about his sister being left unattended. After reiterating his promise, Xinjue departed from the prison. The following morning, under the guidance of the Grand Elder, Xinjue and his companions entered the long-awaited inner sanctum. Gazing upon the resplendent palaces before him, even Xinjue found it difficult to contain his excitement. The inner sanctum, which he had longed to behold, was finally within his reach. This time, there were 20 disciples entering the inner sanctum. And with Bai Yunfei's disqualification, the once trivial Shaoxan had fortuitously secured a place among them. Thus, among these 20 individuals, 10 were Xinjue's brothers. However, unlike their previous arrangement in a single attic, each now possessed their own residence. Complete with a retinue of servants, a lifestyle so superior that it was no wonder the outer disciples yearned for it as the champion of the assessment. Xinjue's residence was even more luxurious than the others. Standing atop a higher pavilion of the Xinjue residence, clad in a purple robe, he admired the stunning vistas of the inner sanctum and observed the disciples milling about below. Xinjue could sense that there were no ordinary individuals within this sanctum. In fact, aside from the 20 newcomers, every disciple was at the level of martial sovereign, with a few formidable figures whose strength Xinjue could not even fathom. They were undoubtedly martial lords. Turning around, he gazed at the towering palace, stretching dozens of yards high and piercing the clouds, murmuring, "Xiao Han, with your prowess, you must surely be within the main hall." Chapter 35, The Strongest New Star the Next day. Amidst the opulence of the inner sanctum, a peculiar sight emerged in stark contrast to the solitary toil of the disciples. A tour group comprised of 10 burly men exploring the sanctum. Most of these men, possessing high-tier martial skills, attracted disdainful glances from the other disciples. Brother Xinjue, this inner sanctum truly is extraordinary. Even the stone slabs beneath our feet shimmer, Shaoxan exclaimed gleefully, trailing behind Xinjue like a wide-eyed country bumpkin. Shaoxan, is this inner sanctum enough to satisfy you? Xinjue quipped, turning back to cast a sidelong glance at him. Being able to enter this inner sanctum is already a great satisfaction, Shaoxan replied with a grin. His expression one of complete contentment. Seeing Shaoxan's pleased demeanor, Xinjue could only shake his head in resignation. After a day of exploration, they had thoroughly acquainted themselves with the sanctum's environment, and Xinjue led his group to the training hall. Given their relatively weak abilities while they were top tier in the outer sanctum, they were certainly at the bottom in the inner sanctum. Thus, Xinjue's goal was to enhance their strength. Upon entering the inner sanctum, Xinjue discovered that the training hall was not remarkably different from that of the outer sanctum. Except for its smaller size and more exquisite architecture, it too had 3 levels. The first and second for slaying magical beasts, and the third for martial technique cultivation. However, The beasts in the inner sanctum were of a significantly higher caliber, with the lowest being late-stage Tier 3 beasts, equivalent to high-tier martial masters. Xinjue and his companions proceeded directly to the third level. After entering the inner sanctum, they first took a leisurely stroll through the martial technique hall. Xinjue used his savings to purchase some initial-level profound techniques for them, and he also imparted the wind-devouring palm and chi manipulation technique that old Feng had once given him. After all, in this place, these 10 individuals were under his command, thus he needed to invest effort in nurturing them. Only by strengthening them could Xinjue's influence grow within the inner sanctum. He also aspired to reach the mid-tier martial sovereign level and wished to practice the earth-tier martial technique, soul-cutting sword, for its immense power would ensure that even within the inner sanctum, he would not be easily bullied. Just as Xinjue and his group stepped into the third level, they stumbled upon a violent incident unfolding within the Grand Hall. They witnessed an inner sanctum disciple, whose strength had reached the initial stage of martial master, sprawled on the ground, while another disciple, at the mid-tier martial sovereign level, was seated atop him, repeatedly slapping his face. Behind these two stood several other disciples, all at the initial martial sovereign level. Brother Xinjue, isn't that an outer sanctum disciple who entered with us? Xiyuan immediately recognized the fallen disciple. He was indeed one of the 20 who had entered the inner sanctum alongside them. Stop it! Upon hearing Xiyuan's words, Xinjue recognized the disciple as well and called out loudly. Normally, Xinjue would not wish to involve himself in such matters, as he had just entered the inner sanctum and preferred to avoid trouble. However, given that this individual was a fellow newcomer, he felt compelled to intervene, as they shared a connection as contemporaries. What the hell are you shouting about? Seeking death. The disciple with the bushy eyebrows, who was thoroughly enjoying himself, jumped in surprise at Xinjue's sudden shout. Initially expecting to confront a formidable figure, he turned to find only a group of weaklings at the bottom of the hierarchy, prompting him to become emboldened and angrily retort at Xinjue. What? Is this your family's place? You think you can speak freely? Xinjue replied fearlessly that a mere mid-tier martial sovereign, while respected in the eyes of others, meant nothing to Xinjue. You little brat seeking death. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? Seeing Xinjue dare to retort, one of the initial martial sovereign disciples stepped forward, poking Xinjue's chest with his finger, glaring at him with wide eyes. Naturally, Xinjue could not let such insolence slide. He swiftly grasped the offending finger, and with a slight twist of his wrist, a sharp crack echoed as the disciple's finger was broken. My finger! The disciple was taken aback by Xinjue's speed, and by the time he realized what had happened, his finger was already bent at an unnatural angle, leading him to clutch his hand and scream in agony. Xinjue merely smiled at his plight and remarked, "Do you even know who I am?" Upon witnessing Xinjue easily break the disciple's finger, the surrounding disciples were taken aback, realizing Xinjue was not to be trifled with. The bushy-browed disciple also tempered his attitude, adopting a more respectful tone. Then who are you? My brother is the strongest new star of this inner sanctum. Before Xinjue could respond, Xiaosan stepped forward, pointing at Xinjue with pride. Pfft. Xiaosan's declaration caused Xinjue to stifle a laugh, and he turned to Xiaosan. When did I acquire such a title? Brother Xinjue, we are all newcomers to this inner sanctum, and since you are the champion of this assessment, naturally, you are the strongest new star, Xiaosan explained earnestly. Damn it, a bunch of fresh-faced brats dare to oppose me. You must be tired of living. Initially, there lingered some reservations regarding the identity of the executioner, for among the numerous disciples in the cabinet, many possessed influential backing that he was reluctant to offend significant figures lightly. However, upon hearing the words of the third disciple, he suddenly realized that they were merely the newcomers who had recently joined the cabinet this year. Instantly, his spirits were lifted. It appears the atmosphere within this cabinet is rather unsatisfactory, that I care not for your identity. You shall promptly apologize, and today's incident will be overlooked. Otherwise, you shall meet a fate akin to his. The executioner feigned helplessness as he gestured towards the unfortunate disciple who had lost a finger. Ha! What a farce! Upon hearing the executioner's declaration, several disciples erupted in a laughter. Not only them, but even some onlookers joined in the merriment. That it was hardly surprising that they found it amusing. Here was a disciple with neither background nor strength, daring to utter such bold words. Dispose of him. Let him understand what sort of place this cabinet truly is. Suddenly, the disciple with bushy eyebrows grew cold, bellowing fiercely at his command. Several disciples surged forward, launching a barrage of vicious attacks accompanied by fierce winds aimed at the executioner. In the face of their formidable assault, the executioner merely smiled faintly, that he slowly raised his right fist and, with a casual strike, unleashed a torrent of potent martial energy. This formidable power surged forth and intertwined with the attacks of his assailants, a resounding being echoed, easily deflecting their combined strike. After neutralizing the attack, the executioner swiftly vanished from sight, only to reappear before the bushy-browed disciple. With a sly grin, he executed a beautiful roundhouse kick directly to the disciple's face that a muffled thud resounded as the bushy-browed disciple coughed up blood, crashing against the wall. The entire encounter transpired in an instant, and by the time the others regained their senses, the bushy-browed disciple lay crumpled in a corner, bloodied and wide-eyed in terror as he gazed at the executioner. The sight left everyone momentarily stunned. The disciples who had previously attacked stood frozen, too daunted to make a move. In truth, the bushy-browed disciple had underestimated the executioner, never suspecting that he could easily withstand their collective blow and retaliate with such unexpected ferocity. Had he anticipated the executioner's capabilities, he would not have been so easily defeated. Although the executioner possessed formidable martial skills, he was still of the same rank as the bushy-browed disciple. What? Do you wish to try again? The executioner turned to glance at the remaining disciples, a smile gracing his lips. The disciples, caught in his gaze, shuddered, rendered speechless, standing there in a daze, silently cursing. Damn it, this guy is merely playing the fool while hiding a tiger's strength. Despite being of the same rank, his combat prowess rivals that of a high-tier martial sovereign. Well, I shall not make it difficult for you. Simply apologize to that disciple and be gone, the executioner instructed, addressing the bushy-browed disciple. Why, you mustn't go too far. Do you know who my brother is? The disciple retorted, fear creeping into his expression. My brother is the 10th-ranked expert on the elite list, Luo Cheng. Upon hearing the name Luo Cheng, several onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. The elite list was a compilation by the cabinet of its most formidable individuals, and anyone who secured a place on that list was no ordinary character, having risen above the ranks of the 3,000 disciples within the cabinet. The top 10 individuals on this list were objects of fear for every disciple within the cabinet. Thus, when the bushy-browed disciple mentioned his brother's name, panic ensued among the crowd. I care not who your brother is. Should you refuse to apologize today, you shall not leave here safely, the executioner thundered, unyielding that he had indeed heard of the elite list, but he was aware that within the cabinet, only 6 individuals had attained the rank of martial sovereign. It was likely that these 6 occupied the top slots on the elite list. As for the other 4 disciples, if they were not martial sovereigns, they were likely high-tier martial masters at best. If it came to a confrontation with a martial sovereign, the executioner would certainly feel apprehensive. However, he held no fear for high-tier martial masters, believing himself capable of standing his ground. Forget it. I was careless and bumped into this senior without apologizing, which led to his aggression. The fault lies with me. The disciple who had been struck finally spoke up, though he felt gratitude towards the executioner for intervening. The mention of the bushy-browed disciple's brother being a figure of the elite list filled him with trepidation. After all, to offend such a person so soon after joining the cabinet would spell trouble for his future. In that case, I, Xinjue, shall not meddle further. Brothers, let us focus on our cultivation, the executioner declared, his anger simmering as he observed the disciple's cowardice. Yet upon reflection, he understood the situation. While he had no fear of this Luo Cheng, the same could not be said for the bushy-browed disciple. Thus, he chose not to pursue the matter any further, waving his sleeve as he led his companions towards the spatial barrier. Xinjue, is it? I will return to settle this with you. Just as the executioner prepared to enter the spatial barrier, the bushy-browed disciple shouted angrily. However, when the executioner turned his gaze towards him, the disciple quickly fled in disarray. Watching the bushy-browed disciple retreating in such a manner, the executioner could only shake his head in resignation. Having grown accustomed to such individuals, those lacking strength yet relishing in bullying others, entirely the mark of a petty person. Turning to Si Yin, he instructed, Si Yin, inform the brothers that we shall emerge together a month from now. For this month, they are to remain diligently within and cultivate. Si Yin understood the executioner's intent and promptly conveyed the message. Once all his companions had entered the spatial barrier, the executioner himself stepped inside. Upon entering the space, the executioner first opted to practice the energy incantation, for he sensed that he had accumulated sufficient strength to challenge the mid-tier martial sovereign level. Thus, before delving into the earth-tier martial skills, he resolved to attain mid-tier martial sovereign status first, believing that a stronger foundation would facilitate the mastery of formidable martial skills. Within a realm suffused with rich martial energy, the executioner closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. Forming peculiar hand seals surrounding him, a vast amount of martial energy flowed continuously into his being. As the executioner's rank ascended, his absorption of martial energy accelerated significantly. With the influx of energy, his body began to emanate a brilliant golden glow, which intensified until he resembled a golden Buddha hovering within the space. Suddenly, a resonant buzzing sound filled the air as the martial energy accompanied by the golden radiance swirled around him, continuously rotating before plunging into his body. With this radiant martial energy's entry, the executioner's aura surged, ultimately breaking through the threshold and reaching the mid-tier martial sovereign level, standing within the realm. He savored the newfound strength coursing through him, a confident smile gracing his features. With his current prowess, he was certain of his victory even against high-tier martial sovereigns. Having successfully advanced to mid-tier martial sovereign, the executioner commenced his training in the earth-tier martial skill, soul-severing blade. Before him in a vast plaza stood 3 puppets, bronze, silver, and gold. The bronze puppet could be shattered by the wind-devouring palm, while the silver puppet could be defeated by the flame dragon bomb. As for the gold puppet, not only could he not break it, but he couldn't even leave a scratch. It seems the only way to shatter this puppet is through the soul-severing blade, the executioner lamented, gazing at the indestructible gold puppet. Despite wielding the high-level mystic skill Flame Fury, it proved utterly ineffective against this puppet. The executioner gradually closed his eyes, organizing his thoughts on the training method for the soul-severing blade. After thoroughly reviewing the technique in his mind, he discovered that the soul-severing blade was divided into 2 realms, 1. Blade condensation and 2. Blade chi. However, he also learned that the soul-severing blade demanded a tremendous amount of martial energy before reaching the martial sovereign level. Attempting to wield the blade chi would result in backlash, and even after attaining the martial sovereign level, the technique could not be utilized excessively. Regardless, the executioner resolved to master the first layer of blade condensation first. Clenching his right fist, he began to channel martial energy according to the training method for the soul-severing blade. As the energy surged, a dark mist began to emanate from his tightly clenched fist. However, the rate of this black mist's emergence was exceedingly slow. After approximately an hour, the black mist gradually began to coalesce in a form, and as it did, an overwhelmingly terrifying power radiated from it. Yet, just as the black mist took shape, the executioner's legs buckled, and he collapsed weakly to the ground, causing the hard-earned manifestation to dissipate. With a vigorous wipe of the sweat from his brow, Xinjue suddenly realized the immense expenditure of martial energy required by the Xinjue sword and the arduousness of its cultivation. However, after resting for a brief moment to regain his martial energy, Xinjue resumed his training in sword condensation. Aside from eating and sleeping, he devoted every moment to his practice. Although it was exceedingly exhausting, the sight of the increasingly voluminous black energy in his hands invigorated him. After enduring 2 weeks of arduous training, he finally succeeded in condensing the Xinjue sword within his grasp. Gazing at the deep black sword and the swirling black energy around it, resembling flames ascending, Xinjue could sense the cataclysmic power it harbored. Chapter 37. The bloodshed in the training pavilion. Just as Xinjue reveled in the success of condensing the Xinjue sword, it unexpectedly vanished. It truly is so difficult to master, he lamented, looking at his empty right hand with a hint of exasperation. Yet he quickly clenched his fist once more and began the process anew as time passed. A month had slipped by since Xinjue and his companions had entered the training pavilion. Now, within the confines of the barrier space where he stood, Xinjue was gently caressing the robust surface of the golden puppet before him, smiling as he spoke. "Puppet, oh puppet, I thank you for accompanying me for a whole month. You have been my motivation, for defeating you is the goal I have strived for during this time." As he spoke, Xinjue suddenly clenched his right hand, and a torrent of black energy surged forth from his palm, swiftly coalescing into a deep black longsword. Though formed from energy, the sword possessed the essence of a true blade. Its surface entwined with continuously rising black energy, emanating waves of destructive power. This was indeed the Earth-tier martial technique, the Xinjue sword. After a month of diligent training, Xinjue had completely mastered the first layer of the Xinjue sword, the sword condensation, enabling him to summon it in an instant. "Break for me!" Xinjue bellowed, his right arm sweeping fiercely as the Xinjue sword sliced through the air in a black arc before cleaving down upon the golden puppet. With a soundless swish, akin to a blade slicing through tofu, the sword effortlessly severed the golden puppet in two, witnessing that even the fierce flame technique could not inflict a scratch upon the puppet. Xinjue realized at that moment the true might of the Xinjue sword. Yet as the golden puppet fell in two, the sword in Xinjue's hand vanished once more, leaving his face pale. The consumption of the Xinjue sword is indeed too great. Xinjue sighed as he sat down to recover, feeling somewhat resigned. Even with his current strength, he could not maintain the Xinjue sword for long. At last, he understood the warning within martial techniques about not utilizing sword energy before reaching the martial sovereign level, lest it lead to a backlash. Sensing that his martial energy had nearly restored, Xinjue smiled in satisfaction and clicked on the retreat symbol, exiting the barrier space. As Xinjue stepped out from the black iron door, he was met with a chorus of voices calling out, "Brother Xinjue! Wow! You all emerged so early," he replied with a smile, gazing at the 9 familiar faces before him. These individuals were undoubtedly his brothers. Interestingly, while some among them were already in their 20s, Xinjue was still months away from turning 17, yet they all addressed him as brother. Initially, he found it quite unusual, but as time passed, he grew accustomed to it. After all, in the Tianwu continent, strength was revered above all else. Regardless of age, if one possessed sufficient power, even ancient beings who had cultivated for centuries would treat you with respect. "Xinjue, you are rather late, aren't you?" Si Yin approached, grinning. Indeed, they had all agreed to emerge precisely 1 month later, but Xinjue had delayed due to the great consumption from using the Xinjue sword. "All right, I admit I'm late. Let me treat everyone to a grand feast," he said with a slight smile, exuding an air of leadership. The group cheered in agreement, but just as they were about to leave in high spirits, a cold voice rang out. "So, you finally emerged." Turning to look, Xinjue saw a tall man with a fierce glint in his eyes striding towards him, accompanied by a particularly unsavory-looking intersect disciple, the very one who had been injured by Xinjue previously. Luo Cheng. Upon seeing this man, the disciples around quickly made way, each displaying expressions of fear. "What brings you here?" Xinjue inquired calmly, having gleaned the identity of the burly man from the surrounding disciples' murmurs. "Haha, kid, you do possess some courage. However, in this intersect, lacking strength while being foolishly brave can lead to dire consequences," Luo Cheng remarked coldly as he approached Xinjue. "If you've nothing but these empty words to share, I shall take my leave," Xinjue replied with a faint smile, brushing past Luo Cheng and moving on, his 9 brothers hastily following suit. Just as they were about to exit the 3rd tier, Luo Cheng suddenly reached out with a powerful hand imbued with martial energy, striking the last disciple, Xiao San. Receiving a solid blow, Xiao San instantly spat blood, flying back over 20 meters before crashing to the ground, his face paling as he fell unconscious. "If you think this is over, you may leave," Luo Cheng remarked disdainfully, withdrawing his hand and looking at Xinjue with contempt. "Damn it, you're asking for death." Seeing Xiao San grievously injured, Xinjue's fury erupted. With a swing of his right fist, a surge of formidable martial energy was unleashed towards Luo Cheng. Releasing martial energy externally, quite impressive, Luo Cheng acknowledged, somewhat surprised, yet unperturbed. as he countered with a punch of his own. Their energies collided with a thunderous boom, sending tremors through the air. Realizing his strike had been neutralized, Xinjue swiftly darted forward like lightning towards Luo Cheng. "This kid is fast," Luo Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. But soon he too surged forward to meet Xinjue. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, unleashing waves of terrifying energy. After the initial exchange, Xinjue swiftly followed up with a graceful whip kick aimed at Luo Cheng, which was once again blocked. As the two battled, energy ripples spread continuously, moving so swiftly that those with lesser strength could hardly perceive their movements. "This kid is formidable," the surrounding disciples murmured, impressed that Xinjue could hold his own against someone ranked 10th on the elite list, indicating his exceptional prowess. With another fierce exchange, both Xinjue and Luo Cheng were pushed back by the overwhelming energy ripples. "Kid, your speed is commendable, but it is still insufficient for me," Luo Cheng sneered from a distance. "If you seek death, I shall oblige," Xinjue retorted coldly. Then with a sudden shudder, a tempest of wind erupted from his body, swirling rapidly around him. Martial technique of movement. Luo Cheng gasped in shock at the sight of the wind enveloping Xinjue. Becoming cautious, with a loud bang, Xinjue vanished from sight. Luo Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that Xinjue's movement technique could enhance his speed to such an alarming degree. He began to anxiously scan his surroundings, wary of a potential ambush. Just then, he felt a gust of wind behind him, and as he turned, a radiant hand descended upon him. Faced with such a powerful strike, Luo Cheng gritted his teeth and thrust out his right fist, which was enveloped in martial energy, to meet Xinjue's wind-devouring palm. The impact created a terrifying ripple that surged outward, sending Luo Cheng hurtling back, blood spewing forth as he flew over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. His face now pale and weak, he glared at Xinjue with a twisted expression. Despite Luo Cheng's serious injuries, Xinjue did not relent. He swiftly moved in front of Luo Cheng and delivered a punch to his chest. Another spurt of blood escaped Luo Cheng's lips as he finally collapsed, unable to withstand any longer. After delivering a near-fatal blow to Luo Cheng, Xinjue allowed the tempest to dissipate and slowly stood upright. As they gazed upon the slowly rising figure of Xinjue, the crowd's eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly inconspicuous young man had indeed defeated Luo Cheng, who was listed among the elite. Xinjue slightly turned, casting his keen gaze over the assembly, and anyone who met his eyes instinctively recoiled a step backwards, their fear palpable. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a disciple with prominent eyebrows, who trembled under the scrutiny, barely managing to hold back the urge to wet himself. "From this day forth, any who dares to lay a hand on my brother will face a fate far worse than this," Xinjue coldly declared, gesturing towards the unconscious Luo Cheng at his feet. With that, he slowly exited the cultivation hall amidst the fearful stares of the onlookers. From this day onward, the name of Xinjue would echo fiercely within the inner hall. Chapter 38. The law enforcement hall. Deep within the inner hall stood an opulent, resplendent palace, adorned with carvings of golden dragons and jade phoenixes that exuded an air of majesty, while simultaneously revealing the ambition of its master. At this moment, a dignified elder with flowing black hair occupied the throne at the head of the hall. Below him, a disciple knelt, filled with grievances, lamenting, "Master, Xinjue is far too arrogant. I implore you to seek justice for me." This disciple was none other than the severely injured Luo Cheng. "You useless fool! As a high-ranking martial sovereign, how could you be defeated by a mere mid-tier martial sovereign? Do you even deserve to call me master? Get out!" the elder retorted angrily, raising an eyebrow. Upon hearing the elder's fury, Luo Cheng trembled, silenced by fear, and after gritting his teeth, he shamefully exited the grand hall. "Come forth," the elder commanded in a voice imbued with authority after Luo Cheng had left. Following his command, an elder clad in a black robe emerged from a corner of the hall. This was Elder Zhu, a law enforcement elder of the Yufeng Hall. "Greetings, second elder," Elder Zhu said humbly upon reaching the center of the hall. Indeed, this imposing black-haired elder was the second elder of the Inner Hall, a superlative powerhouse at the mid-tier martial god level, who had once sought to take Xinjue as his disciple. You heard what Luo Cheng just said, did you not? How can a newly entered disciple be so audacious? What is your law enforcement hall doing? The second elder cast a displeased glance at Elder Zhu of the Law Enforcement Division. Apologies? Second elder, it is my oversight. I will ensure that this matter is thoroughly investigated. Elder Zhu responded hastily, his trepidation evident. Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. You may leave, the second elder waved dismissively, allowing Elder Zhu to retreat respectfully from the hall. Once alone, the second elder reclined upon his throne, his fingers gesturing as a cup of tea floated towards him. After savoring the drink, he murmured thoughtfully, Xinjue? Xinjue. Why does that name sound so familiar? Could he be that impudent brat who refused to join my ranks? At this thought, the second elder's eyes widened, and the levitating teacup shattered into countless fragments. Drifting down like dust at tea this moment, Xinjue remained oblivious to the unfolding events in the second elder's hall, seated in the dining hall, merrily partaking in drinks with his comrades. Suddenly, a commotion caught their attention. Upon glancing over, they realized it was the members of the law enforcement hall. Distinguished by their unique black robes and the black enforcement blades they bore, these individuals were easily recognizable. The law enforcement hall wielded considerable power within the Yufeng Hall, comprised largely of former disciples, and its members were known for their formidable strength, with even the ordinary members being at the level of martial sovereigns, while the elders were exceptionally powerful, the weakest among them being experts at the martial monarch level. Is it really the law enforcement hall? They seem intent on apprehending someone, Si Yin remarked uneasily, his gaze fixed on the stoic enforcers. The mere presence of such a special group instilled a deep-seated fear in the hearts of all disciples. Let them be, as long as they aren't after us. We shall continue our feast, Xinjue replied dismissively, casting a casual glance at the expressionless members of the law enforcement hall. However, to his astonishment, the enforcers marched directly towards them. Take Xinjue into custody, ordered a fellow who appeared to be the squad leader. Pointing at Xinjue.at's command, several members of the law enforcement hall rushed forward, reaching out to seize him. Get away from me, Xinjue shouted, sweeping his sleeve in defiance, unleashing a powerful wave of martial energy that sent the unprepared enforcers tumbling backward. With his advancement to the mid-tier martial sovereign level, his mastery over this martial energy had become increasingly refined. How dare you resist arrest? The squad leader bellowed in fury upon witnessing Xinjue's defiance, drawing his enforcement blade with a sharp whistle and slashing down upon him. Yet confronted with the descending blade, Xinjue remained unperturbed. He raised his left hand and grasped the enforcement blade effortlessly. Channeling his martial energy, he twisted his wrist, snapping the blade in two before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. The squad leader was taken aback. This enforcement blade, forged from a millennium of mysterious iron and meticulously crafted, was renowned for its durability, but he could hardly fathom that such a formidable weapon could be so easily shattered by Xinjue, leading him to realize that Xinjue's strength far surpassed his own. His body instinctively recoiled as he stammered, "Why you? What of me? You can hardly articulate yourself, and yet you presume to be a squad leader." "Pa!" Xinjue scoffed at the frightened squad leader. "Such a bold young man. You truly are a stubborn one. Let me teach you a lesson." A voice suddenly boomed from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, it was Elder Zhu, the same elder who had conversed with the second elder earlier. Stepping forward with an air of authority, a mid-tier martial monarch. "Elder Zhu," the enforcers exclaimed with respect upon his arrival. "Oh, you call me stubborn while you unjustly apprehend someone and expect no resistance." Despite feeling the elder's formidable presence, Xinjue showed no signs of fear, perplexed by the notion of his supposed wrongdoing. "You have quite the sharp tongue, but I shall teach you the ways of the law enforcement hall," Elder Zhu declared. Not wasting words, with a swift motion of his right arm, he unleashed a fierce wave of martial energy toward Xinjue and his companions. Though Xinjue could have evaded the attack, considering the well-being of his brothers behind him, he braced himself for the blow, Clenching his right fist, he enveloped it in golden martial energy and met the oncoming force head-on. The collision of his fist and the martial energy erupted in a terrifying wave of energy. However, he was still no match for the elder's might. Although he managed to block the attack, he was still sent reeling, sustaining internal injuries as fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it," he exclaimed, wiping the blood from his lips, his frustration palpable. "You have some skill, young man. To withstand my attack is no small feat," the elder admitted, a hint of admiration in his tone. "Pa, spare me your praise, if you have the guts. Kill me now, for I will not return with you otherwise," Xinjue retorted disdainfully, disregarding Elder Zhu's commendation. "Very well, then. Today, I shall leave you half dead and see how you speak after that." Elder Zhu's expression darkened in response to Xinjue's insolence, and with a flourish of his sleeve, he prepared to strike again. Yet this time, Xinjue would not remain passive. With a fierce shout, he enveloped himself in a swirling gale, vanishing from sight. Swift wind technique. Recognizing the technique, Elder Zhu was taken aback. This was a martial skill of the Yufeng Hall, but he could hardly fathom how Xinjue had acquired such an advanced technique, as it had yet to be seen within the inner hall. However, upon witnessing Xinjue's disappearance, Elder Zhu remained unfazed, extending his right hand to gather a formidable wave of martial energy. With a swift turn, he struck behind him, landing a powerful blow directly on Xinjue's chest. The impact sent Xinjue flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground several dozen meters away. Cough, cough, cough. As a mouthful of blood spewed forth, Xinjue stared incredulously at the approaching Elder Zhu. He could hardly fathom that his gale technique had been so effortlessly discerned. "Kid, don't think that only you can wield the gale technique," Elder Zhu remarked with a cold smirk, seemingly reading Xinjue's thoughts. Leisurely striding to Xinjue's side, he observed the paleness of his face before sneering. "So, what's it going to be? Will you obediently accompany me, or shall I leave you half dead right here?" "Bah! If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me," Xinjue retorted fearlessly, spitting a mouthful of saliva onto Elder Zhu's robes. "You little brat, you're asking for death." Seeing Xinjue's obstinacy, Elder Zhu finally lost his temper with a wave of his right hand. A force even mightier than before descended upon the close-range Xinjue. With a resounding bang, a deafening sound echoed through the air, and to everyone's astonishment, Xinjue had somehow avoided the strike. Just as the crowd was left bewildered, a melodious voice, akin to wind chimes, rang out in the dining pavilion. "Elder Zhu, do you believe that if you kill him, I will not kill you in return?" Chapter 39. Declaration. The crowd was taken aback by the sudden voice. Turning their gazes to see a stunning young woman clad in a golden pavilion robe, resembling a celestial being descending to earth, the crowd recognized her. Their expressions shifted to one of tension. In this inner pavilion, there was no one who did not know the significance of that golden robe. It was a mark of the main pavilion disciples, bestowed upon only 100 chosen ones within the vast Yufeng pavilion. Moreover, no one was unfamiliar with this maiden, revered as the most beautiful in Yufeng pavilion, akin to a saint in the hearts of the disciples, Li Shaoan. Upon her appearance, several male disciples began to involuntarily bleed from their noses, a clear indication of the many who secretly adored her. Yet, what puzzled the crowd most was why this saint-like figure in Yufeng pavilion would extend her hand to assist Xinjue. They could not fathom the connection between Li Shaohan, who had long resided in the main pavilion, and this impoverished boy who had recently infiltrated from the outer pavilion. Just as the crowd was engulfed in speculation, a single phrase from Xinjue plunged them into despair. Xinjue's previously pale visage transformed into a rosy hue upon seeing Li Shaohan, and squinting his eyes, he exclaimed, "Shaohan, my beloved, you came to see me." At this utterance, the crowd nearly spat out blood, incredulous at his audacity to address Li Shaohan in such an intimate manner to in the Yufeng pavilion. He was certainly the first to dare utter such words. "I guarantee that this kid is as good as dead," some even proclaimed, betting among themselves that to their utter surprise, instead of flying into a rage at Xinjue's brazen declaration, Li Shaohan merely smiled gently, her demeanor graceful as she replied, "Brother Xinjue, I hope I haven't arrived too late." if Xingjue's previous statement had cast the disciples into despair. Li Xiaohan's response was akin to plunging them into the depths of hell. Not only were they affected, but even Xinjue was taken aback by her unexpected words that in truth, he had been so overwhelmed with excitement at seeing Li Xiaohan that he had spoken without thinking, and now regretted it. He could not imagine the extent of her wrath should she react angrily in such a public setting. However, what he never anticipated was that Li Xiaohan would not only refrain from fury, but would affectionately address him as Brother Xinjue, the most endearing term she had ever used towards him since their acquaintance, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Miss Xiaohan, the previously arrogant Elder Zhu, became instantly obsequious upon seeing Li Xiaohan approach, bowing respectfully before her. Yet, facing this sycophantic elder, Li Xiaohan's expression shifted slightly, with a swift motion. Her delicate hand, imbued with powerful martial energy, unexpectedly struck Elder Zhu's chest before he could react. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Elder Zhu was sent flying by the overwhelming force, crashing into several tables and chairs in the dining pavilion before finally colliding against a massive pillar. Where he came to a halt, as the crowd regained their senses, they beheld Elder Zhu, pale and spitting blood, gravely injured. Elder Zhu, consider this slap a return for Brother Xinjue, Li Xiaohan stated slowly. Gazing at the ashen-faced Elder Zhu, little did he expect that Xinjue and Li Xiaohan shared such a close relationship. Had he known, he would not have dared to offend her, even at the cost of his life. Compared to the second elder of the inner pavilion, Li Xiaohan was far more formidable. Thus, after sustaining Li Xiaohan's attack, Elder Zhu dared not utter a word and, with the help of the law enforcement pavilion members, turned to leave hastily. Furthermore, inform the second elder that if he wishes to conspire against my brother Xinjue again, he need only send for me. Li Xiaohan spoke with a tone of unyielding authority as Elder Zhu and his companions prepared to depart. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhu trembled, utterly taken aback that Li Xiaohan was aware of his connection with the second elder, that he hurriedly quickened his pace, vanishing from the dining pavilion. Once Elder Zhu had fled, Li Xiaohan walked over to Xinjue, lifting him up amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the other disciples. She produced a medicinal pill and placed it into Xinjue's mouth. This delicate maiden appeared entirely transformed from her earlier self, driving the crowd into a frenzy. Xiaohan, your strength is incredible, Xinjue remarked with a smile after swallowing the pill. Having just engaged with Elder Zhu, he understood the latter's formidable prowess. Yet, this powerful Elder Zhu had not lasted even a single exchange against Li Xiaohan, revealing her true strength to be far beyond mere appearances. That Li Xiaohan smiled gently, choosing not to respond to Xinjue, but instead addressing the still-dazed disciples, declaring loudly, Xinjue is my boyfriend, and from now on, if anyone in Yufeng Pavilion dares to harm him, I will ensure they meet a fate worse than death. Upon hearing her proclamation, the crowd was thrown into utter chaos, unable to comprehend that Li Xiaohan and Xinjue were in a romantic relationship. They stood there, frozen in disbelief, as if petrified, that Li Xiaohan paid no mind to their reactions and supported Xinjue as they exited the dining pavilion. In the hall of law within the inner pavilion, Xinjue and Li Xiaohan sat together. Brother Xinjue, what's wrong? Are you struggling to accept the drastic change in my attitude towards you? Li Xiaohan kira tsavuli. Observing the dazed expression on Xinjue's face, Xinjue merely chuckled foolishly, offering no reply. In truth, he felt discomfort regarding Li Xiaohan's earlier declarations in the dining pavilion, that he could sense her significant standing within Yufeng Pavilion. The way she had injured an elder without fear of reproach was telling. He understood that from this day forth, there would be no one like Luo Cheng in Yufeng Pavilion, as the disciples would now be aware of Li Xiaohan's backing behind Xinjue. It was precisely this realization that made Xinjue uncomfortable, as he did not wish to live under Li Xiaohan's protection. Xiaohan, could you tell me your true identity? After a moment of silence, Xinjue slowly raised his head, gazing at the long-missed Li Xiaohan, and asked softly, Does it really matter? Li Xiaohan replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. Yes, it is quite important, Xinjue asserted firmly. All right then. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Li Xiaohan wrinkled her nose playfully before slowly saying, My first identity is that I am a disciple of the main pavilion in Yufeng Pavilion. I believe you have already discerned this from my pavilion robe. However, That is not the reason the elders fear me. I have two other identities. Point one is that my master is the second elder of the main pavilion. At this, Li Xiaohan's gaze turned towards Xinjue, who, instead of displaying shock, merely smiled faintly and replied, "And what is the other identity? The Grand Elder of Yufeng Pavilion is my grandfather." Seeing that Xinjue was not overwhelmed, Li Xiaohan smiled warmly and continued, "Ah." If Li Xiaohan's mention of the second elder had been bearable for Xinjue, the revelation of her grandfather being the Grand Elder was a different matter entirely. What did the title of Grand Elder signify? It represented someone whom even the pavilion master must respect. In other words, Li Xiaohan's grandfather was the true master of Yufeng Pavilion. "All right, I've said my piece," Li Xiaohan noted, feeling relieved that Xinjue was holding up well against her revelations. She had been worried that his numerous accolades might be too much for him to handle. Leaning closer, she whispered playfully into Xinjue's ear, "Actually, what you really want to know is why I want you to be my boyfriend, right?" With a sudden inquiry from Li Xiaohan, Xinjue inadvertently expelled the fruit he had just placed in his mouth, hastily wiping the remnants from his lips that he cast a somewhat awkward glance at Li Xiaohan. For her question had struck an unmistakable chord. From the very beginning, Xinjue had surmised that Li Xiaohan's identity was extraordinary. Thus, while he was somewhat taken aback to learn that she was the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Yufeng Pavilion, he found it somewhat acceptable. However, what truly confounded him was the question of why someone of her stature would take an interest in him. Could she have discerned his latent potential? Please, at their first encounter. Xinjue was merely a novice martial master, insignificant compared to the esteemed disciples of the main pavilion and the extraordinary talents of the Yufeng Empire surrounding Li Xiaohan. "If I knew it," Li Xiaohan pouted, visibly displeased by Xinjue's tacit acknowledgement. She promptly rose and made her way towards the exit of the grand hall. Faced with Li Xiaohan's retreat, Xinjue found himself at a loss for words. He longed to explain, yet he was unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Just as he feared that Li Xiaohan would leave in frustration, she halted at the doorway, turned, and earnestly declared, "Whether you believe it or not, I must tell you that from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I fell in love." Having uttered these words, she did not wait for Xinjue's reaction and continued on her way out of the Xing residence. After a prolonged silence, as he gazed at her departing figure, a blissful smile gradually spread across Xinjue's face as he whispered, "I believe you." Chapter 40. A reminder: half a year had passed since Li Xiaohan publicly acknowledged her relationship with Xinjue. During this time, she frequently visited him, though her stays were always brief. Xinjue understood the circumstances. Outsiders only perceived Li Xiaohan's exceptional talent and formidable strength, oblivious to the hardships she endured to attain such prowess. Despite the brevity of their encounters, the bond between them deepened over these 6 months, resembling that of a young couple. On one occasion, Xinjue seized a moment of distraction to steal a kiss on her cheek. Li Xiaohan merely admonished him not to repeat the action, yet deep down, Xinjue recognized that she had silently consented. After all, with her abilities, how could he have dared such an act otherwise? Throughout this half-year, likely due to Li Xiaohan's influence, no one in the cabinet dared to trouble Xinjue again, including the second elder of the cabinet. Thanks to Xinjue's connections, his companions were also left unbothered. However, Xinjue was not content with this comfortable existence. That he understood that this tranquility stemmed entirely from Li Xiaohan's intimidation, which was not what he desired. As a result, he dedicated himself to rigorous training in seclusion. His goal was clear: to ascend to the rank of martial sovereign as swiftly as possible, for only then could he vie for the top position on the elite rankings against the powerful figures of the cabinet. Achieving that status would grant him access to the main pavilion, allowing him to break free from Li Xiaohan's shadow and become a respected powerhouse in his own right. Yet, not only had he failed to reach martial sovereign, but he had also struggled to break through to the higher ranks of martial master. One day, after completing his training, Xinjue sat despondently atop a pavilion in the Xing residence, staring blankly at the grand hall at the heart of the Yufeng Pavilion, the palace where Li Xiaohan resided. Sigh. "Xiaohan, is it truly so difficult to catch up to your stride?" Xinjue lamented, feeling distressed over his own lack of strength. Just then, a figure appeared silently behind him. However, thanks to his formidable spiritual awareness, Xinjue sensed the individual's presence. "Who are you?" he exclaimed, springing to his feet to find a young man, seemingly in his 20s, clad in a golden pavilion robe, standing behind him. The sight startled Xinjue. For this man, likely Shaoan, was a disciple of the main pavilion. "Don't be alarmed. I have no intention of harming you," the young man said with a slight smile upon noticing Xinjue's reaction. "Oh, do you have business with me?" Xinjue responded calmly, not surprised by the young man's arrival. Ever since Li Xiaohan had publicly declared him her boyfriend, he had anticipated that someone from the main pavilion would eventually seek him out. He just hadn't expected it to happen so late. "Indeed, you are correct that I hope that from this day forth, you will keep your distance from Xiaohan." After scrutinizing Xinjue, the young man complimented him with a nod. "That matter need not be discussed further. I will not leave Xiaohan," Xinjue retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the young man. Without regard for the young man's status as a main pavilion disciple, Xinjue turned to leave. However, as he attempted to depart, he suddenly found himself unable to move, feeling as if his body had been firmly locked in place. Strangely, he sensed no oppressive force from the young man. It was as though an invisible restraint held him captive. After a moment of realization, Xinjue murmured, "Martial deity?" In this predicament, the only conclusion he could draw was that the young man's strength had reached the level of martial deity. At this moment, anxiety began to creep into Xinjue's heart. He had never imagined that someone from the main pavilion could possess such formidable power. A martial deity was, without a doubt, a pinnacle existence. "Kid, you are quite disobedient. But now, perhaps you can listen to me in peace." The young man approached Xinjue, a mocking smile adorning his face. As he stood before the grinning figure. An odd sensation surged within Xinjue. It was evident that the young man harbored ill intentions towards him, yet he felt no immediate threat. "If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me," Xinjue declared defiantly, not out of fear of death, but because he sensed that the young man might not wish him harm. "You think I wouldn't dare?" The young man chuckled softly, then produced a black pill from his palm. "This is a poison pill, concocted from the toxins of myriad poisonous insects. Once ingested, the person will endure the agony of 1,000 insects devouring their flesh, ultimately succumbing to madness and death," he explained, tossing the pill in his hand with a grin. "I'll give you one more chance. If you agree to distance yourself from Xiaoan, I will spare you and even bestow upon you a ground-level cultivation technique. What do you say?" The young man pressed, attempting to entice and threaten Xinjue. "Spare me the nonsense. If you wish to kill me, then do it," Xinjue replied coolly, his disdain unmistakable. Yet internally, he wondered if the young man truly intended to kill him. "Very well. Since you are so determined to die, I shall oblige. Regardless, the outcome will be the same after your demise." The young man grinned maliciously at Xinjue's unyielding demeanor. With that, he seized Xinjue's jaw with one hand, forcefully prying his mouth open, while with the other, he tossed the poison pill into Xinjue's mouth. The moment the pill was ingested, Xinjue felt his inner martial energy begin to surge uncontrollably. As though on the verge of explosion, the excruciating pain radiated from every part of his body, and ultimately, he could no longer withstand the torment, unleashing a harrowing scream. "Go ahead, scream all you want. This space is sealed by me. No matter how loud you call, no one will hear you," the young man remarked, devoid of sympathy, as he reveled in Xinjue's suffering. Yet, despite the unbearable agony, Xinjue forced himself to suppress his cries. However, the torrents of sweat cascading down his body betrayed the extent of his torment. As the pain intensified, his consciousness began to blur, and darkness gradually enveloped his vision. "Could it be that I am truly destined to die?" he pondered, momentarily forgetting his suffering. Just then, he faintly heard the young man's voice once more. "Well done, kid. You certainly possess grit. Since that's the case, I shall lend you a hand." Observing Xinjue's struggle to endure, the young man muttered to himself, then reached out and struck Xinjue's chest. That a surge of dark red energy, imbued with immense power, began to flow into Xinjue's body. As this potent force coursed through him, the once turbulent martial energy within him began to stabilize, and gradually, his consciousness cleared. However, when Xinjue opened his eyes again, he found himself before an elderly man clad in a gray robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. The elder squinted at Xinjue, a satisfied smile gracing his features. "May I inquire who this esteemed elder is?" Xinjue asked respectfully, recognizing the elderly figure's kind demeanor as indicative of a high-ranking elder within the Yufeng Pavilion. "Ha! Young man, I am Li Xiaohan's master Tso. Who do you think I am?" The elderly man stroked his beard and chuckled in response, referred to the second elder of the main pavilion. Upon hearing the elder's words, Xinjue hastily knelt down, expressing his respect. Naturally, he knew Li Xiaohan's master was none other than the second elder of the Yufeng Pavilion. "All right, there is no need for such formalities," the elder waved his sleeve, assisting Xinjue back to his feet. "Could it be that the one who just attacked me was—" After sensing the elder's aura once more, Xinjue inquired, somewhat uncertain. "Indeed, I am the one who just made a move against you." The second elder seemed to understand Xinjue's meaning and replied with a smile. "Young man, you have qualified to be my Xiaohan's boyfriend." After scrutinizing Xinjue with a cheerful gaze, the elder continued, "At this moment, Xinjue realized that the earlier incident was merely a test imposed by the second elder. Slightly displeased, he remarked, "Second elder, if you wish to test your disciple, there is no need to be so ruthless. The agony inflicted by that poison is no trivial matter." "Oh, you young lad, are you not content? Take a moment to assess your own strength and understand your level," the elder retorted with an eye roll. Hearing the second elder's words, Xinjue quickly attuned himself to the martial energy within, and soon exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you, second elder." For at that moment, he discovered that he had successfully broken through to the high-tier martial master level, a feat he had long struggled to achieve. Without a doubt, this was the work of the second elder. "You need not thank me. You are already on the cusp of reaching the peak of the mid-tier martial master level. I merely expedited your breakthrough. However, Xinjue, if you truly wish to be with Xiaohan, there are matters I must caution you about." The elder's previously jovial demeanor suddenly shifted to one of seriousness as he addressed Xinjue. Chapter 41. The Decision. "I kindly ask for your guidance, second elder," Xinjue said respectfully, knowing that the elder's visit was far more than just a simple test of his capabilities. "Young man, do you know what position Xiaohan holds within the main pavilion?" The second elder stroked his beard thoughtfully as he spoke. Xinjue shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Xiaohan is the youngest among the 100 disciples of the main pavilion, and also the one with the most potential. However, in terms of current strength, her prowess ranks only in the lower middle tier among these 100 disciples, the elder elaborated slowly. Hearing this, Xinjue gained a deeper understanding of the formidable nature of the main pavilion's disciples. What is most crucial is that, even within the main pavilion, Xiaohan is regarded as a standard for many when it comes to choosing a partner. Therefore, your reputation within the pavilion is quite significant, the second elder added, casting a meaningful glance at Xinjue. Xinjue could only inwardly lament, for the saying, "a beauty is a source of calamity," seemed fitting in this context. Yet, given his affection for Xiaohan, he was willing to face any danger that might arise from their union. Moreover, no one would be able to thwart his desire to be with Xiaohan, if anyone dared to come between them. Even if that person were a deity, Xinjue would devise every means to eliminate the threat. "I presume you are puzzled as to why. Despite knowing your relationship with Xiaohan, the disciples of the main pavilion have not caused you any trouble." The second elder once again posed a question to Xinjue. Upon hearing this, Xinjue nodded vigorously in agreement. Observing Xinjue's earnest expression, the second elder smiled faintly and continued, "In truth, if they were to come, even Xiaohan would be unable to stop them, yet they have refrained from doing so, because they find it beneath their dignity to lower themselves to confront an inner pavilion disciple. They are merely waiting for the day you enter the main pavilion. And what if I am unable to enter the main pavilion?" At that moment, Xinjue grasped the reason for his relatively peaceful existence. It was because those individuals looked down upon him. He then inquired, "If you cannot even enter the main pavilion, do you believe you are worthy of being with Xiaohan? Not to mention her eccentric grandfather. Even I would not permit you to be together," the second elder replied slowly. "Thus, I must advise you to accumulate sufficient strength before attempting to enter the main pavilion, that if you do not reach the martial god level, do not even think about stepping inside, for those few young men will certainly make your life miserable." Moreover, the status of main pavilion disciples is rather unique. There are matters that even I, as an elder, cannot intervene in excessively. Therefore, if you do enter the main pavilion, even Xiaohan will be unable to protect you, and you will need to rely on your own strength to survive, the second elder explained gradually. Thank you for your guidance, second elder. I understand what I must do, Xinjue replied courteously. After the second elder's insights, Xinjue had gained a clearer understanding of the main pavilion. The disciples there were exceptionally powerful, and at the pinnacle, there were indeed martial god-level experts. Most importantly, many among them harbored affections for Xiaohan, making Xinjue a thorn in their side. At that moment, he felt immense gratitude towards the second elder. Had it not been for his warning, Xinjue would have intended to enter the main pavilion as soon as he reached the martial sovereign level. In such a place teeming with powerful figures, a martial sovereign would be but a bottom-tier entity. Thus Xinjue had made his decision. Indeed, the elder said, casting a meaningful look at Xinjue before smiling, that he then waved his sleeve, causing a blue talisman to float into the air. This talisman is called the Thunder Talisman, a potent offensive charm. Should a disciple from the main pavilion disregard their status and come after you, you can use this to defend yourself, the second elder instructed, directing the talisman towards Xinjue. Thank you, second elder, Xinjue said gratefully as he accepted the Thunder Talisman, feeling a sense of security with this protective charm in his possession. No need for such formalities, since Xiaohan holds you in such high regard. There is no need to call me second elder any longer. From now on, you may refer to me as Master Xue, the elder said with a smile. Master Xue? Upon hearing this name, Xinjue felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Master Xue? Why did it sound so similar to his mysterious master, Master Feng? Yet he refrained from probing further and respectfully responded, Understood. Now, young man, strive diligently, should you fail to reach the martial god level. Even I will not permit you to take Xiaohan as your wife, Master Xue said, beaming at Xinjue with satisfaction. Suddenly, the surrounding space shimmered and then vanished. Gazing at the spot where Master Xue had just stood, a grateful smile graced Xinjue's face. It was evident that Master Xue held a deep affection for Xiaohan, as he had gone out of his way to provide such guidance in the back garden of the Xing residence. A pair of young men and women sat upon the verdant lawn, laughing and conversing. Indeed, it was Xinjue and Li Xiaohan. Brother Xinjue, are you saying you will be leaving for a while? Li Xiaohan suddenly furrowed her brows, her expression tinged with urgency. Yes, I have grown weary of the training methods at the Yufeng Pavilion and wish to venture out for some time, Xinjue replied with a smile. Ever since his conversation with Master Xue, he had made a decision to swiftly seek out the ancestral technique known as the soul-devouring art. For with his current capabilities, reaching the level of martial god felt an insurmountable distance away. Even with his talent and diligent training, achieving that level would take many years. Why that time? What level would Li Xiaohan have attained? What heights would the powerful disciples of the main pavilion have reached? Thus, Xinjue found himself lacking the patience to train slowly within the Yufeng Pavilion, that he needed to rapidly enhance his strength, and the only way to do so was through the cultivation of the soul-devouring art. Although Bai Yunfei had warned him of the dangers lurking within the secret chamber, it remained the only hope for obtaining the soul-devouring art. Therefore, regardless of the risks, Xinjue was prepared to give it a try. How long will you be gone, Li Xi? Having recognized Xinjue's determination, did not attempt to dissuade him, but instead pressed for further details. I am not certain, at least until I reach the martial sovereign level, Xinjue replied, looking at the somewhat anxious Li Xiaohan with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Li Xiaohan fell silent, understanding that Xinjue sought to elevate his strength swiftly, a desire primarily fueled by her. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Li Xiaohan suddenly waved her delicate hand, conjuring a thunder talisman that floated before Xinjue. Going out for training is not the same as being in the Yufeng Pavilion. This talisman is called the Thunder Talisman. Its offensive power is formidable. Keep it by your side for protection, she said softly. Seeing the Thunder Talisman in Li Xiaohan's hand warmed Xinjue's heart. He recognized the talisman, for Master Xue had already gifted him one. It was clear that Li Xiaohan's talisman was also a gift from Master Xue, and her willingness to offer him such a protective item deeply moved him. "You must accept this thunder talisman," Li Xiaoan suddenly stated with a firm tone upon noticing Xingjue's silent smile. Xinjue had initially intended to inform her that he already possessed a thunder talisman, but since Master Xue had not disclosed their meeting to Li Xiaoan, he refrained from speaking, knowing Li Xiaoan's personality. He could only smile wryly and accept the talisman. After stowing the thunder talisman away, Xinjue suddenly opened his arms and embraced the graceful and exquisite young woman before him that in the face of the sudden action by Xinjue. Li Xiaohan's delicate face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Yet, she did not resist. Instead, she nestled in a Xingjue's embrace like a timid bird as he held this breathtaking beauty close. Xingjue's resolve only grew stronger. For from this day forth, he was determined not solely to strengthen himself, but also to protect the woman he cherished. The next day, after bidding farewell to his brothers, Xinjue stepped out of the Yufeng Pavilion, where he had resided for a year. Standing at the foot of floating Cloud Mountain, clad in a black robe that accentuated his vitality, he consciously chose not to wear the pavilion's garb, as he wished to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. After all, his destination was a secret chamber, likely a remnant left by the soul-devouring cult, a dark sect that could not be tolerated within the Yufeng Empire. Having gathered his thoughts, Xinjue set forth toward the northern reaches of the Yufeng Empire. His immediate destination was not the Death Mountain nor the mysterious chamber, but rather a city situated approximately 100 miles from the Death Mountain, home to the Bai family, a renowned martial arts clan. It was the family to which Bai Yunfei belonged, and Xingjue's mission was to rescue Bai Yunfei's sister from that martial arts family. For he had promised Bai Yunfei that he would do so. Chapter 42, Silent Fury. "May I ask?" Xinjue politely inquired upon arriving at the Bai residence. However, before he could finish his sentence, a high-ranking martial artist guarding the door shot him a disdainful glance at his unremarkable attire and bellowed, "Get lost! Is the Bai residence a place for beggars like you to come and go as you please?" "Beggar?" Xinjue surveyed his own appearance, unable to comprehend how he could be mistaken for one, that he then queried, "How do I resemble a beggar, my good sir? Damn it. When I say get lost, you get lost. What more nonsense is this?" The burly man, incensed that Xinjue had not retreated, but instead stepped forward to question him, swung a fist the size of a sandbag at Xinjue. However, Xinjue merely smiled, making no attempt to evade the blow. With a resounding bang, the man's fist struck as if against an iron plate, shattering his bones and eliciting a cry of agony. My hand. It is known that once one reaches the level of a martial master, their physique is significantly more robust than that of an ordinary person. Common weapons cannot inflict any harm, let alone the fist of a martial artist. Damn it, you're seeking death. Seeing his companion injured, another burly man drew a large blade from behind him and swung it toward Xingjue's head. Yet, Xinjue remained unfazed, standing still as if watching a spectacle unfold. Clang! Another sharp sound echoed as the blade, upon striking Xingjue's head, shattered into two pieces. Staring at the broken blade in disbelief, the man was left utterly dumbfounded. Initially, he had assumed that Xinjue was protected by some special inner armor that allowed him to withstand the blow, as he had not associated the seemingly frail youth with a martial master. Now realizing the truth, he stood frozen in shock. At that moment, the servants of the Bai residence, alerted by the commotion outside, rushed out, brandishing their weapons as they charged at Xinjue. Faced with this onslaught, Xinjue merely waved his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of martial energy that struck the group of servants upon contact. They spewed blood and were sent flying, with some even fainting from the force. This was merely a display of restraint on Xingjue's part, for with his current strength, he could have effortlessly slain them. Sensing the situation was dire, one servant hastily retreated into the house to seek reinforcements. Shortly after, an elegantly dressed elder hurriedly emerged. Upon seeing the fallen servants, his expression shifted dramatically, and he approached Xinjue with a courteous demeanor, saying, "I am the steward of the Bai family. I was unaware of your visit, and I beg your pardon for any discourtesy." Xinjue glanced at the steward and replied with a smile, "No need for apologies. Just ensure they do not look down upon others in the future." Upon hearing this, the steward understood what had transpired and promptly reprimanded the servants before respectfully inviting Xinjue into the Bai residence. What? You say Bai Xiuxiu is not in the Bai residence? Xinjue asked, surprised as he sat in the living room. Bai Xiuxiu was, of course, Bai Yunfei's sister. Indeed, my lord. Bai Xiuxiu has been absent from the Bai residence for half a year, the steward replied politely. Do you know where she has gone? Xinjue pressed further. I'm afraid I truly do not know. The steward shook his head in response. With a sense of confusion, Xinjue exited the Bai residence, pondering. Half a year ago was when Bai Yunfei was sentenced to death. What a remarkable coincidence. Could it be that Bai Xiuxiu learned of her brother's fate and fled? Or is there more to this story? As he continued to contemplate, Xinjue sensed a figure stealthily following him. With a subtle smile, he pretended to remain unaware as he continued on his path. Once he reached a secluded area, he suddenly vanished. After his disappearance, a thin man hurriedly arrived at the spot where Xinjue had just been, looking around in disbelief at that moment. A hand lightly landed on the man's shoulder, rendering him motionless as he trembled and pleaded, "My lord, please spare me." Releasing his grip, Xinjue allowed the man to collapse to the ground, his face filled with apprehension as he gazed up at Xinjue. "Speak. Why were you following me?" Xinjue inquired, stepping closer with a piercing gaze. "My lord, are you a relative of Bai Xiuxiu?" the man asked, his voice quivering. "One might say so. I am a friend of her brother. Do you know Bai Xiuxiu?" Upon hearing the mention of Bai Xiuxiu, Xinjue eagerly prodded for information. "My lord, I know where Bai Xiuxiu is." The man's anxious expression transformed into one of excitement as he spoke. Hearing this, Xinjue's spirits soared, and he followed the man to a small thatched hut outside the city. The man entered the hut first, and then gestured for Xinjue to come inside. As Xinjue stepped into the modest dwelling, he heard a young girl's voice ask, "Are you my brother's friend?" Following the sound, he saw a girl reclining on a wooden bed in the corner. Her beauty striking, yet her complexion alarmingly pale, clearly suffering from a grave illness. "Yes, I am a friend of Bai Yunfei. You must be Bai Xiuxiu." Xinjue approached the girl's bedside hastily. "Is it true that my brother has died?" she asked timidly, her eyes filled with trepidation. "Yes," Xinjue replied softly after a moment of silence. Upon hearing his words, the girl's frail body crumpled onto the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks, witnessing her profound sorrow. Xinjue found himself at a loss for words, so he stepped outside to speak with the man. "My lord, since you are a friend of Xiuxiu's brother, I shall not conceal the truth from you," the man said after a moment of silence, his voice tinged with agitation. Noticing the man's clenched fists, Xinjue surmised that something grave had occurred concerning Bai Xiuxiu. "What exactly happened? Speak freely. I will see to it," he urged. Actually, Xiuxiu did not leave the Bai residence voluntarily. Rather, within the Bai household, the eldest son had long coveted Xiuxiu's beauty. Yet, due to her brother's formidable strength, he dared not act upon his desires. However, 6 months ago, news arrived from within Yufeng Pavilion that Bai Yunfei had committed a grave error and had been executed. This was an unfortunate revelation for the Bai family. Yet for the eldest son, it was a moment of great rejoicing that on the very day he received the news, he burst into Xiuxiu's chamber with ill intentions. Fortunately, Xiuxiu had learned some martial skills from her brother and managed to escape. However, the eldest son was relentless, sending servants to capture her. Ultimately, Xiuxiu, left with no choice, leapt into a ravine, and the Bai family assumed she was dead, ceasing their search for her. However, seizing the opportunity when the Bai family was unguarded, I stealthily descended the cliff. Intent on locating Xiuxiu's lifeless body, to my astonishment, I discovered that Xiuxiu was still alive, so I brought her back home. Alas, her lower limbs were paralyzed, and her health deteriorated with each passing day. The man spoke slowly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he recounted Bai Xiuxiu's plight. This clearly indicated the profound affection he harbored for her. Rest assured, regardless of whether it is the young master of the Bai family, the steward, or those servants who participated in the pursuit of Bai Xiuxiu, none shall survive the night, Xinjue declared, positioning himself before the man, patting his shoulder with a calm demeanor, though a tempest of fury raged within him. In the Spring Fragrance Tower, a place of elegance and revelry within Bai City, the young master of the Bai family was presently indulging in leisure. This young gentleman is quite the handsome one, remarked a group of courtesans as a figure clad in black entered. The youth, however, paid them no heed and bellowed, "Who is Bain? Damn it! Who dares to call my name?" Came a thunderous voice from an upper room, followed by the emergence of two burly men, their eyes gleaming with menace. "Who shouted just now?" They demanded. At the sight of these imposing figures, the courtesans and dashing rogues hastily recoiled in fear. Yet Xinjue remained rooted in place, slowly directing his gaze towards the closed door. "Damn it! Was it you who called out?" The two muscular men, having deduced that Xinjue was the one who had shouted, advanced towards him with an intimidating air that, oh dear, this young man truly has no regard for his life, daring to provoke the young master of the Bai family, the onlookers murmured, casting sympathetic glances at Xinjue. For within Bai City, no one was unaware of nor dared to challenge the notorious young master, Bain, a man as audacious as he was ruthless.